Have you ever wondered how successful companies seem to always make the right call? The answer is business analytics. Now, these days, data isn't just a bunch of numbers. It's which help companies make better decisions faster. And here's the best part. Companies are desperately looking for business analysts right now. So whether it's tech, finance, healthcare, or retail, everyone needs people who can look at data and actually understand what it means. Thinking about getting into this field, now is the perfect time for you to get started. In this course, we will start out from the scratch and work our way up. You will learn how to take messy data and make sense of it, create reports using tools like Power BI, and present your findings in ways people actually understand. And it's not just theory. You will work on real-world projects, learn how to ace job interviews, and get certifications that will help you stand out when you are job hunting. And by the time you're done, you will know how to help businesses make smarter decisions and feel confident going after your next job in business analytics. Just a quick heads up, guys, if you're interested in stepping up your career as business analyst, check out our postgraduate program in business analysis with generative AI by Simplilearn, in partnership with Purdue University and in collaboration with top industry experts. This 20-week program is delivered live online and gives you hands-on experience with tools like Excel, Power BI, SQL, generative AI. Plus, you will earn a program completion certificate from Simplilearn in collaboration with Purdue University, and you'll become eligible for Purdue's Alumni Association membership. Not only will you gain valuable skills, but Simplilearn Job Assist program will help you get noticed by top hiring companies. So if you're ready to take your career to the next level, don't wait. Apply now and start your journey to become an expert in business analysis. Hurry up and enroll, and you can find the course link below. Now, before we move on, here's a quick quiz question. Which of the following tool is commonly used for creating interactive data visualizations in business analytics? Your options are Power BI, Photoshop, Google Docs, or Visual Studio. Drop your answers in the comment section below and let's see how many of you got it right. Let's get started.
This video is going to focus on the roles and responsibilities of a business analyst. Let's start off and have a look at a day in the life of a business analyst through a small story. So meet Angela, who is working as a business analyst in an application development firm. Her firm builds applications for clients depending on their requirements. Our next character is Rob. He is a budding entrepreneur with a vision of setting up his own e-commerce app. He plans on selling several electronic gadgets like phones, laptops, cameras, etc. on his app. So what is Rob's first step? Well, he approaches Angela's firm one day with the vision of creating his e-commerce app. Angela and Rob start talking business, and Angela promises to help Rob with his app creation. She assures him that she will look into his business requirements and coordinate with him to get the app running. Rob is happy about it and agrees to cooperate with Angela regarding all the business requirements from his end. Angela, as we know, is the business analyst. She starts planning Rob's project, and without any delay, she embarks on this project's journey. She has a set of planned steps that will help her fulfill Rob's requirements. But what are the steps she takes? Is her approach going to be effective and quick? Let's find out the answers to these questions now. Up next, you can learn about Angela's approach that helps her deliver Rob's project smoothly and without any hassles. These steps that we are going to look at are the typical roles and responsibilities of a business analyst. Here, we will understand these roles better with respect to Angela's and Rob's story. First and foremost, Angela understands Rob's business objectives, problems, and requirements. Without understanding this, do you think Angela will be able to proceed? No. Hence, a business analyst like Angela understands the problems related to Rob's business and comes up with the right solution to achieve the goals of the business. She brainstorms around what is best suited for an e-commerce app focusing on electronic gadgets. In the next step, Angela gathers all the necessary requirements. Here, she understands Rob's requirements and makes sure that they are on the same page regarding the project and its goals. Both of them together arrive at a stipulated deadline for the project completion. She gathers relevant information based on security of the app, the payment setup based to login, cost of the products, and style, to name a few. Once Angela has an in-depth understanding of Rob's project and gathers all the necessary requirements, she starts allocating resources by keeping in mind the budget of the project. Here, she recognizes and allocates tasks and resources to the development team. BAs work closely with the development team to design the solution for a problem. Angela ensures that the development team doesn't spend their time understanding Rob's requirements. In this step, along with the development team, she finalizes the software and tools required to build the project. Angela doesn't rest until the project is delivered to Rob. She continuously monitors the progress and constantly provides her feedback to the development team with respect to the app's layout, design, and other features. She gives them suggestions in order to improve the application. In the next step, Angela collects feedback of the prototype version of the app from the users. She notes down if the prototype is fine or if it requires more work. BAs validate if the project is running fine with the help of user acceptance testing. They verify if the solution being worked on is in line with the requirements and ensure that the final product satisfies the user expectations. BAs also assess the functional and non-functional requirements. After collecting feedback, Angela moves to one of her most crucial duties, and that is building reports. Data visualization is a key skill for any BA. In order to gauge the performance of the app and get valuable insights from it, Angela builds reports using various data visualization tools like Tableau, Power BI, and QlikView. Reports can be general reports such as detailed reports, or it can be dashboard reports such as visualized reports with multi-dimensional analysis based on display of business indicators. It is not uncommon for issues to crop up amidst this entire process. Hence, Angela conducts regular meetings with the development team and Rob to solve problems quickly. Having these meetings will help Rob understand the status of the project, and it will also help the teams proceed in the right path. Throughout this project phase, Angela makes sure to maintain transparency. On completion of the project, Angela documents and presents the project findings to Rob. Generally, business analysts present the project outcomes to the stakeholders and clients along with maintenance reports. Angela notes down all the project learnings and details in a concise manner. This will help her take better decisions in the future, and these documents will save her time while implementing the next project. Now that she has completed all her duties and responsibilities with respect to Rob's project, she is ready to deliver the final e-commerce application to Rob for use. Rob is rest assured that the application developed by Angela's firm is apt for his business and just what he wanted. Angela's streamlined approach made it easier for the project to be delivered within the stipulated time period. Rob is happy, and I'm sure he will come back to Angela's firm for projects in the future. So those responsibilities that we saw Angela carry out are ideally the roles and responsibilities for any business analyst out there. Yes, some may vary depending on the company you work for and the project you're working on. Before winding up, let's just summarize the role of a business analyst. So firstly, we learned that a business analyst is a professional who bridges the gap between the IT and the business teams in an organization. They are part of the business operation, and they also work closely with the technology team to improve the quality of the services being delivered. They use data analytics and modern technologies to improve processes, and BAs also deliver data-driven solutions. As seen in Angela's story, she made sure that Rob's requirements were clearly understood and fulfilled. BAs ensure that the client's needs are converted rightly into the final project. Comprehending customer needs and interpreting them rightly holds paramount importance in the life of a business analyst. Angela wouldn't have been able to perform her duties without holding a rich skill set. BAs must know Excel, SQL, and should have BI skills to accomplish all their duties smoothly. Not to forget, a fair amount of programming knowledge is beneficial for business analysts.
So now, let's dive into the Business Analyst certification. Let's get started with the first module, which is Introduction to Business Analytics. To begin with, let's start by understanding who is a business analyst. So who exactly is a business analyst? Simply put, a business analyst or a BA is the bridge between business needs and technical solutions. They identify problems, analyze processes, and purpose solutions that help organizations achieve their goals. Think of them as translators, making sure what businesses want and what exactly it delivers. With that in mind, let's proceed on why certifications matter in 2026. Now you might wonder, why should you bother with certifications in 2026? Well, here's the deal. Global recognition. Certifications like CBAP or PMI, PBA are recognized worldwide, giving your resume instant credibility. Instant growth is a second point. Certified BAs often land better roles and promotions faster. Skill validation. A certification proves you know the industry standards and best practices. Next, we have competitive edge. It helps you stand out in a crowded job market and lead to higher salaries. In short, getting certified doesn't just add certificate on your wall. It opens up credible opportunities, higher pay, and global recognition. It's a small investment today and it can transform your career tomorrow. Moving ahead, we have Module 2, which deals with types of business analyst certifications. Before you jump into exam prep, it's important to know which certification fits your career stage and goals. So let's break it down. First up, entry level certifications. These are perfect for beginners or freshers who want to get a solid foundation in business analysis. A popular example is ECBA, the Entry Certificate in Business Analysis, which introduces you to the key concepts and techniques every BA should know. Next, we have intermediate or professional level certifications. These are designed for BAs with 2 to 5 years of experience. Certifications like CCBA or PMI PBA validate your practical experience and analytical skills, helping you move up to the career ladder. And finally, specialized or domain specific certifications. These focus on specific skills, methodologies, or industries. For example, the AAC or Agile Analysis certification is perfect if you work in agile environments, while tech-focused BAs might explore data analytics or AI-related certifications to boost their niche expertise. So whether you're a beginner or a mid-level professional or looking to specialize, there's a certification for every stage of your career. In the next module, we'll guide you on how to choose the right certification that aligns with your goals. So now we are in Module 3, the top business analyst certifications. Now that we understand the types of certifications, let's look at the top business analyst certifications in 2026 and what makes them relevant for each career stage. For beginners, ECBA by IIBA is perfect with no prerequisites. Mid-level BAs can go for CCBA or PMI PBA, which requires few years of experience. Senior professionals can pursue CBAP to demonstrate advanced expertise, and for agile roles, AAC focuses on Scrum and Kanban practices with domain-specific certifications that help you specialize in industries like finance or healthcare. Finally, tech-focused certifications cover tools like SQL, Power BI, Tableau, and AI analytics, preparing BAs for data-driven roles. No matter your stage, there's a certification tailored for your career growth. With that, let's discuss the next module. So, the fourth module is about choosing the right certification. Choosing the right business analyst certification depends on a few key factors. First, consider your career stage. Students or freshers may start with ECBA, junior BAs or CCBAs, and senior BAs with CBAP. Next, think about your career path. Do you want to focus on product, agile, or data analytics? That's an important question. Finally, factor in cost and duration. Some certifications are shorter and more affordable, while others require extensive preparation and experience. By aligning with your certification, with your experience, goals, and resources, you set yourself up for success. And now we will discuss the next module. The fifth module will be about preparation roadmap. Once you've chosen your certification, it's time to prepare strategically. Start by studying BABOK or PMI guide to understand the core concepts and knowledge areas. Next, join online training or bootcamp to learn through structured lessons and real-world examples. Followed by that, practice with sample questions and mock exams to get familiar with the test format and identify weak areas. Enhance your practical skills by working on case studies and requirement documents. Stay connected and learn from peers by joining BA communities or LinkedIn groups. Finally, register and schedule your exam to set a clear goal and stay committed to completing your certification journey. With that, let's shift to the last module, the Module 6, which deals with tools and resources. Master to succeed as a business analyst. Mastering the right tool is the key. Start with data and analytics. Tools like Excel, SQL, Power BI, and Tableau to handle reporting and insights. And later, for collaboration and process mapping, get comfortable with Jira, Confluence, Lucidchart, and Miro. And don't overlook the power of AI tools like ChatGPT, Gemini, and Copilot, which can streamline analysis, automate tasks, and help you work smarter. Together, these tools give you a competitive edge in today's business analyst landscape. Getting certified as a business analyst can have a significant impact on your career. Certified business analysts often enjoy higher salaries with IIBA and PMI stats, showing a noticeable boost compared to non-certified peers. You also unlock better job titles and growth opportunities, moving from junior BA to senior BA, product owner, or even business analyst lead. Beyond promotions, certifications ensure you can apply your skills effectively in real-world projects, from requirement gathering to process improvement, making you a valuable asset to any organization.
So let's start with a little story. Meet John. John works at a company and is always overwhelmed by all the data terms his colleagues use during meetings. So words like KPIs, data warehouse, and analytics were thrown around, and John often felt lost. He knew understanding these terms was crucial for his career growth, so he decided to dive into learning about business intelligence. John started by learning what business intelligence actually means. He discovered that BI involves strategies and technologies that help companies analyze and manage their data. For example, if he worked at Spotify, BI could tell him which songs are getting the most plays, when people listen the most, and even predict the next big hit. This realization made John see how powerful BI could be for making informed business decisions. Alright, so let's dive in and let's understand what business intelligence actually is. Imagine you're running a popular ice cream shop, and business intelligence is like having a super smart helper that tells you everything about your business. Cool, right? So, what exactly is business intelligence? It's all the tricks and tools companies use to understand their data better. It helps them make smart choices based on facts, not just guesses. For example, let's say you use a tool like Power BI in your ice cream shop. It might show you which flavors sell the most on hot days, what time your shop is busiest, and which toppings are most popular with kids. This info helps you make smart decisions like stocking up on popular flavors or hiring extra staff for busy times. Business intelligence is super important because it turns boring numbers into useful information that helps businesses grow and succeed. It's like having X-ray vision for your company. Next, let's talk about data visualization. So, data visualization is the graphical representation of information and data. By using visual elements like charts, graphs, and maps, data visualization tools provide an accessible way to see and understand trends, outliers, and patterns in data. For example, a bar chart showing the most popular pizza toppings in a delivery app. This is crucial for presenting data in an easy to understand format. Moving on, we have analytics. So, analytics involves the systematic computational analysis of data. For example, using analytics to understand which times of day are busiest for a pizza delivery app. This term is important because it helps in making sense of large amounts of data and aids in decision making. Next up is KPI, that is key performance indicator. So a KPI is a measurable value that demonstrates how effectively a company is achieving key business objectives. For example, tracking the number of pizzas sold each month as a KPI to measure business performance. KPIs are essential for measuring performance and progress towards strategic goals. Now let's discuss data warehouse. So a data warehouse is a centralized repository for storing large volumes of structured data from multiple sources. For example, storing customer data from different gym branches in one place for analysis. It is used for reporting and data analysis and is a core component of business intelligence. Data warehouses are important for consolidating data from different sources and making it available for analysis. Next, we have database. So, database is an organized collection of data generally stored and accessed electronically from a computer system. For example, a database storing member records for a gym. Databases are foundational for storing and managing data efficiently and are critical for any business intelligence processes. Moving forward, let's introduce data mining. So, data mining is the process of discovering patterns and knowledge from large amounts of data. For example, a gym analyzing member attendance to identify the most popular class times. Data mining is important for extracting useful information from large data sets. Next, let's talk about dashboard. So, dashboard is a business intelligence tool that allows users to track key metrics and KPIs. For example, a dashboard for a gym showing daily attendance, most used equipment, and membership growth. It provides a visual representation of data and helps in monitoring performance at a glance. Dashboards are crucial for real-time data monitoring and decision making. Next up is reporting. Reporting refers to the process of organizing data into informational summaries to monitor how different areas of a business are performing. For example, a monthly financial report summarizing income and expenses for a gym. Reports are essential for tracking progress, identifying trends, and making informed decisions. Finally, let's discuss SQL, that is Structured Query Language. So SQL is a standard programming language for managing and manipulating databases. For example, writing an SQL query to retrieve all gym members who joined last month. It is used to query, insert, update, and modify data. SQL is fundamental for anyone working with databases and business intelligence tools. Remember, whether you are running a multi-million dollar corporation or a neighborhood lemonade stand, these BI tools and concepts can help you make smarter decisions and grow your business. They turn raw data into valuable insights, helping you understand your customer better, optimize your operations, and stay ahead of the competition. So with that guys, we have come to the end of this session. I hope this video has helped demystify some key business intelligence terms for you. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel for more business and tech insights. If you have questions about BI or want to share your opinion, you can comment down in the comment section below.
At the core of business analyst roles lies a technical proficiency. Data has become a new decision currency, and its ability to extract, interact, and present insights from a large dataset is indispensable. Proficiency in Microsoft Excel remains vital for quick analysis, pivot tables, and data organization, while structured query language is essential for querying databases and retrieving information effectively. For data visualization, business intelligence tools such as Tableau, Power BI, and QuickSense have become industry standards, helping transform complex data into clear, actionable insights. Additionally, the knowledge of programming languages such as Python and R provides a competitive advantage. Python in particular is widely used for automation, statistical analysis, and predictive modeling, while R supports advanced statistical computations. Some analysts also leverage VBA to automate Excel workflows, saving time and improving accuracy. With the advent of advanced BI platforms like Zoho Analytics, Sisense, IBM Cognos, and Google Data Studio, analysts can now access real-time analytics and predictive insights to guide strategic decisions. Equally important is the ability to document and manage requirements effectively. Tools such as JAMA, Request, Rational Requisites Pro, and OrgNose help track requirements systematically, while Microsoft Visio and wireframing tools enable analysts to visualize workflows and system designs with clarity. However, technical proficiency alone does not define success in this role. Soft skills are equally critical, as business analysts acts as an intermediate between stakeholders and technical teams. Strong communication skills form the backbone of business analysis. Analysts must be able to translate complex technical insights into simple business language for executive and explain business needs in precise technical terms to the developers. Clear writing, confident speaking, and effective presentation abilities allow analysts to communicate their ideas precisely. Active listening is another essential skill, as understanding stakeholder requirements deeply often depend on asking the right question, clarifying assumption, and showing empathy. Moreover, analytical and problem-solving abilities help business analysts uncover root causes of issues, evaluate multiple alternatives, and recommend data-backed solutions aligned with the organizational goals. In an ever-changing business landscapes, adaptability is also vital. Analysts must remain flexible, open to new tools, and ready to learn emerging methodologies to stay ahead. Strong change management skills further enable them to guide teams smoothly through process or technological transitions. In addition to interpersonal and analytical strengths, successful business analysts possess a strong understanding of business processes and industry-specific knowledge. Every industry, whether healthcare, finance, retail, or technology, operates with its own unique workflow, regulations, and challenges. By understanding these, analysts can tailor their solutions effectively to meet industry needs. Tools like business process model and notation help visualize and optimize workflow, enabling analysts to identify inefficiency, bottlenecks, and opportunities for automation. Furthermore, sound financial understanding is essential. The ability to conduct budgeting, cost-benefit analysis, and return on investment assessments allow analysts to justify recommendations in alignment with the organization's strategic and financial objectives. Methodologies and frameworks provide structure to how analysts work. In 2025, Agile has become the dominant methodology across industry. Business analysts working in agile environments must understand frameworks such as Scrum and Kanban, which emphasizes iterative development, sprint planning, and collaborations between cross-functional teams. Additionally, familiarities with process improvements, methodologies like Six Sigma and Lean is highly beneficial. Six Sigma's DMAIC framework, which is define, measure, analyze, improve, and control, helps analysts systematically improve business process and eliminate inefficiencies. Lean principle, on the other hand, focuses on reducing waste and maximizing customer value, ensuring that every recommendation contributes to both operational efficiency and client satisfaction. Education and certification form another cornerstone of a successful business analytics career. While most employers prefer candidates with bachelor's degree in business administration, computer science, information technology, finance, or economics, what truly matters is the strong foundation in analytical thinking and business understanding. Professional certifications further validate an analyst's expertise and enhance employability. Entry-level profession often begins with the entry certificate in business analysis, while those with moderate experience pursue the certificate of capability in business analysis. For seasoned professional, the Certified Business Analysis Professional credential demonstrate advanced expertise. Specialized certifications such as Agile Analysis Certificate focus on agile practices, while the certification in Business Data Analytics caters to analysts working with data-driven roles. These credentials not only improve career prospects but also significantly boost earning potential. The demand for skilled business analysts contribute to rise across the globe. According to US Bureau of Labor Statistics, the employment of business analysts is projected to grow by 11% through 2032. Much faster than the average for other occupations. In the United States, the average annual salary of a business analyst is approximately around $1,09,000, while in India, professionals typically earn between 9 to 10 lakhs per year, with experienced analysts and certified professionals earning up to 30 lakhs or more. Compensation tends to increase with specialized expertise in domains such as artificial intelligence, data analytics, and automation, reflecting the growing importance of these skills in shaping business strategies. Looking ahead, the future of business analysts is deeply intertwined with technology advancement. Artificial intelligence and machine learning are revolutionizing how analysts work by enabling automation, predictive analytics, and smarter decision making. With the rise of data-driven organization, understanding data privacy and cybersecurity has also become crucial, especially as global regulations like GDPR and CCPA impose stricter compliance standards. Moreover, business analysts are increasingly leading digital transformations initiatives, helping organizations adopt new technology, manage change effectively, and align innovation with long-term business goals. In conclusion, becoming a successful business analyst in 2025 requires much more than technical knowledge. In demand a balance of analytical reasoning, effective communication, domain expertise, and adaptability. This profession offers immense opportunities for growth, innovation, impact, especially for those evolving with technological trends. Business analyst today is not just a job, it is a strategic role that shapes how organizations think, operate, and transform in a digital-first world. For aspiring professionals, the journey towards becoming an accomplished business analyst begins with curiosity, continuous learning, and a passion for bridging business and technology.
So let's talk about the 3 things you need to know to become a business analyst. To start your BA journey, you need 3 pillars. The first one is clarity, second one is capability, and the third one is commitment. Now, clarity means knowing what this role truly involves. Business analysts don't just gather requirements, they solve problems and help organizations make better decisions. Second up, we've got capability. Now, capability means developing the right mix of technical and interpersonal skills. You need to understand data, communicate with people, and think analytically. Third, we've got commitment. Now, commitment means being ready to learn continuously because business analysis evolves constantly with technology and business trends. The good news, you don't need to start from zero. People from all the backgrounds, marketing, finance, operation, customer service, or even software development can successfully transition into business analysis. All you need is the right plan, and that's what we will explore next. So the first step in the roadmap is self-assessment. Assess whether business analysis is right for you or not. So what you need to do is you need to ask a few questions to yourself. The first question would be something like, do I enjoy solving problems? Am I curious about how businesses operate? Do I like collaborating and communicating with people? Now, these are the essential traits of a business analyst. Many beginners wonder what a business analyst does daily. So in simple terms, a business analyst identifies business needs and help design solutions that deliver value. Let's say, for example, if a hospital wants to reduce patient waiting time, the business analyst would observe the current process. It would collect data, identify bottlenecks, and propose improvements like digital appointment systems or process redesigns. Now, if you're unsure what business analyst tasks look like, explore junior and senior business analyst job descriptions online. Compare responsibilities to see what aligns with your interest and skills. You can also shadow a business analyst at your workplace or read case studies that describe a day in the life of a business analyst. This will help you understand what the job truly feels like. Now, the second step is to build a career transition project. Once you have confirmed this path fits you, the next step is to plan your career transition like a project. Treat your career shift exactly how a business analyst would manage a business project. So you can start by identifying skill gap. Ask, what knowledge or experience am I missing? But lack technical knowledge, your gap might be tools like Excel, Power BI, process modeling. You can move forward steadily. Now, the third step is to catch up on business analysis fundamentals. Now it's time to understand the foundation of the profession, the fundamentals of business analysis. Start by exploring the business analysis body of knowledge, also known as BABOK. Now, this global framework defines what business analysis is and what business analysts deliver. It covers core areas like elicitation. This means gathering information from stakeholders. Then we've got requirement analysis. This means gathering all the requirements needed and then analyzing it. Then we've got solution evaluation. Now, to make it more easier, consider beginner-friendly resources like Business Analysis for Professionals, or you have Simplilearn's Business Analytics full course. We have attached the course link in the description box below. So you can just go and check it out, where you'll get the thorough full free course of Business Analytics. We also have Business Intelligence Career Guide, comprehensive playbook to become a business analyst from Simplilearn. You can also explore webinars and toolkits to learn about business analyst outcomes, deliverables, and techniques. For example, a deliverable could be a business requirements document or a process flow diagram, essentially any output that captures your analysis work. Now, by mastering these basics, you will start thinking like a business analyst, structured, analytical, and solution-oriented. The next step is developing skills and competencies. Now, once you have learned the fundamentals, you need to develop your core BA skills. Think of it as your tools for success. So we have divided them into two categories. The first one is the technical skills. So what you need for technical skills is, the first step is requirement gathering. You need to ask the right questions to uncover business's needs. Process modeling, visualizing how work flows through an organization using diagrams. Data analysis, interpreting data to identify trends, issues, or opportunities. Documentation, writing clear and concise business requirement documents, BRDs. Next, we've got soft skills. So let's talk about what all you need to know in the soft skills. So the first one is communication, explaining complex concepts simply to both technical and non-technical teams. Critical thinking, looking at problems from multiple perspectives. The next skill you need to have is the negotiation skill, balancing different stakeholder needs to reach a feasible solution. Adaptability, handling change gracefully since projects often evolve rapidly. And as we move into 2026, a modern business analyst must also understand AI, automation, and data-driven decision making. Now, these technologies don't replace business analysts, they empower them to make smarter recommendations. Let's move on to our next step, which is expanding your knowledge. Now, learning doesn't stop once you complete a course. To grow as a business analyst, you need to keep expanding your knowledge. You need to read articles, blogs, watch educational videos, attend webinars, and subscribe to business analyst newsletters like Why Change Learning is not just about consuming content, it's about engaging with it. Try explaining a concept you have learned to a friend or a colleague. Teaching others deepens your understanding. You can also find a mentor, someone who has experience as a business analyst. Mentorship can help you bridge theory and real-world practice. If you prefer learning with others, join business analyst mentorship groups or communities, for example, the BA Mindset Mentorship Circle. And if you're already working as a business analyst, think about your career path. Would you like to specialize in data analytics, enterprise architecture, or product management? Now, each path opens new opportunities for growth. So now that you know how to expand your knowledge, let's move on to our next step, which is focusing on business modeling. Here's one of the most powerful yet underrated business analyst skills, business modeling. Now, business modeling means representing complex business situations visually using diagrams and models. Let's suppose, for example, a process flow diagram shows how work moves from start to finish. Then you've got a context diagram. It shows how systems or departments interact with each other. Decision tree helps you to visualize choices and their possible outcomes. Next, you've got a use case diagram which shows how users interact with the system. Now, these visuals help stakeholders understand problems faster than words alone. Remember the 3 C's of modeling: clarity, consistency, and context. Your diagrams should clearly communicate ideas, be consistent with terminology, and always show context, how each piece fits into the bigger picture. Now, by mastering modeling, you can make yourself stand out as a business analyst who not only talks through problems but shows solutions in a very structured way. Now comes the next step, which is about career change. Now, at this stage, you have built skills and knowledge. Now you need to prepare for the career transition itself. Remember, switching careers is not just a professional shift, it's also an emotional and logistical one. Make sure you have a realistic financial plan during your transition period. Support from friends and family. A mindset ready to handle challenges and setbacks. If you feel unsure about where to begin, you can check out Simplilearn's webinars on our YouTube channel. We feature industry-leading coaches from top US companies, professionals with years of hands-on experience, and who can guide you through every step of your transition. They will help you understand how to position your experience, bridge your skill gap, and handle the uncertainty that often comes with a career change. Also explore stories from others who have successfully transitioned. They will remind you that this path is absolutely achievable. So now that we have talked about switching careers, let's move on and talk about how can you own your resume. Now, your resume is not just a document, it's your first business analysis project. Here's how we can make it effective. Focus on achievement rather than duties. For example, improved data accuracy by 15% by analyzing workflow inefficiencies. Highlight transferable skills like communication, process improvement, or stakeholder management. Include a professional portfolio with sample case studies, diagrams, or mock projects. Always be truthful. Never exaggerate experience. Confidence comes from authenticity. If possible, get your resume reviewed by a career coach or mentor. They will help you identify areas of improvement and tailor your profile to attract business analyst recruiters. Next, let's talk about the interview practice. Now comes the final step, interview preparation. Practice makes progress. How do you handle conflicting stakeholder requirements? What business analyst techniques do you most often use? Next, focus on storytelling. Use the STAR method, which is situation, task, action, and result. It will help you structure your answers clearly. If possible, practice with a friend, mentor, or even in front of a mirror. And after every interview, reflect on what went well and what could improve. Remember, every interview is a learning experience that builds your confidence. Sundaraman Chitamani. Now, this is an excellent book if you want to actually master the concepts of storytelling. Now, let's quickly test your understanding with one question. Which of the following tasks is not a core responsibility of a business analyst? Your options are gathering and documenting requirements, communicating with stakeholders, writing code for software development, or creating business process models. Let me know your answers in the comment section below. Becoming a business analyst is not just about learning tools or techniques. It's about developing a mindset that seeks clarity in complexity, listens before suggesting solutions, and always aims to add value. Now, as you practice business analysis, you'll also develop your business analyst mindset, the ability to see challenge as a system to be understood and improved. So take it step by step. Assess your fit, plan your transition, build your knowledge, develop your competencies, expand your network, and practice relentlessly. Business analysis is a growing and rewarding profession, and your analytical mindset can open doors to roles across the industries.
Well, at its core, business intelligence, often referred to as BI, is the process of collecting, analyzing, and transforming raw data into actionable insights for business purposes. It helps organizations make informed decisions, enhance performance, and gain a competitive edge in today's dynamic market. So let's understand the steps involved in the processing of data. The first step in the business intelligence process is data collection. Businesses begin by identifying the relevant data sources for their operations, such as internal databases, customer interactions, website analytics, and social media platforms. Once identified, the necessary data is extracted from each source, which can be in various formats like spreadsheets or databases. Before proceeding, it's important to cleanse the data by removing duplicates, errors, or inconsistencies, ensuring its accuracy and reliability. The second step is data integration. With the collected data in hand, the next step is data integration. Businesses transform the data into a unified format that is compatible and consistent across different data sources. This transformation involves standardizing data formats, organizing fields, and creating a unified data structure. The transformed data from various sources is then merged into a central repository or data warehouse, serving as a single source of truth for further analysis and reporting. The third step is data analysis. Businesses select appropriate analysis techniques based on their objectives, which can include exploratory data analysis, statistical modeling, data visualization, or machine learning algorithms. Using these techniques, businesses uncover patterns, trends, and correlation within the data. These insights provide valuable information about customer behavior, market trends, operational efficiency, product insights, and more. To communicate the findings effectively, businesses create reports and visualizations that present the insights in a clear and understandable format. The fourth step is decision making and action. The final step in the business intelligence journey is turning insights into actions. Armed with the insights from data analysis, businesses make informed decisions. These decisions can range from optimizing operational processes and refining market strategies to improving customer experience and identifying new business opportunities. Businesses continuously monitor the impact of their decisions and actions using feedback loops and iterative processes to refine strategies, adapt to changing market conditions, and improve overall performance. Have you ever wondered how successful people can be after opting a postgraduate program in business analytics? Hear it from our learners who have experienced massive success in their careers.
Hi, I'm Gordana Vujic. I live in Raleigh, North Carolina, and working as a business analyst at Ravature. This is my second job since I completed the postgraduate program in Business Analytics at Simplilearn with Purdue University in December 2021. My experience with Simplilearn was great. The live classes were my favorite because they were very interactive and I could connect with the instructors. I have many small gaps and short employments in my career. I even have a huge 2-year career gap due to some health issues. However, I think the dark times are now behind me. It doesn't matter how challenging the path may be. Keep upskilling and one day you will achieve success in life.
The next question is, why is business intelligence so valuable to businesses? So let's explore its benefits. The first is enhanced decision making. By providing accurate and timely insights, BI enables organizations to make informed decisions based on facts rather than assumptions or intuition. This leads to improved efficiency, reduced risks, and better outcomes. Increased operational efficiency. Business intelligence streamlines operations by identifying bottlenecks, optimizing processes, and highlighting areas of improvement. This leads to enhanced productivity, cost savings, and overall efficiency gains. Competitive advantage. In today's competitive landscape, gaining a competitive edge is crucial. BI equips businesses with actionable insights about market trends, customer preferences, and competitors, enabling them to make strategic moves and stay ahead of the curve. Applications of business intelligence. Retail. BI helps retailers analyze customer buying patterns, optimize inventory levels, and personalize marketing campaigns, ultimately improving sales and customer satisfaction. Healthcare. By leveraging BI, healthcare providers can analyze patient data, optimize resource allocation, and identify patterns to enhance medical treatments and patient outcomes. Finance. BI enables financial institutions to assess risk, detect fraudulent activities, and identify investment opportunities, resulting in improved decision making and financial performance. Let's understand the tools for business intelligence. A number of BI tools are already present in the market, but let's go through the top business intelligence tools. Power BI. Microsoft's Power BI offers robust data visualization capabilities, interactive dashboards, and integration with various data sources. It's user-friendly and allows for collaboration and sharing within the organization. Tableau. Tableau is renowned for its interactive and intuitive data visualization features. It supports advanced analytics, custom calculations, and offers seamless integration with multiple data sources. ClickView. ClickView provides a comprehensive business intelligence platform with powerful data discovery, visualization, and reporting features. It allows users to explore data from various angles and uncover hidden insights. Looker. Looker offers a cloud-based platform for data exploration and visualization. It focuses on providing real-time insights and collaborative analytics, enabling teams to work together seamlessly. So there you have it, folks. Business intelligence is an essential tool that can help businesses succeed in today's marketplace.
Imagine you're a pet lover who wants to start your own pet care business. But as soon as you lay the groundwork for your business, you realize that being a pet lover is not enough. You need assistance in understanding the pet care market to develop a solid business plan. Without a clear understanding of the market demand, competition, and customer preferences, you may struggle to differentiate your services and attract customers. However, with help of data-driven insights such as market research and customer demographics, you can make informed decisions about business strategy, pricing, and marketing efforts for your pet care business. This is where the importance of business knowledge comes into play. Understanding industry trends, consumer behavior, and operational requirements is essential to building a successful pet care business. Now, business analysts are the individuals who combine both data knowledge and business knowledge to drive insights and come to conclusions. Hence, business analysts help businesses make better decisions by studying information and figuring out how to improve processes and outcomes. In this video, we will discuss the CBAP certification, which shows that a business analyst is really good at understanding what a business needs and finding good solutions. We'll talk about everything you need to know about this certification, like what you have to do to get it, why it's helpful for your career, and more.
Craving a career upgrade? Subscribe, like, and comment below. Dive into the link in the description to fast-track your ambitions. Whether you're making a switch or aiming higher, Simplilearn has your back.
But before that, if you're interested in a career as a business analyst, start your career growth journey with a postgraduate program in business analysis from Simplilearn. Learn how to solve tough business problems using popular tools and advanced AI like ChatGPT and Google Bard. Get expert guidance with masterclasses from Purdue University. For more information, check out the course link in the description box and pinned comments. So, no more waiting. Let's get started. So, what is CBAP certification? CBAP actually stands for Certified Business Analysis Professional, provided by IIBA or International Institute of Business Analysis. It is basically a professional certification for people having ample experience in the field of business analysis. And once you are certified as a CBAP, you will be considered as a leading or senior member in the BA community. So, how does CBAP stand out and what are its benefits? You exhibit the expertise, skills, and experience necessary to excel as a proficient business analysis professional. You can distinguish yourself to employers and colleagues by demonstrating your commitment to your career and the field of business analysis. Professionals with CBAP certification tend to command higher payment, enjoying up to a 13% increase in earnings compared to their non-certified counterparts. Now, is CBAP worth all its hype? Through research, we could find that approximately 20% of job descriptions mention CBAP as a requirement for business analyst openings for experienced candidates. We know it's a small number right now, but in the coming years, it is going to increase. And also, these global certifications will be an upper hand for you as the job market is getting more competitive. And people who are certified mention that they are more confident at work because the CBAP exam is based on BABOK, which is the Business Analysis Body of Knowledge, which is the worldwide recognized standard for business analysis. We will discuss about BABOK later in this video. The certification has also helped them in getting promotions and salary hikes. It has helped them in networking with other BA professionals, and it has given them international recognition. Now, let's see the eligibility criteria to acquire the CBAP. According to the guidelines, the candidate appearing for this certification must complete a minimum of 7,500 hours of business analysis work experience in the last 10 years. And within this 7,500 hours, a minimum of 900 hours completed in 4 of the 6 BABOK guide knowledge areas. The candidate must complete a minimum of 35 hours of professional development in the last 4 years. Now, you must be wondering what's professional development. It is nothing but formal education, webinars, workshops, trainings, self-learnings, etc. The candidate must also provide 2 references, must follow the code of conduct, terms and conditions, and of course, pass the exam. So as we said, CBAP is based on BABOK. Now what is BABOK? The word BABOK, which stands for Business Analysis Body of Knowledge, is like the ultimate handbook for mastering business analysis. It's designed to show what skills and knowledge an experienced pro should have in this field, and the CBAP exam is completely based on this guide. Basically, BABOK has 6 knowledge areas which are Business Analysis Planning and Monitoring or BAPM, Elicitation and Collaboration, Management of the Requirements Lifecycle, Strategy Evaluation, Analysis of Requirements and Design, and Evaluation of the Solution. Now, what's the format of the CBAP exam? It is a computer-based exam which can either be taken through online proctor format or at a PSI center. The exam consists of 120 multiple-choice questions which must be completed within 3.5 hours. As already mentioned, the questions will be from the BABOK guide, and you can expect both scenario and case study-based questions. Now, coming to the passing score, there is no specific score published by IIBA. It is competency-based score and depends on the fellow candidate's performance. But try to maintain an 80% score to be on a safer side. Now, having known all this, how do you prepare for the certification? You need to really dive into the BABOK guide. And many institutes offer specialized training for CBAP certification. Plus, TCA is an official education provider endorsed by IIBA, offering a comprehensive CBAP preparation course. Also take numerous practice exams and go through the sample questions available on the IIBA official website. Now let's see how much does a CBAP certification cost. At first, you have to pay an application fee of $145, which is non-refundable and non-transferable. Then comes the exam fee, which depends on your membership. For an IIBA member, the fee is $350. For a non-member, it is $505, and for a corporate member, it is $305. Now, if you don't pass the exam in the first attempt, you can rewrite the exam by paying a fee of $295 for IIBA members and $450 for non-members. You have 3 attempts within 1 year from the start of the application approval date. But if you fail the third attempt, you have to wait 1 year to apply again. Now, the validity period of CBAB certification is 3 years, and you're required to recertify after every 3 years, for which you need 60 CDUs. You will have a grace period of 1 year to recertify. The recertification fee for IIBA members is $85 and for non-members it is $120. So there you have it. We have covered everything you need to know about the CBAB certification. Whether you are aiming to boost your earning potential or enhance your skills, CBAB certification could be the next step for you.
So let's get started with Chapter 1 or Module 1. So our Chapter 1 will be about a quick introduction to Power BI. Welcome to Module 1 of our Power BI full course. In this first session, we are going to build a strong foundation. Before we even touch the tool, we need to understand why Power BI exists, what problem it solves, and why companies in the current and in the future simply cannot operate efficiently without a strong analytics capability. Let me start with a simple but yet powerful observation. Every organization today is drowning in data. We have data coming from websites, CRMs, ERPs, IoT sensors, social media, finance systems, HR tools, literally hundreds of touch points. But the value of data doesn't come from the volume. It comes how quickly and intelligently teams extract insights from it. This is where Power BI becomes essential. Think of Power BI as the modern equivalent of a digital microscope. You point it at a raw, unorganized, messy data, and suddenly patterns start to appear. Trends become visible, anomalies stand out, and performance issues are revealed. Just like successful learners who improve rapidly by analyzing their mistakes and strengths, companies go faster when they analyze their data systematically. Power BI is not just a charting tool, it is a decision engine. And by the end of this course, you will understand how it allows individuals and businesses to transform raw data into insights that drive strategy, innovation, and growth. Now, let's go with the section 2 of chapter 1. What is Power BI? So let's go deeper. What exactly is Power BI? At its core, Power BI is Microsoft's business analytics platform, but that simple definition doesn't fully capture its capabilities. Power BI performs 4 major functions. First one, data connection. It can connect hundreds of data sources like Excel, SQL Server, APIs, cloud storage, Azure, CRM systems, Google Analytics, SharePoint, and much more. Next, we have data transformation. It includes a powerful engine called Power Query that can clean, merge, shape, and prepare data through a user-friendly interface. Next is data modeling. Power BI allows you to define relationships, create DAX or data analytics expression measures, build hierarchies, and design semantic models. Data visualization and insight sharing is our next point. Finally, it enables you to present the insights using interactive visuals, dashboards, and reports. Now, here's why it matters. In traditional workflows, people often work in silos. Marketing teams prepare Excel files, finance teams use SAP or Tally exports, operations teams work on CSVs or various tools. Everyone creates dashboards independently. This leads to confusion, conflicting numbers, and zero alignment. Power BI solves this fragmentation. It creates a single version of truth. Everyone, from interns to CEOs, sees the same numbers updated in real time using the same datasets. This eliminates the guesswork, the back and forth emails, and typical "who updated this file" chaos. Let me give you an analogy. Think of Power BI as a GPS for business decisions. Think of Power BI as the GPS for business decisions. You provide the destination, revenue growth, and cost reduction, customer retention, and Power BI gives you the perfect route. It adapts to real-time changes, helping you make informed decisions faster. This is why companies worldwide, from startups to Fortune 500 organizations, rely on Power BI for entire decision-making ecosystem. Now, let's dive into the section 3 of module 1. Why Power BI matters in 2025, 2026, and beyond. Now, Let's take a forward-looking perspective. Why is Power BI even more important in 2026 than it was in a few years ago? Three major trends explain this. Trend number one, rise of AI-driven analytics. Power BI today integrates directly with AI tools such as Microsoft Copilot, Azure Machine Learning, and AutoML. This means users don't have to manually write formulas or DAX expressions for advanced analysis. Power BI can do a lot of things. Let's discuss a few as mentioned below. First one is suggest visuals. Copilot analyzes your dataset structure and relationships, then recommends the most effective visual formats, bar graphs, line graphs, KPI cards, based on analytical best practices. This reduces guesswork and accelerates report generation. Next is summarize pages. It automatically reads all visuals on a report page and generates a narrative summary highlighting key patterns, anomalies, and correlations. This helps stakeholders grab insights without manually interpreting each chart. Then we have creating entire dashboards. By understanding your dataset and business context, Copilot can fully generate multi-page, fully formatted dashboards. It handles layouts, visuals, interactions, and defaults, making it ideal for rapid prototyping and stakeholder previews. Up next, we have explain trends. Copilot interprets real-time series data to identify rising or falling trends, seasonal patterns, and sudden spikes. It explains the why behind the changes using natural language insights grounded in statistical signals. Next ahead, we have generate DAX calculations. Instead of writing complex formulas manually, you can describe the logic in simple English, and Copilot converts it to optimized DAX expressions or measures. This is especially useful for advanced calculations like running totals, cohort analysis, and dynamic time intelligence. This shift automatically increases productivity. Non-technical users can now perform tasks that were previously the domain of data scientists. Now let's go into the trend 2. The trend 2 is all about shift to unified data architecture, which is Microsoft Fabric. So, Microsoft Fabric is becoming the core of modern analytics architecture. Power BI now integrates seamlessly with Fabric components like Lakehouse, and Power BI can directly connect to Lakehouse tables stored in one lake, enabling unified access to structured and unstructured data without complex ETL. This improves performance, governance, and cross-team collaboration. Next is data engineering. Data engineers can prepare, clean, and transform large datasets using Fabric notebooks and pipelines, and Power BI consumes these curated datasets instantly, ensuring analysts always work with high-quality, production-ready data. Followed by that, we have Data Factory with Fabric. Data Factory scheduled pipelines move data from multiple sources into centralized storage. Power BI then reads these refreshed datasets automatically, enabling consistent automated reporting without manual intervention. Now the next one is real-time analytics. Power BI dashboards can stream live data from Fabric Real-Time Analytics, or also known as Custom Engine, supporting instant insights for IoT, transactions, monitoring systems, or operational dashboards where every second counts. After that, we have machine learning. Fabric's machine learning models can score data and write predictions back into tables, which Power BI reads in real time. This enables AI-driven dashboards such as churn prediction, demand forecasting, and anomaly detection without leaving the Fabric ecosystem. This means Power BI is no longer just a visualization tool. It's a part of an end-to-end data pipeline. Now comes the trend number 3, real-time decision making. Companies want insights as they happen, not after a month and a report. Power BI supports real-time streaming data. Power BI can ingest live event streams like IoT signal, transactions, or sensor logs and update visuals within seconds. This enables operational teams to monitor activity as it happens and respond almost instantly. Next, we have direct lake connectivity. Power BI reads data directly from Fabric's One Lake in its native format, and it can bypass imports and refresh cycles. It delivers near direct query freshness with import level performance for large scale analytics. Next is auto refresh dashboards. Power BI supports scheduled and automatic refreshes, ensuring dashboards always display the latest available data. This eliminates manual updates and maintains data consistency across teams and stakeholders. For example, a logistics company can monitor vehicle movement on live. A retail chain can adjust pricing based on real time sales. A marketing team can track live performance of campaigns. Final thoughts? Power BI's importance in 2026 is not due to its charts, it's due to its speed and intelligence of insights. A business that operates with fast, consistent data insights outperforms competitors significantly. This is similar to how high performance learners constantly analyze feedback and optimize their approach. Businesses that behave similarly using Power BI achieve superior outcomes. Now comes the section 4 of Module 1, Real World Business Applications. Understanding theory is great, but what matters is real world application. Let's look into how Power BI is used across industries, and I'll break it down by functional domains. The first one, marketing and sales analytics. Marketing teams rely heavily on Power BI for the following reasons. First one, lead generation funnel analysis, campaign return on investments, customer segmentation, revenue attribution, website and social media performance. Imagine you're running a YouTube ads campaign. Instead of manually downloading performance data, Power BI connects directly to YouTube Analytics or Google Analytics and creates a real-time dashboard showing the following visuals. So you will have a direct access to views, watch time, CTR, conversions, revenue. This allows marketing teams to optimize budgets immediately instead of losing money due to delays. The second one, finance. Finance departments use Power BI for P&L statements, expense forecasting, cash flow modeling, financial consolidation, aging analysis. The benefit is consistency. Instead of multiple Excel sheets floating around the organization, Power BI integrates everything into a single version of truth. Think of it like having an automated auditor that keeps all your numbers synchronized. Third one is HR analytics. HR uses Power BI for workforce planning, attrition dashboards, skill mapping, recruitment pipelines, diversity metrics. This helps HR leaders identify trends like which teams experience higher attrition or which skill gap can affect future growth. Now, the fourth one, operations and supply chain. For operations, Power BI acts as an operational command center. Companies track inventory analysis, manufacturing defects, supplier performance, order fulfillment times. This offers visibility from end to end, reducing bottlenecks and improving process efficiency. Now, the fifth one, retail and e-commerce. In retail, Power BI is used to analyze daily sales, regional performance, product profitability, customer loyalty patterns, promotions impact, and Power BI helps these companies strategize inventory pricing and promotions. Conclusion: for this section, real world value is what defines Power BI's credibility. Just like a learner becomes credible by consistently applying knowledge, Power BI becomes a credibility engine for organizations by delivering accurate, reliable, and timely insights. Now, the section 5 of Module 1, installing and setting up Power BI Desktop. Now let's walk through how to install and set up Power BI Desktop. Even though the process is simply straightforward, I want to explain each step, and it matters because understanding the environment makes learning advanced concepts easier later. Step 1, which is about downloading Power BI Desktop. Navigate to powerbi.microsoft.com, like the link I've shown on the web page. Go to the download section and you can download it. The second option, however, is the Microsoft Store itself. You can go to the Microsoft Store, go to the search bar, type Power BI, and then you'll get the app. You can download it from there and install in your local system. Both the steps are valid. The Microsoft Store version updates automatically, which is convenient for beginners. But if you are the person who is looking forward to continuing with the same version for a longer duration, then the first step would be better. Now, going into this step, second, installation. Choose the 64-bit version unless your system specifically requires otherwise. Once installed, launch Power BI Desktop and wait for the interface to load. Now comes the step number 3, understanding the interface. Power BI Desktop is divided into 3 major views. First view, report view. This is where you design dashboards. Second one is the data view. This is where you inspect raw data tables. And the last one is the model view, where you build relationships, define a data model. Each view plays a critical role. In the later modules, you will notice how frequently you shift between these views as you build complex solutions. Now comes the step 4, connecting to the data sources. Power BI supports over 160 plus data connectors, including Excel, CSV, SQL Server, SharePoint APIs, web data, cloud storage, Dataverse, even IoT data can be streamed directly into Power BI. During the installation training, we typically load from a simple Excel file like financial sample or employee data or sales data to understand how columns and data types can be detected by Power BI. Now we go into step 5. The step 5 will be about configuring settings. Key configurations include regional settings, which is important for date formats, auto recovery settings, which is important for preview features like on object interaction. Next step is about enabling Copilot if available for your tenant. These small details significantly influence your user experience. Now, the conclusion. By the end of installation and setup, learners should be comfortable navigating Power BI Desktop. This foundation is essential because starting from the next module, we will dive deep into importing, Power Query, transformations, and data modeling. Now that was the end of module 1. Now we will dive into module 2, which is about understanding the Power BI workflow. Welcome to module 2 of our Power BI Fill course. In module 1, we got a complete understanding of Power BI as a tool, why it matters in 2026, and how organizations across industries depend on it. Today, now, we're going to dive deeper. This module is all about understanding the Power BI workflow, the exact step-by-step process that transforms raw, unstructured business data into meaningful dashboard that executives rely on decision making. Think of this workflow as the operating system behind the Power BI. Just as successful learners follow a structured learning path to reach mastery, successful analysts follow a structured BI workflow to create credible, reliable business insights. Now the section 1 of module 2, understanding the Power BI workflow. Now the part 1, what is Power BI workflow? Let's start by the core idea. A Power BI workflow is the complete life cycle of your data inside the Power BI ecosystem from the moment you import the data. Here's a sharper, insight-driven version of your end-to-end analytics workflow structure, like a value chain rather than a simple sequence. This keeps it analytical, avoids marketing fluff, and clearly highlights how each stage contributes to business decisions, from raw data to decisions. The complete analytics lifecycle data import, you start by pulling information from multiple sources like CRM exports, SQL databases, API, or cloud storage, ensuring the dataset represents the business data reality accurately. Next is the data cleaning. Next comes the eliminating noise step. Fixing missing values, correcting inconsistencies, normalizing formats, and validating data quality. Clean data increases reliability and reduces downstream errors. Data modeling is the next step. You then define the relationships, apply business logic, and structure the dataset into meaningful views or star schemas. This step shapes how metrics like revenue, retention, or conversion rate will behave. Visualization and insight generation is the next one. With a structured model, you build dashboards, KPIs, and trend analysis that highlight patterns, anomalies, and performance drivers. This is how you transform raw metrics into intelligence. Next, we have report deployment. Reports are then published into platforms like Power BI Service, Tableau Server, or cloud dashboards, ensuring role-based access, refresh schedules, and governance. Followed by that, we have decision enablement. Ultimately, these insights support strategic actions, optimizing campaigns, improving customer journeys, allocating budgets, and forecasting outcomes with data-driven clarity. Everything fits into workflow. This workflow is important because it ensures consistency, just like manufacturing industries follow a standard operation process. Data analytics team follow the Power BI workflow to maintain accuracy and speed across the reports. Now, the part 2. Why understanding the workflow is critical. Most beginners jump into visuals immediately. They drag a field, create a chart, and think that Power BI is just about visuals. But in real business scenarios, visuals represent only 20% of the work. The remaining 80% comes from data preparation. This is where Raw inputs become analysis ready. It includes profiling data, handling missing values, correcting inconsistencies, standardizing formats, and shaping the data into usable structures. Good preparation reduces noise and ensures that upstream modeling remains stable. Modeling. The key goal here is to translate business logic into logical data structure. Fact and dimension tables are organized using schemas, hierarchies, calculated tables, and metric definitions mirror how the business measures revenue, performance, or customer behavior. A strong model determines the accuracy of every insight downstream. Followed by that, we have DAX. DAX is the analytical engine behind meaningful metrics. It enables time intelligence, filter, context manipulation, rolling calculations, and KPIs that behave dynamically. When models reflect structure, DAX inject intelligence, turning static data into performance-driven measures. Engineering proper relations is the next step. Correct relationship ensures context flows accurately across the tables. Cardinality, direction, and granularity must align with the business process. Proper relationship engineering prevents ambiguity, avoids circular dependencies, and ensures metrics aggregate exactly as intended. Understanding the workflow helps you avoid broken dashboards. A clear workflow ensures every step, data ingestion, transformation, modeling, and visualization follows a predictable structure. This minimizes mismatched fields, broken visuals, and errors that surface when datasets change. Next is all about understanding how filter contexts go through your model prevents inflated or deflated numbers. Proper modeling plus DAX discipline ensures totals, subtotals, and KPIs reflect real business logic instead of accidental aggregations. Next, we have an important step which is about fixing performance issues. A structured workflow highlights where bottlenecks originate, heavy queries, poor relationships, unnecessary calculated columns, or non-optimized DAX. It helps you diagnose and fix slow dashboards where they impact the users. Build scalable reports is our next step. When the workflow is consistent, your reports scale gracefully with new data sources, additional KPIs, or even larger datasets. A clean pipeline reduces redesign effort when businesses need to grow. Reduce refresh failures is our next step. Clear preparation and proper modeling reduce schema, mismatches, query timeouts, and dependency problems. Your data pipelines remain stable even as refresh volumes increase. Next, after that, we have create data that business teams can trust. A disciplined workflow results in consistent, predictable metrics. Team sees the same numbers everywhere, which strengthens confidence, supports decision making, and ensures your dashboard becomes the single source of truth. Basically, it helps you protect data credibility, which is the foundation of analytics. Now we enter the part 3 of module number 2, the 5 pillars of Power BI workflow. The first one, data collection. This is the starting point. Power BI connects to more than 120 plus data sources, including Excel, SQL, SharePoint, Web APIs, SAP, Oracle, Snowflake, and so on. Data usually comes in different formats. Flat files like .csv, operational databases, analytical warehouses, cloud platforms, streaming data sources, and a lot more. In real-world companies, data is scattered. One team keeps Excel files, another has SQL databases, marketing uses a CRM, sales uses a different system. Power BI becomes a centralized platform where all these data sources converge. Now, the second one, data transformation, Power Query. This stage is one of the most important one. Think of Power Query as the data cleaning refinery. Just like crude oil cannot be used directly, it needs to be refined. Raw business data needs cleaning before it is usable. Power Query handles many important stages like removing duplicates, fixing headers, splitting and merging columns, converting formats, handling null values, replacing errors, joining tables, cleaning inconsistency, category naming, creating calculated columns, and a lot more. This stage ensures the data is trustworthy, and without trust, no dashboard is valuable. Now comes the third pillar, data modeling. This stage is where Power BI becomes the most powerful. More than Excel, data modeling is the process of structuring your data for analysis. This is the blueprint that decides how Power BI calculates numbers. Key elements include fact tables. These hold numerical, event-based data such as sales, transactions, or clicks. They represent what happened in the business and typically contain high volumes of proofs. Facts drive aggregation and they are the backbone of KPI calculations. Dimension tables are the next ones. Dimension tables describe the business context like customers, products, dates, regions, or employees. They enrich fact tables with attributes that help slice, filter, and segment the insights. Dimensions make reports interactive and meaningful. Star schema. A star schema places a central fact table at its core connected to multiple dimension tables. This structure improves performance, simplifies DAGs, and ensures clean filter propagation. It is the recommended modeling standard in Power BI. Relationships. Relationships define how tables connect and how filters move between them. They determine the analytical behavior of visuals and calculations. Strong, properly configured relationships eliminate ambiguity and guarantee accurate results. Cardinality. Cardinality is described as the type of relationship. There are many types of relationships: one-to-one, one-to-many, many-to-many, and many-to-one are the basic examples. The correct cardinality ensures that data aggregates properly and prevents unexpected duplication or mismatches when calculating KPIs. Cardinality. Cardinality describes the type of relation. So the types of relation can be of different ones: one-to-many, many-to-one, one-to-one, and many-to-many. The correct cardinality ensures the data aggregates properly and prevents unexpected duplication and mismatches when calculating KPIs. Now let's go through cross-filter directions. Cross-filter directions determine how filters flow single direction, which is the most common one, or the bidirectional one. Single direction keeps the model stable, while bidirectional is used carefully for specific scenarios like many-to-many relationships. Now let's go through DAX measures. Measures convert raw data into meaningful business metrics such as revenue, retention, or year-on-year growth. DAX leverages filter content, time intelligence, and aggregates to produce accurate dynamic calculations across reports. A strong model ensures reports run faster, numbers aggregate correctly, filters work properly. You can slice and drill down insights. Companies heavily invest in modeling because it reduces conflicts such as wrong totals, duplicate counts, slow performance, and confusing visuals. Now, let's deal with visualization and storytelling. Most people think dashboards are equal to visuals, but visuals without a narrative are incomplete. Visualizations include the following: building charts, choosing the right visual type, using slicers, adding filters, highlighting KPIs, and structuring pages. Good dashboards answer business questions such as what happened. This focuses on descriptive analytics. Dashboards summarize historical performance, sales, traffic, conversions, production output, or customer activity. The goal is to provide a clear, immediate snapshot of business performance without any ambiguity. Now, the next one is, why did it happen? This moves into diagnostic analytics. Power BI allows teams to drill down, segment data, compare cohorts, and analyze patterns that explain the drivers behind the results. It helps identify root causes, pricing changes, seasonal shifts, operational issues, or marketing impacts. Now, followed by this, we have what will happen next. This represents predictive analytics with features like forecasting, machine learning models, to fabric and trend analysis. Power BI helps anticipate future behavior, expected sales, customer churn, demand spikes, or risk exposure. What action should we take is the next question. This question supports the prescriptive analytics. Dashboards guide decision-making by highlighting opportunities, risks, and required adjustments. Whether it is reallocating budgets, optimizing workflows, targeting profitable segments, or improving supply chain operations, insights translate directly into actions. Your goal as an analyst is to convert the data to insight and insight to action. Now comes the fifth point: publishing and sharing governance. Once the report is ready, it must be delivered to the right audience. So the right audience could be managers, sales leaders, finance heads, marketing teams, or operation teams. Power BI service enables cloud-based sharing, row-level security, data refresh scheduling, collaboration with teams, integrations with teams, Excel, SharePoint, etc. This final stage ensures business users get reliable, updated dashboards without manual effort. Now let's go to the section 2, which is about overview of Power BI desktop, service, and mobile. So the part 1 in this is about Power BI desktop. So Power BI desktop is where 90% of the analytical work happens. This is your development environment, the workshop for building analytics. Now let's go with the key functions. The key functions are data import. This is the entry point of the Power BI workflow. You pull data from files, databases, cloud systems, APIs, or enterprise warehouses. The objective is to bring raw data into the environment efficiently while preserving the structure, precision, and metadata. Next is data transformation. Using Power Query, the raw inputs are cleaned, structured, and standardized. This stage fixes errors, handles missing values, merges tables, applies business rules, and reshapes datasets. Clean transformations reduce downstream complexity and ensure consistent analytics. Now, let's go with model design. Here, data is structured into logical schema, typically fact and dimension tables. Proper relationships, cardinality, IRR, and data granularity are engineered to support accurate slicing, filtering, and aggregation. A strong model is the backbone of reliable dashboards. Now, let's go with DAX calculations. DAX converts the model into intelligence. Measures define KPIs like revenue growth, conversion rates, year-on-year performance, and operational efficiency. Good DAX respects filter context, enables time intelligence, and enforces business logics across visuals. Report creation visuals are built to communicate insights clearly. Charts, maps, tables, KPIs, slicers, and storytelling elements. Reports aim to answer business questions, highlight performance trends, reveal drivers, and support decision-making through clean, intuitive design. It has a very structured interface. Now, let's go with that. The first one is the report view. This is the canvas where the insights come to life. You build visuals, arrange layouts, apply themes, and craft the storytelling layer of your dashboard. It's designed for rapid experimentation, letting you iterate on charts, KPIs, and interactions that answer business questions. Now, the second one, the data view. This view lets you inspect the transform table outputs row by row. It's used to validate common values, check data types, and verify the results of Power Query transformations. Analysts rely on it to ensure data quality before modeling and DAX creation. The last one is the model view. Here, you design the logical structure of your dataset. Tables, relationships, cardinality, filter directions are managed visually. The model view ensures your schema reflects real business processes and that metrics aggregate predictably across dimensions. The model view ensures your schema reflects real business processes and that metrics aggregate predictably across all the dimensions. Now let's discuss about the visualization pane. This pane provides full library of charts, maps, KPIs, matrices, and custom visuals. Each visual has configurable properties, formatting, interactions, data roles, conditional formatting that help turn raw data numbers into strong analytical narratives. Now, let's go into the filters pane. This pane controls all filters applied at visual, page, or report level. Proper filter usage ensures users see the right slice of data and that calculations reflect accurate context. It also helps fine-tune interactivity, comparisons, and scenario exploration. Now, let's go with the data fields pane. This lists all tables, columns, and measures in your model. It's the core workspace for dragging fields into visuals, building new measures, controlling hierarchies, and managing calculated fields. A well-organized fields pane accelerates reporting efficiency. Analysts spend most of their time here because this is where insights are engineered. Power BI Desktop is free. This makes it accessible to students, beginners, and companies of all sizes. Now comes the part 2, Power BI Service. Power BI Service is the cloud platform. Once reports are ready, they are published here. Its key features include creating dashboards, managing workspaces, scheduling data refresh, viewing reports online, organizing analytical assets using the Power BI app, embedding reports into websites, row-level security, and collaboration in Workspace. In 2026, Power BI Service is deeply integrated with Microsoft Fabric and Microsoft Copilot. Microsoft Fabric brings data engineering, data science, real-time analytics, warehouse workloads, and lakehouse architecture, all inside the same environment. This makes Power BI a front end for entire modern data stack. Now let's go through the part 3, Power BI Mobile. The third component is the Power BI Mobile. This is crucial for decision makers who are always on the go. Executives want quick snapshots, alerts, sales performance, market trends, and operational bottlenecks on the go. Power BI Mobile allows them to monitor business performance in real time. Many companies rely on mobile dashboards during morning sales stand-ups, weekly reviews, executive board meetings, and many more. Together, the desktop, service, and mobile form a complete ecosystem. Now, let's dive into the section 3. Typical workflow explained with some examples. So let's consider an example. Retail chain with 50 stores. Let's look at a practical example. You're a business analyst for a retail company that has 50 stores across the country. Now the management wants a dashboard showing daily sales, category-wise performance, store revenue, and top-selling products. Now let's walk step by step through how you build it. Step 1. Connect to data. You connect to Excel for daily sales, SQL Server for inventory, CSV export from POS. Power BI combines all these 3 data sources seamlessly. Step 2. Clean the data. In Power Query, you fix the category mismatches, remove duplicates, correct date formats, merge store metadata, handle missing values. You ensure that the data satisfies real-world business logic. Now comes the step 3. Build the data model. You create a star schema, fact sales, dimension product, dimension store, dimension date. You establish relationships. Then you write DAX measures like total sales, profit margin, average basket, size, year-on-year growth. Now, the model can answer the business questions almost instantly. Now comes the step 4. Build the report. Your dashboard includes a line chart for monthly sales, a bar chart showing category contribution, a geographical map showing store performance, KPIs highlighting revenue tables, listing top products, filter for store, category, and date. Users can now drill down from total sales to city to store to product. Now, let's dive into the step number 5. Publish the report. Power BI service is your option. You can publish the report, then you set frequency, define permissions, create dashboards, distribute to leadership teams. Now, the entire organization uses your dashboard. Now, with that, let's dive into the section 4. Key components of Power BI interface. The first one, ribbon. This includes home, insert, modeling, view, and help tabs. Each controls a different part of the workflow. The second one is the views pane. This includes report view, data view, and model view. Each view offers different angle of analysis. The third one is the fields pane. This shows tables and fields. A well-structured field pane improves efficiency. The fourth one is the visualization pane. This is where you select charts, customize visuals, change colors, enable analytics lines, and format your visuals. Now the fifth one is the filters pane. Filters allow control over what data appears on the report page or a visual. Then comes the sixth one, which is canvas area. This is where visuals come together and form a meaningful story. And with that, we have finished the module 2, and now we make a transition to the module 3, which is based on connecting to data sources. Next comes the filters pane. This pane controls all filters applied at visual, page, or report level. Proper filter usage ensures users see the right slice of data and that calculations reflect accurate context. It also helps fine-tune interactivity, comparisons, and scenario exploration. The data fields pane is the next one. This pane lists all the tables, columns, and measures in your model. It's the core workspace for dragging fields into visuals, building new measures, controlling hierarchies, and managing calculated fields. A well-organized fields pane accelerates report efficiency, and analysts spend most of their time here because this is where insights are engineered. Power BI Desktop is free. This makes it accessible to students, beginners, and companies of all sizes. Now comes the part 2. Power BI Service. Power BI Service is the cloud platform. Once reports are ready, they are pulled and published here. Its key features include creating dashboards, managing workspaces, scheduling data refresh, viewing reports online, organizing analytical assets using the Power BI app, embedded reports into websites, row-level security, collaboration in workspace. In 2026, databases, cloud services, real-time streaming systems, APIs, big data engines, enterprise solutions, Microsoft Fabric and Azure resources, and a lot more. Data connectivity is the backbone of every Power BI solution. And in this module, you'll understand not only how to import data, but also why certain methods are chosen in real-world business environments. Now, the section number 2 is about importing data from Excel. Let's begin with the most common and beginner-friendly data source, which is Excel. Excel is still one of the most used analytics tool in the world, making the perfect start point. How to import Excel data? You can open the Power BI dashboard, go to Home, Get Data. So browse and select your file. Power BI displays the Navigator window showing available sheets and tables. Don't worry, this is just a quick theoretical approach. Once this is done, we will be directly diving into the demonstration mode where we'll practically explore all these. Now, once you see the available sheets and tables, select the required items and click Load or Transform Data based on your request. Repeat. And click on Load or Transform based on your requirement. Then comes the important concepts. If your Excel file uses names, tables, Power BI treats them as clean structured objects. If your Excel file uses plain ranges or messy layouts, Power BI still imports them, but you will need Power Query to clean them later. Now, business relevance. Excel is widely used for monthly sales reports, budget, financial transactions, campaign tracking, ad hoc department level reports. This means data analysts frequently integrate Excel with larger systems like SQL Server, CRM data, and a lot more. Now let's also discuss some common issues and best practices. Ensure the first row contains column names. Avoid merged cells. Power Query struggles with them. Keep date formats consistent. Try to use tables instead of raw ranges. Now let's go through an analogy. Think of Excel data as manually entered or department. Now let's go through an analogy. Think of Excel data as manually entered or department level data, like a student's personal note. They help with context, but they often require polishing before being shared. Now let's go through the section 3, which is about importing CSV data. CSV files are often another common data source, especially for exports from applications, websites, or tools. Now, how to import CSV? The same. Go to Home, Get Data, then you choose Text or CSV option. Select your CSV file. Power BI automatically detects column delimiters and data types. It also shows you a preview. Click on Load or Transform Data based on your requirement. Why CSV is important? CSV is a universal format used across marketing platforms like Facebook ads, Google ads, e-commerce reports, CRM systems, ERP exports, social media analytics, automation tools, payment gateway logs. CSV files are lightweight, system-friendly, and easy to automate. Now, let's go through some key differences between Excel and CSV. CSV does not support formulas, no formatting, no multiple sheets, faster for automation and ETL pipelines. So basically, every CSV cannot be Excel, but Excel can be turned into a CSV. Now, let's go through some best practices. Treat CSV files as raw system output. They usually require data cleaning, but ensure more consistency because they don't contain any formatting errors. Now let's dive into section 4, which is about connecting to web sources. So next we explore one of the most powerful features, which is web data sources. Power BI can connect directly to websites or APIs and fetch structured data. Go to the Get Data option, enter the URL by choosing the web option. Power BI loads the HTML or JSON content. Select the required table or hierarchy, transform it and load it. For example, extracting stock market data or pulling cryptocurrency prices or getting live COVID-19 data, weather statistics, reading product listings, import government datasets, and a lot more. You can also go with API-based data like YouTube Analytics or Google Maps data and a lot more. Now let's also discuss a small use case. Imagine a company that wants daily currency conversion rates. Instead of manual downloads, Power BI can fetch real-time rates through a web API and keep dashboards always current. Now, a small keynote: when using APIs, authentication may be required. API keys, tokens, OAuth, etc. Now, let's also go through an analogy. Web data is like tapping into a live knowledge source. Similar to how learners use online platforms to stay updated instead of static files. You get dynamic, evolving information. Now let's go through the section 5, which is about connecting to databases. This section covers the enterprise grade side of Power BI, which is about connecting to databases. In professional environments, the most critical data lives in SQL servers, Azure, SQL, MySQL, Postgres Server, Oracle, Snowflake, Databricks, Azure Synapse, data warehouses, or lakehouses. Basically, anything which is a database online or on a data server. Power BI connects seamlessly to all of them. SQL Server connectivity steps are as follows. Same, you need to go to Home, select the Get Data option, and select SQL Server or any of the database where your data is existing. Enter the server name, database name, which is completely optional. Choose the Import Query option, Dual Mode, provide credentials, select the tables that you need on your Power BI window, and then, based on your requirement, either transform the data or load. SQL Server is extremely common for storing sales transactions, customer data payment, information, inventory, employees, employee data, ERP data, CRM data, and a lot more. Why it matters is the next question. Database connections allow you to integrate large, structured, professionally maintained datasets. This gives your report enterprise credibility, similar to how a researcher gains credibility by referencing authoritative resources. Now, Azure Cloud Database Connections, Azure SQL Database, fully cloud-hosted SQL database used by modern businesses for scalability and low maintenance. Azure Synapse Analytics. So Azure Synapse Analytics is an enterprise warehouse for big data and analytics. Azure Databricks for AI and ML and large-scale data processing. Azure Data Lake for massive unstructured and semi-structured data storage, business-relevant insight, cloud database support, real-time dashboards, large data volumes, global reporting, multi-department analytics, and a lot more. Companies adopting cloud architectures rely heavily on Power BI to interpret their cloud data ecosystem. Now we enter the section 6. Data load versus data import versus data query. This is one of the most important concepts in Power BI. How to load your data determines the performance of your report, the freshness of your insights, size of your dataset, the speed of processing. So now let's break down the 3 modes the Power BI offers. The first one, import mode, and how it works. Data is copied from the source into Power BI's internal storage, and it is through Vertipack engine. Fast performance, best for dashboards that don't require second-by-second updates. Now, where is this ideal? It is ideal for small to medium datasets, analytics dashboards, visualizations, monthly or weekly reporting, and it deals with Excel plus CSV plus SQL tables. Now, let's also discuss the benefits. It is extremely fast in queries, full Power BI functionality, compression can be done up to 10 to 20 times, and there are also some limitations. Let's go through them. Data size is limited, not suitable for real-time systems, and let's also discuss some of the real-time examples. So one of them is monthly sales report where data refreshes every morning. Now the second type is direct query mode. Now let's discuss how it works. Data stays in a database. Power BI queries the source in real time. No data is stored in the Power BI itself. It is in the database. Now where it is ideal? It is ideal for real-time dashboards, very large databases, enterprise level systems like SAP, Oracle, or Synapse. Now let's also discuss the benefits. Always fresh data, no dataset size limitations, and apart from these, we have some disadvantages. Let's go through them. It is slower in performance, many DAX features are unavailable, load depends entirely on the database, and visuals refresh very slower. Let's also discuss one of the real-world examples. A logistic company monitoring real-time vehicle movement is a perfect example for this one. Now comes the third one, which is about the live connection. It is mainly used with analysis services, Azure Analysis Services, Power BI dashboards, Microsoft Fabric semantic models, and a lot more. It behaves similar to direct query but optimized for enterprise models. Now, what's the key decision rule here? Choose import mode unless you need real-time insights, your dataset is too large to import, your company mandates live connection for governance. This decision is strategic choice similar to selecting the right learning strategy. This decision is strategic choice similar to selecting the right learning strategy, which is like memorizing versus understanding versus applying. Each has strengths and constraints, and choosing the right method enhances efficiency. And with that, we have come to the end of Module 3 and we transition into the Module 4. So the Module 4, which is all about data transformation with Power Query Editor. So welcome to Module 4 of our Power BI course. In this module, we will explore Power BI's Power Query Editor and one of the most essential tools in Power BI for preparing and transforming data. Think of Power Query as the foundation of your analytics workflow. Without a strong foundation, even the best dashboards can give misleading insights. Cleaning and transforming data ensures that reports are accurate, reliable, and actionable. In this real world, most datasets are messy. They contain nulls, errors, duplicate rows, inconsistent formats, or unnecessary columns. Power Query gives you the tools to handle all of these in one go. Power Query helps you with repeatable automated way where you can once define these steps and Power Query will take care of them in the flow. Now, the section 1, Introduction to Power Query Interface. When you open Power Query, you will see a structured workspace designed to make transformation easy and intuitive. At the top, we have the ribbon. It contains tabs like Home, Transform, Add Column, and View. Each tab provides key commands for shaping your data, and on the left you see the Queries pane, which lists all the tables and queries in your project. You can select Rename or Reference queries from here. The center of the screen shows the Data Preview grid, where you can see your data table and apply transformations. On the right side is the Applied Steps pane, where every change you make to your data is recorded as a step, and this step-by-step process is extremely powerful. It allows you to track, edit, or remove any transformation without starting over. Finally, at the top, there's a formula bar where the displays. Finally, at the top, there is a formula bar which displays the underlying M code for each transformation. Even if you never write the M code manually, understanding that it exists helps you appreciate how Power Query automates and records your steps. Now comes the section 2, Cleaning the data, removing nulls and handling errors. Data cleaning is often the most time-consuming part of any analytics project, but it is also most critical. Let's start by null values. Null values appear when the information is missing in a dataset. For example, a customer record might not have an email address, or a sales transaction may be a missing discount, or a lot more. In Power Query, you can choose to remove these null values. Replacing nulls is usually better than removing them completely, especially when the missing value has a business meaning. For example, a null discount might simply mean the product was sold for a full price. You can replace nulls with zero, average values, or even label them as unknown depending on the context. Next, we have handling errors. Errors occur when data is incorrectly formatted, calculations fail, or conversions don't work as expected. Power Query lets you remove errors, replace them, or investigate them. For instance, if 50 rows of date values fail to convert, you can check why. Perhaps the format was inconsistent or the data was entered incorrectly. Lastly, let's talk about the duplicates. Duplicates can inflate metrics and distort insights. Power Query allows you to remove duplicates either across entire rows or selected columns. But be careful. Sometimes repeated entries are legitimate, such as multiple orders from the same name or the same customer. Always analyze before removing any duplicates. Now with that, we enter the section number 3, which is about the column transformations. Once your data is clean, the next step is about transforming columns to prepare them for analysis. Changing data types. Every column has a data type, such as text, number, date, or boolean. The correct data type is critical because calculations and visuals rely on them. For example, if your sales column is text instead of a number, sums and average will fail. Splitting columns. Splitting columns is useful when a single column contains multiple pieces of information. For example, a full name. A full name column can be split into first name and last name. Similarly, a product code like PRD123USA, which can be split into category, ID, and country. Extracting values from Power BI allows you to extract specific parts of the column. First characters, last characters, ranges, or patterns. You can also extract years from dates, domains from emails, or UTM parameters from marketing URLs, conditional columns, or UTM parameters from marketing URLs. Next is conditional columns. Conditional columns let you create logic directly in Power BI query. For example, if revenue is greater than 50,000, mark the row as high value customer. This ensures that business logic is applied before the data reaches your visuals. Next is group by. Grouping helps you summarize granular data. You can calculate total sales by region, average orders value by product, or counts by the customer. This is particularly useful when preparing large datasets or dashboards. Now we enter the section 4, merging queries. Merging queries in Power BI is equivalent of SQL joins. You can combine multiple tables to enrich your dataset. For example, you might have a sales table and a customer table. By merging them on customer ID, you can add customer names, regions, and other attributes to the sales table. Types of joins include left join, right join, inner join, full outer join, and anti-joins. Merging is essential in real-world analytics because data often resides in different systems. By merging correctly, you can create a unified dataset that drives reliable insights. Now we enter section number 5, pivot columns. Pivoting converts row values into column headers. For example, if you have monthly sales in rows, pivoting months turns them into separate columns for easy comparison. Pivoting is often used when creating matrix-style dashboards. Unpivot columns. Unpivoting does the opposite. It converts columns into rows. This is particularly useful when you receive wide format data such as budgets or survey results because Power BI works best with long format tables. Now let's move into advanced splitting. Beyond simple splits, you can handle complex cases. Splitting product codes into multiple dimensions, extracting UTM parameters from URLs for marketing analysis, separating full names or addressing into components. Mastering pivot, unpivot, and splitting gives you full control over how data is structured, ensuring that your models are both clean and analysis ready. Now, the conclusion to the module 4. To summarize module 4, Power Query Editor is the backbone of Power BI. It allows you to clean, transform, and reshape the data in a repeatable and efficient way. By mastering these skills, cleaning nulls and errors, transforming columns, merging queries, and pivoting and unpivoting data, you ensure that the data feeding your reports is accurate, reliable, and structured for analysis. In the next section of this module, we will dive deeper into demonstration of data connections on Power Query, where we will use these clean and transformed datasets to build relationships, create measures, and enable advanced analytics. So now we are in the part B of Power Query. So part B of Power Query is all about importing data from multiple variety of sources. So your data can be in a cloud storage, in a database, in an Excel file, in some folders, in PDF, in WebPreet, which can be analyzed is your data for your Power BI. That's the source for you. So Power Query helps you with that. It can extract the data from any source you get to it, and it will make the data ready for exploration, insights, and analytics. Now we will be exploring that particular tool in our session for today. So let's go with the dataset that we are dealing with today. So in this particular demonstration, we will be using Excel files, folders, and we'll also using web scraping for our dataset. And these are the wide variety of datasets that we will be dealing with today. And we'll also be performing some merging and joining operations as well. So let's get started with the simple dataset for now for learning purposes. So this is our employee dataset. So we have the first column, which is name column. The second column is the gender column, the department column, salary location, and the start date as well. So in the first column, we have unique names, and in the second column, we have gender. So this particular dataset has some elements missing, right? You can see in the gender column, we have some blank cells as well. And in the department column, we have a lot of options: business development, training, engineering, research and development, product management, support, human resources, etc. But along with that, we also have few departments named as nulls, right? So remember this. In a few situations, you might recruit an employee, right? Here you can see this particular employee was recruited in the year of 2025. So maybe he's on bench period. So maybe he's an intern, or maybe the company just hired him based on the company's requirement. He might be moved into a dedicated team. So there was a little misunderstanding or something going on in process to dedicatedly appoint that employee to specific domain, right? And apart from that, if you see the salary section, you also tend to see some blank columns or blank rows or blank cells, right? So no blank columns, it's blank rows actually. So you can see another blank here. So these are a few inconsistencies that we have in our data set. And apart from that, if you see the location details, in the first row, you can see 3 Redmond Bay Bellevue and Washington, USA, right? So the problem is, let's say you wanted to extract the country, but you might feel we have this particular data in a comma separated format, so you can quickly go to data validation and separate the columns based on delimiter. But is it the same? No. If you expand this particular cell, you can see this particular data is entered in a new line, but not comma separated. So that's the problem, right? And how would you apply split or delimiter based data validation here? That's difficult. But Power Query has a good tool for yourself. So the thing is, you can explain Power BI what your intention is. Like, let's say you just extracted the first or last few um, words of your particular location. Let's say, since this is USA, I want to extract the last 3 letters in this particular location. You can extract it. But down the line, if you have different countries, maybe Australia, then what it does is it will separate only the last 3 letters of Australia and the rest will be left out. So this is not the way you want to work with your data set, right? So for this, you might have to work in detail with your formula. You might have to struggle writing the formulas for that, but don't worry. If you're not so strong with the formulas and if you're facing tough time to recognize the text character based functions, you can just write few cells. It's like flash fill in Excel. You can explain your intent to your Power Query tool and it will understand what you're trying to extract, and based on that, it will extract the data for you. As simple as that. We will be also working on that. And lastly, we have the start date column. So this is the rough overview of our data set. Now let's go to Power Query. So for that, you might have to go to a new blank workbook. So we can continue with Excel here, but you can also continue with Power BI as well. Why Excel? Because the Power Query interface will be completely same compared to Excel as well as Power BI. So both are Microsoft products. So on Power BI as well as Excel, you will have the same interface for Power Query. So for learning purposes, let's also explore Power BI as well. Now let's create a blank report. And here you can see the get data option, same like Excel. So if you go to data, here you have the get data option, and you have a wide variety of sources. You can choose from Excel, you can choose from text or CSV, you can choose from XML, you can choose from JSON, you can choose from .pdf, or you can also provide a folder. So we'll also deal with the folder option. So in the future use case, we will be creating a sales dashboard where we will be having year-on-year data set. So we'll be having a data set from 2020, 2021, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So you will have a wide variety of sales files, and that particular folder will be saving all these files. Let's say tomorrow you'll have 2026 data or 2027 data on future data sets. What you can do is just drag and drop the file in that particular folder, and Power Query and Power BI Desktop will automatically understand new data has been added to the file, and it will run all the steps we have made Power BI or Power Query to learn and get the data ready for analytics. So we'll also be exploring that. And apart from files, you also have a database. So here you can get connected to SQL Server database, Microsoft Access database, analysis services, SQL Server analysis, and apart from that, you have Azure. So we also have Azure, as we discussed in the part 1 of this particular module, the 4th module. We also can connect to Azure as well as Azure Data Explorer. So you need to have some credentials for that, but don't worry. So for the basic understanding purposes, we'll be dealing with the website data, we'll be web scraping the data, we'll be loading data from files and Excel documents, etc. And you also get some other sources as well. You can, as we discussed, the web and ODBC, OL, EDB from picture. You can also post a single picture just like AI does today. You just post a picture, it will build websites for you, it will extract the data for you. So the same feature is also integrated into Microsoft Power Query as well. You can combine queries where you can append the data or merge the data. Similar to SQL join operations, you can also Power Query editor, you can launch it, and a few more query options. Let's say you wanted to edit a particular step. Okay, when we dive into the Power Query editor, you will see the steps on the right hand side and the queries on the left hand side. So based on that, if you wanted to edit a particular step, you can also do that. So this was the option from Excel. Apart from this, if you go back to your Power BI window, you can see a similar interface. You can go to get data and you can also go to more here, and you have you have file, a database, Microsoft Fabric. So remember Microsoft Fabric, it's the new integration into Microsoft Power BI for data. So it's like a data lake, and you have Power Platform, Azure Online Services, others, right? So I think you already know the detailed differentiation between a data warehouse and a data lake. So roughly, a data lake is where you don't have organized rows and columns. It's like you'll have a wide variety of resources. You have images, multimedia, and all of those, and you can choose. This particular data lakes are very essential for machine learning purposes. You can choose what type of data you want to deal with, and you can directly access it. You don't have to modify and forcefully store the data in dedicated columns and rows. So those are data lakes. You can also explore that further in the data lakes tutorial on our channel. So apart from this, these are the data sources. You can also connect to a SQL Server, Access database, and a lot more. So let's go back to the basics. So we are on the new Excel spreadsheet here. Now all we need to do is quickly import the data from the Excel file. So I'll go with the Excel dataset, and the first dataset that we will be exploring is Excel workbook. So I'll be selecting the Excel workbook here. Now we need to navigate. Let's give it a little time to open the browser window. So my data is in downloads. So Power Query examples, datasets, and here is the employee dataset that we were discussing previously. So click on import, and it will take a little bit of time to load the data. It's establishing a connection. Now, any moment you can see a Power Query window. So there you go. So here you have just one file, so it's showing you the preview directly. In some situations where you have multiple files, just like we discussed before, sales data from 2020, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and beyond. In those scenarios, you might just have one file available for you on the preview. But in case if you wanted to see all the files, you have a little option here, the checkbox, which says select multiple items. So if you just click on it, it will give you all the data sets available in that particular file. And now I just have one, so you can just click on that particular data and you have a quick preview. So when you click on the dataset here, when you uncheck this, you cannot see the load options, right? But if you click on this, you can unlock or activate the load, transform data, and cancel options. So what these does is, let's say you're completely happy with the data you have. We know that your particular dataset is completely clean and ready for analytics. What you can do is you can directly load the dataset onto your analytics platform. But now it is Power BI, right? You can directly load the data into Power BI and get started with your analytics, like building charts, graphs, even dashboards, interactivity. You can add filters, slices, etc. But in case your data is completely raw and you need to manually filter it, then you need to go to the transform data option. So now, since we know that our data set needs some cleaning, we will click on the option that says transform the data. So click on transform data, and soon you have a quick Power Query window. So as we discussed, the right hand side will be the steps, applied steps will be recorded, and on the left hand side, the queries that we are applying on our data set. So in case if you wanted to edit any query, you can quickly come to this section and choose to edit the options. And on the right hand side, you can see already Power Query window has took the liberty to make some changes to your dataset, right? So the first one is it chose the source, then it navigated the source, and it promoted the headers. So what has promoted the headers? If you go back to the dataset, here you can see the first row is name, gender, department, salary, location, and start date. So Power BI's Power Query or Excel's Power Query was intelligent enough to understand that the first row entry is the metadata or column header, or you can call it the name of the column in most layman's terms. So it understood that this is the row header, so I need to push this as the column header or the row header, and it took the liberty to do that. And apart from that, it also took the liberty to change the data type. So if you come back to the original data set, you can see it understood the format. So we have the dollar symbol, right? It automatically understood that this particular number should be a whole number because this is a salary number. And the location details are automatically set to character. You can see the ABC logo here, and you can see the 1.2 symbol, which means the whole number with decimal points. And you can also see the ABC character data type for department, gender, and name, right? So these are the few steps which Power BI took the liberty to help with us. And now let's go with the first requirement that we were talking about. In the original data set, we had some errors, right? So we had some null entries. So we need to change that. So here you have the option. But before we begin with any operations, let's have a quick overview on the ribbons we have. So here you have the close and load option. This is the most important one. Whenever you apply all the steps you need and you're happy with the dataset transformations, then you come here and choose the option to close and load. What this basically does is it saves all the transformations that you apply to your dataset and saves them, and then loads the data to your Power BI platform or any platform you choose. So you have two options here: load, like close and load directly, or if you choose a different one, let's say you wanted to load to the Power BI platform, you can choose that. So the default close and load will load this particular data to the Excel because we're working currently on Excel. So that's how it works. And next comes the refresh preview option. Now, what is refresh preview option? As we discussed, in a file, there could be chances that you might add new data eventually. So whenever new data is added eventually, you just need to click on the refresh preview and Power BI will automatically understand there is new entry for the data, and what it does is magical. It takes its navigation directly to the applied steps. So here it changed or applied a few steps here. So it again changes the data type, it changes the promoted header step, it will remove the first row and it will automatically think this is the column header and it will promote it to the column header. And apart from that, if we are going to perform some operations here, like adding others to the gender column and changing the null value to engineering or any dedicated department, and then in salary section, if you remove the null values and then if you separate the country from this particular location column, it will record all those steps and it will automatically implement these new steps. These particular steps onto the new data. And you don't have to do this repeatedly. The most important aspect of using Power Query is automation. So the entire part of your data transformation will be automated. And whenever you load new data, you don't have to, worry about anything. Power Query will handle all the transformations and gets your data ready for your next step, which is data visualization. That's the magical part of Power Query. And apart from that, you have properties, manage, and choose columns. If you go to choose columns, let's say I just want name and department here. Now what I can do is I can choose the columns and then it will give me a window. So let me go ahead with that. So it will give me a window where I have the liberty to choose whatever columns I want. Let's say I want to go with name and department. It will give me only name and department and any other things which we want to go ahead with. So that's the best one. And remove columns. So here you can see promoted to headers, right? But in case, if let's imagine that our data set had some misconceptions, like the first column or the first row was completely empty. In those scenarios, Power Query will consider that empty row or an empty column as a null value. And we don't want that null value. In those scenarios, you can choose to remove that particular column or that particular row completely. And you can see a similar option here, keep rows and remove rows. And the similar options like Excel, where you can sort the data in increasing order or decreasing order. And remember the column splitting that we spoke about, the data validation option that we used to have in regular Excel, where it identifies the delimiter and splits the data into columns, right? So that option is here, and you can also go ahead with group by options and use first row as headers. So this was the step I was talking about. Power Query automatically did that for you. You don't have to worry about it. And replace values, we'll be using this replace values. So the first place where we have to use these is replace the null values with a dedicated value you want to add in. And apart from that, you have merge queries option, append queries option, and manage parameters, data settings, and a few others. And here you have the transformation option where you can transpose the data, reverse the rows, count the number of rows, use first right headers. You can fill some data sets, and you have a pivot and unpivot columns option here. We'll also be exploring that. And you have extract the data, parse the data, statistics, standard deviation, and scientific columns. And you also have a date option here because we have date column here, right? And you can also choose to add some customized columns as well. Remember the column I told about where you don't have to worry about the formula. You just have to explain Power Query what is your intention, and it will extract the data for you. That's the one here. So you can choose to have a custom column, or you can also choose this particular one. Our requirement is column from example. So you will add a new column. You will provide few examples from the location. You'll just write USA, and in the next one you'll write the next country, which is New Zealand, NZ, and so on. So based on your requirements, based on what you're applying, it will think like you. It will understand your thought process, and based on that, it will help you extract the countries. That's magical, right? So no worry, we'll also go through that in a moment. And the last one is conditional column, duplicate column, all those. And the last one is the view one here. So you have formula bar. Okay, remember the formula bar. For now, you have this particular formula bar. Let me highlight that, right? So I've done this a few times, so I have this particular column option available. So in few scenarios, if you're new to Power Query, in very rare scenarios, the formula bar is not visible. In such scenarios, what you can do is you can go back to the view option and enable the formula bar so that you can see this particular formula bar and see what is the operation being run on your particular data set. So this was a quick overview of your ribbons on Power Query window. Now let's go back to the home ribbon, and here the first operation, department. So we will be replacing the null values with some dedicated value that you are interested in adding, right? So yeah, I think we missed out the second column. This was the gender column. We need to work on this first. So you just need to select the column, and there are multiple ways to do this. You can, go to the add column or transform option and choose the replace values from here, or simply right click and then you have the option which says replace values, right? So for now, I think we have null, the empty value. So there are two meanings for it. If it is lowercase null, it means the columns or that particular cell is blank. But in case if it is capital null, then it means it is character data type and it was dedicatedly written as null, right? So you need to understand the basic difference between nulls. So this is the null value we're dealing with. And in place of any blank cell where the value is null, let's write it as others. So others will be the gender in place of a null value. And this will be your first transformation step. And take a look on the right hand side. So whenever I click OK, a new step will be registered. So that was the replaced value, and a new step has been successfully registered. So if we scroll down the data, we should be finding some others. So here you can see the others entry, and now the first column, or in our case, the first transformation is successful. Now comes the department part. Similarly, you can go ahead with the replace values option here. And in this particular option, we need to write down uppercase null. And let's imagine any new employee, let's say our requirement is in engineering. So any new employee which has been recruited will be provided to engineering department. So I'll write it as engineering, or it could be product management based on the requirement, right? And I will click OK. And the next replace value function is also successfully done. And this is simple, right? This is our imagination. But in case if it is a little complicated, let's say any employee that was recruited in the month of March 2025 should be for marketing, and any employee which was recruited in the month of May in 2024 should be for business development, right? You can also do that. You have the operation called add column based on a condition, and you can provide the conditional column and then move these employees to a dedicated team. And that's a lesson for the next session. Now we have another column, so let's quickly go ahead with that. In here, you have null values as well. So instead of just replacing these null values with some random data and making it complex, since it automatically took it to float value, here you can see the fourth step, right? So let's not do that complication, but instead what you can do is just quickly apply a filter and unselect null, so that all the employee details which are no longer working with this particular organization are erased. Not erased totally, just filtered out basically. So now this was the thing. Apart from that, if you wanted to, the next operation is about extracting the country. So now the fun part. So go to add column and here column from examples. Now here it will ask you two options, from all columns, and the second one from selection. So we want to go with the selected column. So we'll go with the second option, from selection. Now it's your duty to train Microsoft Power BI your thought process, the way you're thinking. So if I go into this particular cell and I write USA, it understands, okay, he's trying to extract the country USA. Automatically, wherever it finds USA, it has extracted USA. It's still in process. Now I come to the row number 3 and I'll write NZ for New Zealand. It understood NZ, and here you can see the highlighted row number 6. It has written some ELS, but ELS is not my expectation. So what I'll do is I'll quickly rewrite this as USA. It might take a few iterations, but not more than 6 or 7. It should, like, normally 2 to 3 iterations will make Power Query understand your requirement. So you can just eyeball everything, and once you're happy, I think we have about 1,000 entries here. So 1,000 entries are good enough, and all the entries have successfully extracted the country. And you can just click on OK, and your new column has been successfully added. You can also rename this particular column as country PRY. There you go. So your new country is successfully added. And in case if you don't want this, you can eliminate it. But in case if you want to continue having this address, you can keep it. So for me, I don't want it right now. I'll feel free to eliminate it. And you have a good amount of data. And in case if you wanted to go ahead with, the separated column for year, you can also do that. So you just need to go the first column, which is start date column. You can select the column, and here you have the date option. So what you can do is year. Select the year, and a new column which is dedicated for year has been successfully added for you. So your data is almost ready for analysis. So what you can do here is you can just go back to the home option, and here you can choose to close and load the data. So there you go. You have a completely filtered and purified data ready for analysis. In the same way, your data will be loaded to Power BI as well, and you can go ahead with visualizations part. So on the flow, in these next upcoming sections, we will also go to it, where we will load the data directly to Power BI, and we will start with explorations as well. And we will also create a wide variety of charts, column charts, bar graphs, pie charts, donut charts, and a lot of options which are available. And apart from that, we will also create a highly interactive dashboard. As discussed before, we will be having sales data sets, and we will be working on the first current 5 years of data sets. And then we will also add a new data set of the upcoming year or the current year. And then we will just refresh the dashboard, and automatically it recognizes the changes, and it will load the data, and you'll have a fresh data set or dashboard which is completely interactive. So there are a lot of things which can be done. And here on the right hand side, you can see the query options. If you click on that, you can see you will be back on the Power Query window, and you can see all the steps that you have applied. And in case if you want to change anything or if you want to remove anything, you can feel free to just click on that cross icon there, and it will remove that. So that's how it works. Now you can close this particular query settings and go back to the dataset. And in case if you have any connections with other datasets as well, you can establish that connection with your datasets, and it will be good to go. And you can also include this particular data for creating a pivot table as well, which looks something like this. So let's select all the data, which is completely clean and ready for execution. You can go into the option which says pivot table, and here you can choose a new sheet. This is how it looks like. So you can choose to go with a new sheet, and you have a pivot panel ready for you. So what you can do is maybe drag and drop department into rows, and then you can also include salary, and now you have how much salary are you paying to each department. And apart from that, if you wanted some a little more detail, you can also drag and drop the name row to values. So you have the count of employees in each department. So you can see product management has almost highest kind of number of employees, and you can also choose to kind of sort this just like you do in regular Excel. You can choose this particular table, and then you can sort based on increasing or decreasing order as provided here. And apart from that, you can also choose to add a date or year here. So year to columns. So you have a side-by-side approach of 2024 data and 2025 data, and all the details of the employees and the salaries, everything, right? So this was the first approach, and you can name this as pivot table, right? So this was the first approach of loading data from an Excel file. Now let's go with the second approach, where we wanted to get the data from a web page. So I'll close this Excel file. You can choose to save, and let's also save the previous one. This can also be saved as a reference file. I think I saved it previously already. Yeah, there you go. Now we have opened one of the web pages, and I think Power BI is also open. Not a problem. You can close this. Don't save anything. Yeah. So we can choose any of the open source datasets. So before you go ahead with web scraping, understand this fundamental rule. So there are many websites out there. It can be based on cryptocurrency websites. You can also know where the current value of a Bitcoin or any crypto coin, right? So such websites, they have some security concerns. That particular data is not available for open source, right? So most of the times when it comes to data analytics or business analytics perspective, web scraping is very rarely done. But from organizational level, web scraping can have a little bit of room for it. So there will be websites which have a dedicated log for them, so they don't open source their data for public users. And there are some websites which are open for everyone. So based on your choice or based on your requirement, you can go ahead with the web scraping option. So in my case, I'd like to go with some open source learning pages like Wikipedia, something like that. So I'll type Wikipedia, American population or Indian population demographics, such datasets. So let's go with this one. United States territories by population, or the first one, demographics of United States, right? So here we have some data tables. So here we have median males, females, total population, country, and yeah, this is year-wise data. And here we have rank, name, side-by-side approach. Yeah, this one is also good. Year-wise, average population, live births, deaths, and all those. So you can choose any of the web page that you feel comfortable to work with, or based on the requirement, if you receive any of the dedicated link, you can go ahead with that. So the approach is simple. So I think this particular data looks good. So here we have, state, and then census population, and largest cities, etc. So I'll go ahead with this particular web page. So I'll copy the URL. This is the first step, and go to Excel. Once you reach to Excel, you can create a new workbook, or you can choose to go with the reference workbook as well that we created previously. I chose to go with the new workbook, and here we go to the data option. So it is completely similar in Power BI as well. So we are doing this for learning purposes on Excel, and once we're comfortable, we can go to Power BI. So since Power Query has the same interface on both Excel and Power BI, it's comfortable to go with Excel as well. So I think I closed Power BI. Yeah. So blank. And here you have the get data option. So here you can choose the option which says web. You just need to simply, okay, cancel. You just need to simply drop the URL and it will load the dataset for you. This is the one. You can simply place the URL and click on OK, and it will open the Power Query window for you. Similarly, while that happens, you can choose the get data option, and here you can provide from database, Azure, others. Here you have the web option from web. So if you are applying this for the first time, you might get a few options where you have to choose basic or advanced or based on the requirements. I've done this a couple of times. So it will just directly take the request and load the data for me from Power BI or Power Query window. So this is the one I was talking about. So access web content. So here is it asking for anonymous, Windows or basic. So you can choose anything based on your requirement. If it is basic, you need to provide some credentials. If it is Windows, and you need to provide the current credentials of your Microsoft account. I would like to go with anonymous for learning purposes and connect. And slowly the Power Query will be starting for you. So meanwhile, let's also check on the Power BI platform. So here you have the preview. So it's completely similar on Excel as well as Microsoft Power BI. So you can just go to the view option. So this is the first table. So here we have columns and rows. So here you can see some values. So if you go back to the dataset on web page, here you can see some aggregations of, not aggregations, combination of the first two rows. So the first two rows were combined and named as state or territory. In the same way, here you can see the preview. Null value is placed in the first entry, right? And some naming conventions are gone wrong based on the web engine here. So here you can see some links, right? So some links are attached to this particular table. So what Power Query did is it considered this as a data entry, and this particular elements are also visible on the Power Query window. So you have the complete authority, and you have the complete options to rename the columns and eliminate the first row, right? You can do some changes on that. So let me close this here and go back to Excel. Let's see if that got loaded. Yeah. So here you have the select multiple items. So you can choose to select multiple tables you want to go ahead with, or if you want to go ahead with only one, like we discussed. So we can also go ahead with only one table. So you can quickly have a preview. So if this is the one you're looking for, since we had a lot of tables in the original web page, right? You have a table over here. You have furthermore, if you scroll down, you have one other table here, another population states table here, right? A lot of tables. So you can go through all the tables, preview, and select the one which you're looking for. So this is the one I'm looking for. So what I'll do is go to the transform option, and now it will open me the query window. So just like we had before, left hand side will be for queries and right hand side will be for applied steps. And similarly, it shows the liberty to do some changes for us. It promoted headers, changed data types. So I want to take the control for myself. So I'll remove the change data types and also promoted headers. So far, so good. Not a big problem with the headers, but we always have the option of renaming, right? So now let's rename this particular column header as census population _1, and this one as well. So we can go with rename. So this could be census population _2. Largest cities is good enough. Largest cities 2 is good enough. House seats B. Okay, why don't we name it as A? Or I think since house seats is good. Now this will be B by default. Let me remove this. There you go. You can also vote. So rename votes to population percent votes in 2020. And this can also be renamed. So this is simple, but we are doing it for multiple times so that you have a quick understanding. You have a grasp of how to continue when you're on your own. So here you have percentage of US in 2020, percentage of EC in 2020. And now so far so good. Now, remember the option that we were discussing about removing rows and columns? So here you can see some irregularities in the first column or first row, right? So here you can see largest cities. Okay, I think this can be named as city name, right? So rename it as city name and city population so that it is a lot more easy to understand, right? And seats could be good. Our seats percentage null, right? So far so good. So what you can do is choose the remove rows option and it will ask you the options top rows and bottom rows. Based on your requirement you can go ahead with that. So I'll go with the top rows, and what I will do is it will ask me how many number of top rows you want to delete. Let's say I have problem with the top 2 or 3 rows. I can directly specify the number as 2 or 3, but now I have only problem with the first row, so I'll provide the number as 1, and automatically the first row will be eliminated. Again, when dealing with such web extracted data or web scraped data, you need to be very careful about the steps you're applying, right? Now, for this scenario, we have changed some column names and all of those things, but tomorrow the columns might be rearranged. For example, here you can see state and territory. Next one is census populations, right? Instead of state and territory, you might have city name, right? The columns might be swapped, or maybe for the next time, the hyperlinking on the data table may not be done, right? And also there is a good chance where the dates, right, July 2024, April 2020, city names, city population, there might be slight changes to these, right? So this type of operations, when you're dealing with web scraping, you need to be at most careful with what are the steps you're applying. Mostly these are not preferred in real time in business perspective or data analytics perspective, but on the organizational level, very rarely this will be done, but it can be a long time consuming process. But make sure that you're applying all the steps that you are considering. Now, if I see all the data set ready for me. Now, what I want to do is I'd like to select a few columns and run my analytics. So we have the choose columns option over here. So I'd like to choose the columns of city name, city population, and maybe population percentile of vote, and OK. So out of 3 million people, only 720 or 732,000 people chose to vote, or maybe some miscalculations in the voting terms, right? So let's go with the analysis part of it. I'd like to go with the population city. And if you're comfortable with the data set that you have, you can choose to close and load. There you go. So the queries, connections, extremely similar to what the process we made previously. And you have the option of forecasting, right? So in the current year, this is the population and what could be the future population. You can add a quick, forecast data for your data set. And apart from this, you can select this particular data set and you can choose to go ahead to Power Pivot, and here you can insert a pivot chart. So you can go ahead with any of the charts available and you can have a demograph of all the charts. And that was part 2 of loading the datasets. You can quickly choose to save this file, and let me save it as reference 2. And now will be our next part. Now, so far we are done with the web import of data. Now, let's go with another part. Cancel. We don't want to close Power BI yet. So, the other part will be where we will be processing some appending and merging operations, which are completely similar to SQL joins. So, this has been saved. So, I'll close this. Save and close. I think we have a lot of states there. That's the reason bar chart was not showing any data. Not a big deal. So just for learning purposes of web scraping, we did that. So now I'll start a new workbook altogether for the third reference part. So the third part, initially we did Excel, then we did web scraping. Now we will be doing the appending and merging operations. So this is the fresh workbook. So again, we need to go back to the data option. So we will be loading the data from file and again, Excel workbook. So this workbook has multiple files in it. So that's the overall approach where we will be performing the appending operations. So we'll be in data sets. And this is the one, students and courses, right? We will load it. It might take a little time, but not to worry. Yes, there you go. So you remember the select multiple option we discussed before? That's the one. So we have courses, so we have years as well. So now we will be transforming the data. So now we are on the Power BI's or Power Queries window. Now, so this particular table is the courses table. So we have some random courses here. The respective teachers, lesson type is a practical theory or internship. Then we also have a credit score like 1, 2, 3, so 4, so on. And we also have assessment type. Which type of assessment did they face? Was it a quiz type assessment, continuous assessment, return or project work, or was it oral assessment, right? Just something like that. And then we have year 11 and year 12. So these are the students in year 11 and these are the students in year 2. So what is the main purpose of this particular attempt? So in this particular attempt, as you can see, we have students, their gender, their course, and we also have courses. Now I want to know which particular student has taken what course and who was the dedicated professor or teacher and what type of lesson are they receiving. Is it practical theory, internship, anything like that? And then what are their scores when they write an exam or when they have an oral exam? Then what is the number of marks that they have achieved in what format? I want to know that. But here all I can find is student name, gender and course. Their marks or the grades that they have received, what type of lesson did they receive or what type of assessment did they face, who was the teacher. These details are not available in any of these tables. And again, we have two different tables here. One is year 11, another is year 12. Now, how do we do that? That's the question, right? That's where the home ribbon has two options, merge and append functions come into the picture. So automatically it changed some data types. So here you can see only applied steps, and here as well it has changed a few things. And when it comes to courses, so credits, it took the changed data type, it automatically made it to a whole number. That's great. Now we need to combine both year 11 and 12. So for that, I'll choose year 11 and go to merge queries. And after that, I think we were supposed to go with append queries, not merge. Merge is the next step. So two tables. So you can choose two tables or more than two as well, three or more. For now, we have just two, so we'll go with the two tables option, which is default one. So here you can see we have year 11 as current. So that means we are currently in year 11 table. So I want to connect or append the data of year 11 with year 12. Then press OK. And now you have all the data of year 11 and year 12. But there is a small bottleneck. How do I identify which student belongs to which year? Okay, and also I think we missed out on the column headers. So in such scenarios can be reverted, not a big deal. So what you need to do is just click on the cross sign here to remove that function. And now what we will do is we will do some changes. So select the dataset and then click this particular option which says use first row as headers. So this is the fundamental thing which you need to remember. Always check the column headers. Once you're satisfied with the column headers, then you can go ahead with the rest of the process. Now this was step 1. Now what I want to do is add a dedicated column which says this particular column is data related to year 2012. So I'll add a custom column. I'll name this as year, and within I want to add a text based input here. So within the double quotes, I'll add year 12 and press OK. So this is automatically, we need to change the data type. You can change type to decimal, whole number, percentage, text. I want to keep it as text. So again, let's try that again. Okay, there you go. Now, similar approach should be followed in this particular table as well. So we will go to a custom column. So the custom column will be named as year, and within the double quotes, we should write year as year 11. So that now we have a quick identifier which student belongs to which year, right? And again, we will change the data type from number to text. There you go. Everything is good to go. Now, if we append, we can identify which student belongs to which year, right? Now we'll go back to home option and here choose the append queries. So append means you are attaching, here you can see the logo, you are attaching one dataset under the other dataset, right? So click that. You have two tables, so go with the default option. But in case if you have multiple, then you can go with 3 or more tables. So let's go with 2 here. So we are in current 11. So I want to append the 11 with 12. So click the option table 12 and now you have appended the data. So if you scroll down, you can see until row number 175, we have 11 years, and after that we have year 12, right? So far so good. Now the next task is map these with courses. So for that, we might have to go to the option of merge queries option, right? So here we have course table. So if you go back here, you can see in year 11 and 12, each and every student has a course. So what is course? If you go back to SQL, there if you are merging or joining two tables, you will merge or join them based on one key, and it is called as primary key, right? So you need to have one common column or one common entry on both the tables based on which you can attach or join both tables. So in this particular scenario, course column acts as that one primary key for our merging option, right? So I want to merge year 11. So that's the one where we have all the data sets, right? So you can even rename it. So year 11. Okay, before we do this, it's better we rename this. So I'll rename this as, okay, before we rename, let's make it, make a small confirmation. So we have both, okay. Now, we will rename this as students. Okay, we have students data table and courses data table. So again, go back to courses, use the merge queries option, and the table I want to merge with is students data table, and based on what parameter. So I would like to go with the course parameter or the course column as my primary key. So far so good, you can continue merging, but in case if you want to merge with referencing more than one column, that is also possible. So what you have to do is just hold control key and then click on the column which you want to refer it. So here in case of this data set, I'm just randomly selecting gender and teacher. But for our data set, just one column is enough, which is course, and we have selected that successfully. Now, if you scroll a little lower, you have join kind, right? If you open the drop down, you have left out the join, which says all from first matching from second. And second one is right, all from second matching from first. Next we have full outer join, all rows from both the tables. Inner join, only matching rows. Left anti-join is about only the first join. Right anti-join is about only the second one. So the best one to be safe side, right? Even if it is a replica, you can go with full outer join. But the default one chosen by Power Query is left outer join. So I want to go with the default option here. So the selection matches 19 out of 19 rows from the first table. So it's good to go. If there is any error, you could have found it over here. And you also have some option called fuzzy matching options. So if you know what is fuzzy match, you can also proceed with this one over here. But now we don't want to work with fuzzy match. We are good with left join. So you can simply click on OK and the data will be merged. But right now on your screen on Power Query window, what you can see is just table entry. So where are the rest of the entries, right? You don't have to worry here. So all you need to do is go to the top right corner where you can see two arrow marks, one going to the left and one going to the right. So that is kind of an option which says you need to expand this particular column. So if you click on that button, the data will be expanded. Okay, now you have the respective course, the teacher, the lesson they are giving, and what is the credit score or the number of marks they have achieved, what type of assessment did they give, and who is the student and their gender, the course they took, and which year do they belong to. Everything in one shot. Now you can go to the option which says close and load. So click on close and load. So yeah, there you go. It has established connections, queries, and everything in one shot. So now you have three different tables on the right. You can see courses, students, and year, right? So the latest merge option which we did is currently in courses. So click that particular one and you have everything in one shot. So you have the course they have taken, teacher, lesson type, credit score, assessment, and everything. So now let's consider a small use case. Let's say we want to avoid people who have taken practical lesson and have scored more than 2 or 3 credit scores. So for that, how do you do it? So we have a simple filter operation right here. So you just need to click on the filter operation. It is taking a moment. So you can go to home and apply a filter. There you go. Now you can click on the filter, close this. Or I'll do one thing. I'll create a fresh new sheet and then paste it over here. Courses. And here I'll be pasting it. There you go. Now we have a shortcut if you remember. Control Alt H O I. Undo that. Alt H O I. For adjusting the row width, and you have successfully adjusted the row width. Now these are your columns and rows. What you can do is quickly apply a filter and you can segregate your data. So I want to choose practical. The filters are not loading for some reason, but basically that's how you do it, right? So you quickly apply a filter. Okay, let me delete this. For some connections, I think it is unable to load properly. So let's try that again. If the filter is functional, I can see the filter getting loaded, but for some reason it is not staying on the screen. Yeah, so basically what you can do is, let's try to create a new sheet altogether without any data connections. Now we will select all the columns, Alt H O I to adjust the width. apply a filter. I think this should help. Yeah. Yeah, basically what you can do is apply a quick filter, select the filter option, and in which you will select practical. And here you will apply a condition where filter condition will be credit score should be greater than or equal to 3 or 2, right? Based on that, the data will be filtered. So for some reason, I can see the filter, but it is not staying long enough on the screen so that we can apply it. Could be a small technical error, but that's how you basically do it. And that brings us to the end of module 4, where we have learned the basics of Power Query, how to clean the data, how to split into columns, and how to do some basic functionalities like creating an additional column which extracts the data from a logic based on your thought process. And we have also done web scraping. We have considered the Wikipedia open source data sets to do that. And now we have a comfortable understanding of Power Query in both Power BI and in Excel. Both the domains are one and the same. So in the upcoming modules, we will be learning data modeling, DAX calculations, data visualizations, and creating a completely interactive dashboard, which includes slicers, filters, and a lot more. Now let's proceed to the next module. Welcome to the module 5 of this Power BI full course. So module 5 will be about the data modeling in Power BI. So what exactly is data modeling? Imagine you had a store or some online website where you sell some products. So you have shipping data, product data, geographical data, and the sales team data. And apart from that, you might also have calendar data, which is really vital in business analytics. So all the tables are interconnected. So one, which is the shipments table, will be connected to the product table, also to the orders table, sales team table, and the calendar as well, and also to the geographical location, right? It's like the shipment data table is in the middle of all the other tables. It's forming a schema. It's forming a shape, right? So this is data modeling. It might be a little confusing, but don't worry. To have a better clarity, we will go to an Excel dataset so that we have some detailed understanding of what exactly I'm talking about. We'll also deal with the fact tables, dimension tables, relationship between all the tables, and how exactly a data schema is made. And then we will also do some sample visualizations using that particular data model. Now, let's go back to the Excel dataset. So now we are on Excel dataset. So we have shipments table. So we have dimension data and also the calendar. Now, when we come into the shipment table, we have shipment ID, SPID, PID, GID, ship date, amount, the number of items, and order status. So we will look into each of these columns. So the shipment ID is a unique ID for each and every shipment that you made from your website or your inventory. And SPID is the sales team's ID on which this particular sale was made. Who was the person who was the one who is authorizing this particular sale and who took care of the rest of the process. Then we have PID, which is product ID, which product was sold, and the GID is about the geographical ID based on which geographical location was the order placed from or delivered to. Then we have ship date, based on which date was the shipment made, what's the amount and the number of units sold, and what's the status of the order. Is it delivered, or is it in transit, or is it shipped, right? Some details of that. Now, what are SPID, PID, GID, and ship date? How are they related to shipment data table? That's our next approach. So here we have the dimension data. So in dimension data, we have 3 tables. The first table is the product table. What products are in our inventory, what category they fall into, what is the cost per unit, and what is the PID. So basically this particular table, the entire table, has to deal with one item, which is about the products item, right? Now here you can see the fourth column, which is stated as PID. Now PID is the primary key which can be used to connect the product table to the shipment table. There is one connection established successfully. Now let's go into the second table. So the second table is nothing but the geographical location table. So here we have a geographical location: India, US, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, and UK. and also the regions APAC, Americans, APAC, Europe, etc. And here we have the third column which says GID. Now this particular GID acts as the primary key which combines the shipment data with the geographical data. So here we have the GID and the shipment ID. So this particular table deals with the geographical location. Now going forward, we have another table which says about the salesperson or the sales team, right? So here we have salesperson who is responsible for the sale, and here the team to which they belong to. And third column is the SPID, which combines the shipment data table with the salesperson data table. So this is the SPID we were talking about. Now, apart from these 3 or 4 tables, including the fact table, we have another table which is called as the calendar table. So this particular calendar table is nothing different to your regular calendar. It has all the dates, all the months, all the weekdays, and the year table, right? So this is like a calendar. So whenever there is an order or shipment made to that particular date, we will have a registry here. So that is how the calendar table works. Now, here in the shipment data, you have the ship date. So this particular ship date is connected to the calendar table here, right? Now we have all the 5 tables as per the discussion. Now we enter into the schema, the star schema, which is one of the most popular schema used in the current world of business analytics and data analytics. So here you can see this particular table is the fact table. Why is it called the fact table? Because rest are the dimension tables which deal about the people. So it might be the customer data or it might be the salesperson data. So basically any table which has the details related to customers or the salesperson is one dimension table. And the other table is the product table, which solely deals with the product details. And the other one is the calendar detail. So this particular table wholly deals with only the calendars. And the last one is the location table, which only deals with the location details. So all these people, product, calendar, and people data tables, which uniquely work on one single aspect, are connected to the fact table, which maintains the details of all these tables. Let's say I want to find out, if we go back to shipments table, I want to find out the details on this particular shipment ID, which is 058. So what is in 058? Who was the person who made this sale? What product was sold? To what particular location? And how many orders were placed? What is the status, right? All these details are not available here, but instead of that, we have the SPID. So if I explore the SPID, I will get this particular entry. So this person was responsible for that particular sale and he belongs to this team. And if I go back, here I see P01. So what is the product? If I enter P01, I have this particular product and this particular category, and this was the cost per unit, right? And again, if I go through the GID, this is geographical data. So GID 3 is Canada and the region was Americans, and this is the location where the shipment was sent. And now on what date? It was 28th of June 2024. So here I have that details as well, June 28th, right? And at last we have the total amount paid, the total units sold, and the status was delivered, right? So this is how each and every table is connected to one another, right? So shipment table falls in the center location, and all the rest of the details, which is calendar, people, product, geographical location, all are connected to the shipments table, which is the fact table, and rest of the tables which surround the shipment table are called as the dimension table. Now this might be a little confusing still, but don't worry. Now we will close this particular data set and head back to Power BI so that we have a comfortable understanding of what exactly I was talking about. So now we are on Power BI. Let's create a blank report and let's load the data from Excel. And here I have the sample sales data. So I'll open this. It might take a little while, but don't worry. So there you go. So this was the sheet 2 where we created the diagram. Don't worry about that. Now we need calendars table, locations table, people's table, products table, and the shipments table. So shipments is the fact table, calendar, locations, people and products are the dimension tables. Now this particular data that we have is fine. We don't have to do any data cleaning. This was previously cleaned and processed data. So we can directly load the data from this stage. So let's click on the load button and it will take a little time to load all these data models to Power BI. So there you go. You can see calendar, locations, people, products and shipments are loading. And you can also read creating connection in model. So data modeling is already happening. So detecting relations, 670 rows loaded successfully. So on the right hand side, you can see the data, right? If you scroll down, you can see calendar, you can see locations, people, products and shipments, right? So these are the basic entries that we are having. Now, what are we talking about data model since so long? So here you can see the report view, data view or the table view, and this is the model view. So if you click this, you will now understand why we made that diagram on Excel spreadsheet. So here, let me close this as well. So here you can see how the products table is related to shipments table and how locations table is also connected to shipments table and how the people's table is also connected to the shipments table, right? They create a star pattern, almost a star pattern, right? Now, you can see a star logo here, right? If I expand, and you can see one number here. So what this specifically means, this is many to one relationship, right? Many entries of shipments table are related to one element of this particular people's table, which is SPID. Remember the analogy we discussed? That's what it is. So here, many entries of shipment table are related to one entry of locations table, which is GID. Similarly, we have the many to one relationship here as well, where many entries of shipment table are related to one entry in products table, which is PID. Now, the only data which is not connected still is the calendar data, but not to worry, we can connect that as well. So here we have calendar date and here we have shipment date. All you need to do is click and drag this particular element to calendar date and you can establish a connection. Now, here you have a new relationship. So Power BI is showing you this kind of relationship can be established between the two tables. Now you need to cross verify of the elements you're choosing, ship date and calendar date. Once you're satisfied, you can proceed. And here you have by default many to one because Power BI's model was able to identify which kind of relationship can be established here. But in case if you're not satisfied, if you want a different approach, you can also move the cardinality from one to one, one to many, and many to many. By default, it is many to one. Let's keep it that way. And you can also go with cross filter direction, which can be single or both. For now, single is enough and single is the one recommended. So let's keep it that way and save this. And you'll have a relationship with this particular element as well. So multiple elements of shipments table is related to one entry, which is calendar date in this particular module. Now let me lesser the size. Let's zoom out and zoom in. So that's how the relationship looks like. Now, apart from this, you also have properties, which helps you understand what kind of relationship has been established between any two tables here, the cardinality, and you can also manage relationships here. So here the shipments GID has got many to one relationship with locations, and shipments has many to one relationship with PID, and shipments ship date has many to one relationship with calendar, and shipments SPID is collected to SPID in many to one format as well. Now you can close this, or you can also add a new relationship or edit an existing relationship or filter any of the relationships present here. Let's close this for now. And apart from this, you can also create a new calculated measure, new column, new table, calculation groups, and you can also manage the roles, view as, right? Basic functionalities. Now you also have the data details here, data model. So you can go and take a tour. Now let's close the model view and go to the report view, where you can create sample charts. For example, I want to know the geographical location, or we can also go with the Q&A visuals. If you double click, the Q&A will start here, and you can just simply type what are you looking for. I want to know category wise sales in region, geographical region. Category sales region, and the type of chart could be bar. Now you just wrote simple English language, and the Q&A is trying to understand what are you looking for, and it will try to generate a visual for you. Or you can give it a moment and try to do it all by yourself. So I would like to go with bar graph, or you can go with the pie chart as well. And now what you can do is add geographical location. Since we're dealing with geo, why should we not go with map? You can also go with map, but that's not nothing to worry about. So what you can add is you can add this here, and you want values. So I want to go with the summation of amount, order status, monthly status, total sales. So I want to go with summation of amount, and it will be added in values. So here we have a readily available visual. So we sold about 23% to UK. So you can also add tooltips. So I'll add geo to tooltips. And in India, we sold about 23% of the sale, and in USA we had 17% sale, and in Australia 17.47, something similar, and in New Zealand we had 12% of sale, and in Canada we had about 5% of sale, right? So apart from this, you have a wide variety of other visualizations as well, like slicers, funnel charts, cards, and a lot more, which we will be exploring in the upcoming modules. And with that, we have come to an end of this module on data modeling. In the upcoming modules, we will deal with DAX calculations, basic visualizations, and building an interactive dashboard. So now we enter our next module, where we will learn the DAX expressions. So DAX stands for Data Analytics Expressions, but for some reason, instead of taking DAE, they took DAX. And simply, the same DAX is also as complicated as the naming convention. So we will have a lot of, let me cancel this. Yeah. So we will have a lot of naming conventions in DAX, and also we'll have one common misconception if you're a total beginner, or if you have transferred from Excel to Power BI or any other platform to Power BI, then obviously you'll definitely have a small misconception that DAX is all about some basic aggregate functions like sum, average, mean, median, standard deviation. But it is a part of that. Apart from just being an aggregate function, DAX has a lot of other things to deal with. So in simple terms, DAX provides you a lot of freedom when it comes to deep diving into data analytics. You can kind of write your own mathematical logic. If you understand your business requirement, to be honest, before you dive into DAX, you need to understand what is the business perspective of your business owner. If you are the business owner, or if you're working for an organization, then your organization's business perspective, you need to have a good stand on that. You need to be able to understand what your business owner or you as a business owner is expecting from your data, right? Once you have that particular clear vision, you need to extract the data and clean the data. Unless you have a clean and perfect data, writing DAX would always end up in miscalculations. Let's say for a simple example, if you wanted to divide a certain column with another one, if you had zeros in it or null values in it, obviously if you're directly dividing column A by column B using a slash, then definitely you'll end up into zero errors, right? The error that you get divided by zero, correct? If you change few things in the same division function. Instead of writing a slash, if you write divide and the column name, comma, column 2, then you might not end up with that zero error, right? Divide by zero error. So few minute things you need to keep into consideration when you're dealing with DAX. That's one thing. And apart from the regular average or sum or aggregate functions, there is a lot to deep dive in measures and all the DAX functions. So with that basic understanding, let's dive into the DAX functions. Now let's create a blank report. And here we will be working with the same dataset that we worked on the previous section. That is the sales example dataset. So we will be having the calendar, location, people, products, and shipments. Let's give it a moment while the data loads. And apart from just the data sets, I would also highlight or some important things about the data modeling here. So when you're always working, whenever, just keep always this thing in your mind. When you're working with DAX, you need to have a good organization of your schema or the data model. Yes, previously we discussed that star schema is one of the most frequently used or one of the most important schemas out there when it comes to data analytics. But when you're especially working with DAX, then make sure that you are using star schema. But along with star schema, the arrangement of data sets or the data models is also important. It plays a very critical role. It kind of gives you a skeleton how the data is flowing and what it is happening in the background. So to understand this better, let's actually dive into the data model. So I've selected my tables, which is calendar, location, people, products, and shipments. So we want to go into transformation, or you can directly load. You don't have to worry about any kind of data errors in this. This is actually a cleaned data set. Since we are working with DAX, I made the cleaning and everything is good to go. So I'll directly press the load option here. And let's give it a moment while all the 5 tables load. So you can see creating a data connection in model and loading the data to model, relationships established, and all the rows are loaded successfully. Now, before we go into actual DAX, we should have a quick look on the model. So here, let me close data, let me close properties. So here you can see our fact table has been located in the center position. So let me reduce the screen size a little bit so that we have a quick overview. So whenever you're working with DAX, make sure your tables are arranged in this way. So for example, this is a dimension table, right? So dimension table should be all arranged in the top position. So we'll just give it a moment. So this is our calendars table and this is our products table. And this particular fact table will be arranged here, right? So now why did we do that? You will understand which of these data tables or data models is a fact table and which is a dimension table if you go ahead with this type of arrangement. So this type of arrangement, just by a visual glance, you can understand which table is what and which data model is meant for what purpose. So make some quick arrangements so that you'll have a quick overview of what exactly you're dealing with when you're working in real time. So here we don't have an established connection with the shipments fact table with calendar. That can be done in a moment. Just go to that one element which can relate to your calendar. So we should be having ship date. Yeah. So just like we did before, drag and drop ship date with the calendar date here. You'll be having a new relationship and Power BI will identify which are the columns which can be related here. So you can see it automatically selected ship date and the calendar date. And you can also see the cardinality. So let's go with the same cardinality by default provided by Power BI. So we have many to one, one to many to many, and one to many. So whichever cardinality suits best, you can choose that and go ahead with it. By default, Power BI has the caliber to select the best one for you. So I'd like to go with the Power BI's choice of cardinality here. And anyways, this is the one which we're looking for as well. So you can quickly save and you will have a well-established relationship between the calendar as well as the shipments table. So all the tables, let me expand this. So all the tables located up top are your dimension tables, and the table which is located here is your fact table. And here you can see the relationships processed. So here it is many to one, and all the other are also many to one. And if you expand this a little bit more, you can see the flow diagram here. It is flowing from the dimension table to the fact table. It means it acts like a filter. Let's say you wanted to filter out something from the locations table. So we have about 5 to 6 geographical locations and 5 to 6 geographical IDs. Let's say you wanted to know the information for a specific geolocation and you wanted to identify all the shipment track records for that particular location. So what this majorly does is it acts like a filter and it filters out the details for that particular geolocation. And similarly, the facts table will also change. It will only show the rows related to that particular geo ID only, not all. So similarly, here you have salesperson details. If you specifically provide a dedicated salesperson, the same filter applies and the data will be filtered. Let me drag this. So data will be filtered and accordingly the changes will be done on the fact table as well. Now that's how, or that's the reason why we need to arrange the data models in this particular module or this particular style, so that you can identify which table is a fact table and which table is a dimension table. So I hope you had a great understanding of that. Now let's go back to the report view here and you can get started with DAX. So there are multiple ways, since DAX is very critical and an important aspect of data visualization with Power BI. Microsoft has chosen to add multiple ways to select a DAX operation in Power BI. So here we have one option, which is DAX query view. You can directly access DAX from here as well, or you can choose to dive into modeling. And here also you have the calculations aspect or calculation style here. You can choose to create a new measure or create a quick measure. So nothing major difference between new measure and quick measure. So quick measure is the easiest way to create DAX or a measure which happens to be an aggregate. So if you wanted to create an aggregate function like sum of all the sales happened or the average of sales happened, you can choose those quick measures or quick aggregate measures through quick measure here. And if you wanted to dedicatedly write a DAX, then you can choose the new measure from here and write your dedicated DAX function. Apart from this, if you go back to home, you have another calculation tile right on the ribbon, right? You can choose to go ahead with new measure or the quick measure from here as well. Apart from this, there is a quick shortcut as well. If I go into shipments and wanted to write a measure, I can also do this from here by right clicking on amount, and you can see we have a new measure or new column option here as well. So which is also one of the options to create our DAX. So with that, we have a basic understanding of how exactly DAX works or how exactly you can navigate to DAX. Now, whenever you're dealing with DAX, you'd better, if you're new to DAX, then I'd recommend you better go with a table visual so that you'll have raw numbers and you can understand what exactly is happening on the go. Now, to understand DAX better, let's start with the picture which we already have in our mind. DAX is just aggregate purchase. So let's get started from there. So on the go, you will understand how it actually differs from our picture that we have in our mind. So if you're coming from an Excel background, then definitely you might think DAX is just another aggregate function, but it's not. So it's a lot bigger and different from that. So for having a comfortable understanding, let's anyway start from that particular aspect. So let's try to create a DAX here, which will be this one, and we will have a formula bar there. So to have a better visuality, I'll expand this particular thing. So you can just hold control and scroll up and down on your trackpad, or you can also use your mouse scroller to increase or decrease the size. So if you are proceeding with DAX, then you also need to understand the syntax of DAX. And by the way, on the flow, when you're already when you've already created some DAX for yourself, then those DAX will act as your primary asset. And when you're reusing that particular DAX, the syntax might change a little bit, not too much. But anyways, let's start with the fundamental syntax. So any DAX will have three particular parts. So the first part will be actual name of the DAX, which is total amount that we have added here. The second part is nothing but this particular small logo or symbol, which is equals to symbol. And the third part is nothing but the mathematical logic that we are about to write. So let's start with that simple aggregate function. I want to use sum of, I want to go with shipments table. So I have shipments. And here I have a shipment amount. So I want to go ahead with that particular point here. So you can either choose to write the entire name, or you can also use the tab operation on the keypad. So just click on tab and it will be selected for you. Make sure you close the last bracket and enter. So you have now successfully created a new measure. Now you might be asking me, why did I do this when I have the option of directly dragging and dropping this particular amount column from the data table? So let's also go ahead with that. Now let me add the product ID to the table. So we have added the ID rows and the total amount to this particular one. So there you go. Let me expand this. Yeah. So we have So we have the total amount here, and apart from that we have sum of amount, which we created using an aggregate function. Now if I drag and drop the total amount DAX which we created just now, we will have the total amount as well. Now you might be wondering, why did we even create this? Why did we even have DAX when we already have aggregate functions available on Power BI? So this is where the point comes into picture. DAX give us a lot of freedom rather than the aggregate functions give us, right? Now, if you see, there is no difference between sum of amount and total amount here. But if you look into this particular aspect, which says formatting option, so you can go ahead with formatting. So instead of general, you can go ahead with currency, and instead of the decimal values of auto size, you can just decrease the decimal values and choose I don't want any decimal values, and then the decimal values will be eliminated as well. So I want to remove the zeros here. And I can remove those. So now you can see a clear difference between the total amount which we got from the aggregate method and the total amount that we got from our DAX method. So clearly, when anyone sees this particular number, they will automatically feel that this is currency related or sales related or revenue related or anything which is basically related to business. So it gives you a clear business point of view if you're using DAX. Now, apart from that, you can also go ahead with a lot more functionality to this, just apart from creating a total measure. Let's inspect that as well. So let me resize it. So apart from looking at this particular DAX as a similar looking language like aggregate functions on Excel, there is a lot more differences. So you might think the same sum function is also available on Excel or any other data analytics platform that you have already been on. So the difference is, for the purpose of creating similarity between DAX and the previous functions that you've already used, they are using the similar syntax, which is sum, bracket, and the shipments table name and the amount column. But deep down, it is like alphabet, right? You might have the same alphabet on your language that you're using, but the way it is being used is a lot different. So it's like you're having the template of English language to write the terms of other language. Let's say you wanted to write something in a different language like Japanese, but you don't know the script of Japanese. So instead of writing the term in Japanese script, you're writing the same term using the words of the English language, which might sound same, but the script used is different. So that's the difference between the DAX and the aggregate functions that you've already used to from the other platforms like Excel and everything else. Now, you might wonder, let's now create a new DAX and see if that particular DAX is already available in Excel or not to have a clear picture. Now, let me create a new DAX function which says count of rows. Let me create a new measure and we will name it as count rows on OWS equals to, or you can also name it as shipment count to have a better picture. Equals to count rows was a function. Yeah. So if you select this particular function, now you will be a little confused. I have never used count of rows in any of the data analytics platforms like Google Sheets or Excel, right? This particular function or a few other functions, as you can see on the set drop down here, add missing items, all except, all, no blank row, right? These are a few additional functions that you were never used to work on Excel or they were never available on Excel. But these are some additional functions or capabilities programmed into Power BI. So we are going to use one of those. So we will be now tracking shipments. So I'll drop down shipments and this is the measure I want to add and enter. Now we have a new measure and this you can see. So the major difference between any of the dimensions and fact tables here and the DAX table is you can see a small calculator logo in front of the DAX that we have created, right? So whenever you find that logo right in front of one of the data models or the columns here or the data items present here, then you should be identifying that particular entry or that particular measure is a DAX measure. Now you also might be wondering if this particular DAX measure is available in the data model or not. So or the table or not. So if you go into data model or the table view here, if you look at the shipment table that we just created, this particular shipment table, you have all the original values, the shipment ID, shipment as salesperson ID, PID, graph or geographical ID, ship date, amount, boxes and order status. But the measures that we created right now, we created two new measures. One was total amount and the other was shipment count. So you cannot see those items here, right? You cannot see those two DAX columns here. So it's like an added layer on top of your existing table. This particular layer can twist and turn the data. It can, kind of stress your data to extract the insights, but it will never be a part of your data table. So that's the functionality of DAX. Now, let's go back to the visualization page or the report page, as you like to call it, and try to do some evaluations on this. Now, if I drag and drop the shipment count to the data column here, I can see what are the number of shipments made by each and every employee from a person level or a product level. I think we have added PID. So from a product level, so for better clarity, I'd like to also drag and drop the product name here. So I'll drop product name. So based on this product name, I have so many sales, right? If I directly click on this particular aspect, I can reorder or we can sort this particular table. So you can see product 4 was one of the highest selling products. So we have highest selling shipment counts in this particular product. So this is the independence that gives you. Now, if I close all these things and reduce the size of my table, or here we have it. Let's try to make some space for a visualization. So you will clearly understand why DAX is so important for us and what's the freedom we are getting from using DAX. That's the one. Let us include one of the visualizations here. I'd like to go with the bar graph or a column chart, whichever is functional. Let's go with this particular one, column chart, and I'll have this column chart on the, okay, not this one. Let me unselect this and have an additional, yeah, this is the one. Now, if I select the geographical location and add it to x-axis and then add the shipment count to y-axis, you will have a visualization, right? Now, how is it different, or how is it making so much amount of difference? Well, let me uncheck this. So now you will have geographical location wise data for the total amount of sale done and the total amount of shipments done. But would you have, if you just imagine if you had used a regular aggregate functions, and if you wanted to find out the details for a specific product from a specific location, was that available for you? Unless you had a filter. Yeah, you might be telling me that if we add a filter, or if we had a slicer inserted into this particular visualization, maybe we could have done it. Yes, but could you hard code it to a slicer? No, right? Slicers doesn't work that way. You cannot hard code slices to one particular aspect. It's like a switch on and switch off kind of a tool. If you click on one particular product from a slicer, it will show you the data related to that particular one. And if you automatically switch to a different one, you cannot keep that data anymore on your visualization. But in terms of DAX, you don't have to implement any type of slicers for your visualization. It is directly hard coded into your visualization. Let's imagine I wanted to find out the total sales happening for UK region. So if I just click on UK region, I have that particular sale value. And let's say I wanted to go ahead with a specific product. Let's say I wanted to go ahead with product 4, then automatically I'll have the details related to that particular fourth product ID and the sales happening in geolocation UK. So that's the power of using DAX in data visualizations in Power BI. Now, let's explore a few more DAX functionalities in Power BI. So this particular change or this particular interactivity that you find in DAX is called as, or it can be termed as, evaluation context in technical terms. So the evaluation context here is the background process, what's happening when you're trying to filter out data without using any type of slicers or filters. Now, let's go with another type of DAX here. Let's say I want to calculate total boxes. So let's leave this page and create a new page so that we have a cleaner looking data. Now, what I'd like to do is I'd like to add a DAX function. So you can go ahead with adding new measure. So this is easier for me. You can also go ahead with clicking the right click option here and writing a DAX function, whichever suits you better. So we have multiple options to create a new measure. So I'd like to go with this particular option, create new measure. And here, my new measure will be total boxes equals to, I'll use an aggregate function, sum of shipment table and shipment box. So here you already have the table and the column name. I'll just click on the tab button, close the function and enter. Now I have created a new measure which says total boxes. I think it went into the calendar table, but we don't want it to be here in this model. We want the total boxes model to be present in the shipments table. So let's collapse all these. And now I want a new measure to be created here. Create quick measure, create new measure, and the formula will be same, total boxes equals to summation of shipments table, and the column will be boxes, close the, so the column name will be boxes and close the ampersand, hit enter, and your new measure has been successfully created, which is total boxes. Now, why did we create this particular measure of total boxes? We are trying to find out how many boxes did each product consume to pack. Sometimes you might be having a very big product, right? And for that very big product, you might have to, parcel it in terms of assembly, right? A part of the product in a box, a different part in a different box. Let's assume that you have a very big inventory, and in that very big inventory, you have one product which is bigger or the biggest of all. And to courier that particular product, you might need multiple boxes. Let's say our biggest product will need 3 to 4 boxes to courier it, right? And there is another product which is equally or a little bit smaller than that, but it is foldable, or it is in a way retractable, and it needs only one box. Now we're trying to identify that one particular product which is consuming a lot of your inventory just for packaging, right? In that particular aspect, if you find out that particular product, you might be looking for an alternate so that it saves you on packaging. So that's the business point that we are trying to deal with here. So for that, let's drag and drop, or let's create the same table vision for us. So we'll have a table here, and we will drag and drop product ID or product name into the table, and then the recently created DAX, which is total boxes. Now you can identify, you can see, or if you rearrange it, we can see product 4 is that one particular product which is consuming a lot of boxes to courier, right? And let's also see the total amount it is getting us. So let's have total amount here. Now you can see it is earning us about $33.2 million with such amount of boxes consumed. And let's rearrange this. So if you can see, we also have product 22, which has, okay, let me expand this a little so that we have a clear picture. So here you can see, earlier we shows product 4, which was giving us 32 or $3.2 million with using the highest number of boxes. But here, comparatively, 1/4 of total packaging, we have the most highest profit from product number 22. Now here, what we achieved is, we need to identify which is product 4, and we need to look for alternatives so that we can save a little bit of money on packaging and couriering the product, right? So this gives you a clear picture of business aspect that you must be looking into, right? DAX is the one which gives you this freedom or this level of freedom to identify and execute some business decisions. Now that we have understood the reason for this particular freedom, let's dive into the next aspect of today's DAX, which is DAX reusability. So this will take us back to the point 1 where we discussed about the syntax of DAX, right? So we initially thought the syntax would be different, right? So we will be having a DAX name, the second part will be equals, and the third part will be the table name and the column name. Now comes the part where we discuss the differences, right? There will be a little difference in this particular approach where we will be reusing the already built tags. Now, you can also go ahead with the standard procedure of using the table name and column name, but the reason for not going with the standard way is different. So this gives you an advantage, an edge to identify which is, so we have two types of functions. Basically, whenever you use an aggregate function or the function that Power BI provides you, that particular function is called as the implicit method, and the one you specifically write is called as the explicit method. So when you are using a calculated DAX for recreating a new DAX, then you will identify this particular method is already an existing DAX and it is a measure. And in case if you're using a table name, that means you're using a specific hard-coded table name. That helps you differentiate between these two approaches. That's the reason why we don't go ahead with the standard approach of using table name and column name when you're trying to reuse the existing DAX measures. For example, let's go ahead with identifying which box had more boxes per shipment. So here we had created right total boxes and total amount. So for identifying boxes per shipment, we will create a new DAX. So let me expand this. So let's create a new measure. And we will call this particular measure as boxes per shipment. So it's similar to the previous approach or previous calculation we did. So boxes per shipment can also be calculated by using total boxes. We created a total boxes thing here, right? You can drag and drop this particular thing here, or you can total boxes. So the key identifier that if you are reusing a DAX or if you are reusing or using a column name is this. If a formula starts with box bracket, then or square bracket, that means you're using a DAX. And if you are using the normal parenthesis, then it means that you're using an existing column. So total boxes divided by shipment count. So shipment count. So this is the one. Just tap to enter. Now you can close the parenthesis. I think we did not create a parenthesis in the end. Okay, that's fine. Press enter and your new DAX or the DAX which has been created by reusing the existing DAX is created here. Now what you can do is you can drag and drop boxes per shipment and identify maximum boxes per shipment. So if we rearrange this, just click on this particular aspect and you can reorder. Now you can see the product number 18 actually used a lot of boxes per shipment, right? And the initial aspect where we identified total number of boxes. So yeah, I think now we have a clear picture. Previously, we misunderstood that the total number of boxes used by product 4 were highest. But when the final packaging comes, there is a possibility where the exact number of boxes could be a little different, right? One huge box might have smaller boxes inside it, right? It's like an abstracting process where you package every minute item into a small box and all those small boxes will be packaged into a large box. Now this particular thing, what we have here, gives us a better advantage. Now you can see obviously 4,80,000 or 480,000 boxes were used to package product number 4, but at the final count, it is using 753, which is a lot closer or a lot similar to product number 18, right? So here you can see a minute difference between the two packaging. So that is the level of detail we can get into by using a little bit of DAX for business purposes. Now, if you proceed a little bit into details, then the next thing we can calculate is amount per box or amount per shipment. So let's create a new measure, and I want to identify amount that we are spending per every single shipment. So amount per shipment is equals to. Now remember the divide function we previously discussed about. If you might have, maybe there is a possibility that you might end up having 0 value in the second column, right? The column which goes under the denominator section. And if you divide such particular numbers, you might end up with divide by 0 errors. To avoid that, you can simply call a divide function here and mention the columns that you want to divide. So here we will send out 2 particular columns or DAX calculations. So total amount is the DAX calculation that we previously created. And the second value is people. So we'll be using people table here. Or I can write down salesperson. We have a people table, right? So why am I not able to identify people of salesperson. Okay, let us try that differently. Anyways, we have the amount spent per packaging here, but we just wanted to explore a little bit of DAX reusability. Let's try to hard code that. So under people's column, we have PID, salesperson. Okay, let me try this particular approach. Salesperson, still unable to identify. Let me create a parenthesis and type the table name. No news. But anyways, we have the shipment per box here. Let's close this. Let's deny this or cancel that particular DAX. But anyways, now we enter into one of the important functions of DAX. Now, this could be a game changer for you in perspective of business analytics. So that function is nothing but calculate. So let's create a new page and enter into the new page and try to create some functions, DAX functions using the calculate method. Now let's say I want to identify the amount of sale did or done by each person. So for that, I'll write a calculated or calculated field or new measure. So I'll go with this particular aspect. I'll create a new measure in the people's table, and the measure will be named as employee amount equals to calculate total amount, comma, people and salesperson. So previously we did not find this, but now Power BI was able to find salespersons. Some unexpected error, not a big deal. So apart from this, I want to find out for a specific person. So if we go into the tabular view, and here we have Emily Davis. Let's say I want to calculate the total sale done by Emily Davis. Study hard set or copy this particular name and go back to report view. And where is our, this is the one. So we need to edit this particular DAX function, and salesperson is equals to, we copied, okay, I think we have everyone here. So let's erase all those. So I want to keep just Emily Davis here. So you can again come up with a new idea, or you can again come up with a new doubt where you can say, why use a filter in DAX if we already have a slicer, right? So you can do with this using a slicer, but as we discussed, when you use slicers, the slicers behave like an on and off switch. So when you switch from a different person, automatically the the control will also switch from an existing person to a different person. Now let's compare that side by side. Now this is my DAX and I'll enter, and we have the DAX. Now what we can do is we can drag and drop product. So let's create a new visualization. So we can drag and drop product and sales done by Emily Davis, and also we can have a salesperson as well. And if I drag and drop the amount once again, so here you can see the difference, right? In the first section, we selectively filter Emily Davis and the number is as is. And when it comes to the second filter, you don't have a filter here. You have all the data excluding Emily Davis and everything is normal, right? So this is the main difference that we are dealing with. So apart from this, if you wanted to identify the specific number of sales done by a dedicated employee, then you can create this calculate filter for a dedicated person in a many number of ways. Now, let's head into one last approach for DAX, where let's say we have a target and every employee has some target, and we want to find out if that particular employee has achieved the targets or not. So let's go and add a new measure, and the measure will be named as sales target. And sales target is equals to, let's say, 1.5 million. So hit enter, and we have sales target here. Now let's create a new measure. It's like an if condition. So if the sales target is achieved, then fine. If not, you mark it as not achieved or something like that. So we will create a new measure, and we will write the measure as follows, as performance is equals to if condition total amount. So total amount is greater than sales target measure. We are reusing the measures again. Then you can write it as target achieved, else not achieved. So this will be my DAX, and hit enter. So I've created a new DAX here. Now what we will do is we will drag and drop, we'll create a new table, and we will drag and drop salesperson onto the table, and total amount that we have done, and we will also add that performance DAX calculation that we created. And now we have a clear picture how many number of employees have already achieved their target and how many did not. For example, here you can see Carter did not achieve his target, and Ava Lewis did not achieve her target, and so on. So the minimum bare number that we wanted to keep in order to find out if a target is given target is achieved or not was 1.5 million. So there are people who already kind of overachieved, and there are a few people who did not achieve their target. So there are multiple ways that you can include and try to work on with using DAX. It gives you a lot of freedom than the basic implicit functions that you already get from Power BI, like the aggregate functions like sum, average, mean, and median, right? Now let's consider a small use case for you. Now let's also find out, consider this as your homework. Now, just like we had the target for salespersons, let's have target for product as well. Or you can just simply write the DAX commands that you're going to perform on your Power BI in the comment section below. So write down a DAX function to find out the product's target. Let's say the minimum product sale, the minimum sales for a product is about 500, and find me out the products which achieved their target and which did not, so that we can find out the performance of product visually and identify which products needs a little bit of marketing and which are the products which are highly performing, and we can slightly increase the rates so that we can get a little bit of profit out of them. So this brings us to the end of module 7 on DAX basics. So let's continue with the next module, where we will find out interactivity and drill downs, or basically creating a fully functional dashboard. So now we enter the next module, where we will be understanding how to build charts and add slices, filters, and basically create an interactive dashboard combining all the learnings that we have learned so far, and create a completely business oriented dashboard for interactivity and insights. So let's go with the Excel files for this particular data set. Now we have this particular Excel file here. Before we get started with the data set, let me bring back our learnings, where I used to tell you once you use, like, let's go back to Power Query once, where I said you there is this particular feature in Power Query where you just provide the location of the file once, right? Whether it is on a database or a server or a cloud, or if it is just a file location on your local system or anywhere, we just provide the location of the source and create some queries or create some steps for data cleaning. And after that, if you load the data to the platform like Power BI, the modeling or the data visualization becomes easier for you. And whenever you add new data to it, Power Query will automatically learn or use the learnings from the previous transformations and changes to the data set, and it will implement all those for you, makes the data clean, and you can just focus on data visualization without wasting any time on data cleaning or data transformation part. So we will be bringing that back in this particular demo. So here on my screen, you can see I'm providing a file name as location prior learning. So this location will have 1 year's data, which is very old, 2021's data. Let's assume that we have a business statement here, and we are comparing year on year performance wise. And here, if we come out of the location, here we have sales data for 2022, 25, 24, and so on, 23, right? They are ordered a little different, but not a problem. What majorly our concern is we are having 5 years of data, right? So we'll start our process of data visualization with one particular file, and then we will build an entire dashboard with just one file. And the magic happens at the last stage where we add all the new data, all this new data, what I'm talking about is, let me highlight them, all this new data into this file location. And once we add it, the dashboard, what happens in the background is Power Query will check all the data sets that we have recently added into the location, and it will reanalyze, rerun all the numbers and update the dashboard on the fly within a couple of seconds. So that's our approach. Now, the data that we are dealing with is here. This is the data set. We have sales data, so it is order ID, order date, on which date was the order placed, the delivery date, right? What was the delivery date, order status, if it is delivered or not. We have customer ID, we have a customer name and last name, the state in which that particular product was delivered. We have the region, is it east or west, north, south, and central regions of the location, and what was the product, and what product or what category does the product belong to, if there is any subcategory for that as well, and the number of quantity, and what was the initial traffic to the website, and how many number of traffics converted into leads, and how many of those leads converted into orders, and what was the quantity, right? And we have cost to company and also revenue and profit. So profit is nothing but the difference between the cost to company and the revenue, right? You might create a product for 10 rupees and sell it for 12 rupees. Then your profit is 2 rupees. That's how revenue and profit and cost to company matter. So this is the overall basic agenda for our dataset. And this particular dataset is already cleaned. So we have split customer, first name, last name. And to reduce the length of this particular demo section, we have used the clean data, and you already have a good understanding of data cleaning, modeling, and DAX functionality so far. So we will be directly ingesting this data into Power BI platform. So I hope you have a good understanding of what kind of data set are we dealing with. We are dealing with sales data. We have order details, customer details, location details, and the traffic, lead, orders, revenue, profit, and quantity details in all in one shot. You don't have to, kind of create joins or merges. We also dealt with the joining data tables, merges, and how to append the data. And we don't have to work on all those complicated things. We can just understand basic functionality of how to create data visualization on Power BI platform, how to have a good background, a user interface. You'll also, so coming back to user interface, let me show you one of the interfaces that I created. So this particular image that you're seeing is created for user interface purpose only, user experience purpose only. So when you directly go into Power BI, you don't have such a beautiful, a good, decent, if not beautiful, a decent background. All you get is a plain white background. But it doesn't end there. Power BI gives you an opportunity to add or customize your own background to elevate the user experience for business leaders. So the main, you need to understand what is the business purpose of your organization. So the purpose of this particular example is the business leaders wants to identify what is the traffic they are dealing with on monthly basis or year basis or provided date basis, and what are the leads. So here you can see we have state, year and month. We can drill down. So we'll also go through drill down and drill through options. So we can drill down the sales state into years, into months and dates as well. So here you can see month and year. So we can have that as well. So the business leaders wants to identify in a dedicated state, in a dedicated year, in a dedicated month, how was the traffic, how were the leads, how many number of orders did we receive, what was the revenue, and what is the quantity of orders did we receive. And if you scroll down a little bit, you can see region-wise sales, North region, South region, West region, East region, and Central region, and category-wise sales. What category of products sold most in what region, segment-wise sales. So if you go through this, you can see how detailed this particular approach is. You can find a product level data, you can find subcategory level data, you can find category level data. Apart from this, you can also find out location-wise data, which state had particular product sales high or low, which region of that particular state had a dedicated product high or low, right? And also you can see geographical location here, which is the biggest box. So in this biggest box, we will have one of the visualizations, which is geographical visualization, or also called as map chart. And here at the last, you have month-wise sales performance. So one thing to remember, whenever you're dealing with date-related data, if you have one of the measures or one of the dimensions as date, then it is by default, you should be going with a line graph, because line graph is the one which shows you the performance, if it is growing, if it is spiking, or if it is dipping, right? That's the purpose of using a line graph whenever you have date. So remember that. And rest of the ones, when it comes to the first row, state, year, and month, you can go ahead with filter or slicer. We'll also be customizing slicer. So the best part of this section is you can see the minute details, how, the slicer level things, the background for a slicer, the color for a slicer, the drop down choice, right? For a slicer, you'll be having a vertical box. You can customize that to a drop down. You can also ingest a feature where you can have a search bar logo on that, so that when you click on search, you can simply type which state you're looking for and it pops out, filters out for you. And the same can be implemented for year and month. And you can also add KPIs, right? Cards are used for KPIs, key performance indicators, right? When to use cards, when to use a donut chart, when to use pie chart, when to use a bar graph, or when to use a column graph. Or apart from that, you'll also have a few more other alternatives like, a stacked bar graph, etc., and map chart. So you cannot use map chart for a bar graph, right? So the experience of using a dashboard matters a lot. So you can use, let's say, traffic by you can use a donut chart for indicating traffic. But will the purpose of indicating KPI be satisfied? No, right? So that's the basic sense you need to have. What kind of chart is created for what kind of indicator on a dashboard? When you're going ahead with KPIs, then cards are the best indicators. And when you're going with region-wise state, like when you have less than 5 dimensions or measures, it's better to go with the pie chart or a donut chart, because it gives you the accurate amount of division of sales between the regions. So in regions, we have about 5. So we have north, south, east, west, and central. So this type of chart or this type of measure can be depicted using a pie chart, which has better visuals. And same goes with category. We have a couple of categories like 5 to 6. Then you can go ahead with a donut chart and segment-wise sales as well, right? You need to have that simple understanding of what kind of chart is best suitable for what kind of representation of data. So this comes to the user experience and interface section. So you're free to use any tool for creating better backgrounds. I've used PowerPoint for creating this particular a picture, you can use Canva or any online tools. You can also write a prompt to your ChatGPT and share the data with it, and share your business request or the business owner's requirements, so that it creates a good user experience or user visual for you, and you can download that and replace that with the background. So that's about it. So apart from this, we also have few other visuals. So here I have a social media dashboard. So you have follows, views, likes, shares, comments, right? If you're dealing with social media platforms, then you can go ahead with this one. So here we have buttons as well. X for Twitter, Meta for Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, and YouTube. And you can also select the platform, state, region, resource. So we have this entire end-to-end tutorial on our channel. So you can also go through that. If you require this particularly, you can also comment us and we'll share the dashboard with you and the tutorial with you. So we have a lot of different varieties of approaches for building a dashboard. So this was the one which we will be using today. So this is also one of the dashboards for creating sales one, and this is the one which we will be using today. So now with that, let's go to the Power BI platform. So let's give it a moment to load. So there you go. And we will be using a blank report for this one. Let's open a blank report. And to get data, we have a lot of options. Let me cancel this out. So to get data in the Power Query section, we have understood what are the different variety of sources available to get the data from. So here, I will not use Excel directly. What I'll do is I'll go to more options. And from here, I will have an option which says folder, right? When you select folder, it will ask you for the location of the folder, for the path of the folder, right? So you can open on browse window. Then your data is in downloads. My data is in downloads. You might have a different location as well. So here, or what I can do is I can cancel this. I can directly go to the window where I have my data. So it's easier for me to navigate. So it's in PBI and in location. So just copy this location. This is my location. Go back to Power BI platform and just paste the location over here and press OK. Now, what happens is Power BI will automatically understand which data is supposed to be loaded. So here I have the data set. Click on it. So there has been a small error. So let's try that once again. I think it took 2 sections or 2 rows. Must be a smaller, don't worry. Let's give it another try. Yeah. There is a small error here. Let's try that. Yeah, we need to drill down. Just click on that expand button and it will expand the data for you. And now select the sheet. This is the preview that we were looking for. And I think everything is good to go, as this data was considered the best one. I mean, it was already cleaned. So let's anyways have a quick preview. So we have order ID, order date, delivery date, order status, customer ID, customer name, and state, region, product, category, subcategory, quantity, traffic, leads, orders, cost to company, revenue, and profit. So as we discussed during the tags module, unless you have a clean data fully functioning for analysis, you cannot proceed with analytics and it will not make any sense at the end of the dashboard. So I'm satisfied with my data. I want to click on OK for loading the data. So we have almost everything that we were looking for. So if we go back to data table view, I want to delete this particular one and go back to home. And I would quickly refresh the data. Now to the visualization pane, and everything is now good to go. Now we will start with applying the canvas settings or canvas background. I would like to browse the picture that I created. So this was the one. Click open, and image fit will be fit, and transparency will be down so that we have a good visual. Discard the changes, and we are almost good to go. Now that we have a good background, we will start with making the visualizations. So first we will come from top to bottom. So the top section is about including a state level slicer. So what I'll do is I'll go to the visualization pane. So here we have a wide variety of charts. We have stacked bar chart, we have stacked column chart, we have clustered bar chart, we have a clustered column chart, and then we have a 100% stack chart. This is the column chart again. So this is the line graph which I was talking about. This is the area chart and the stacked area chart. Next is 100% stacked area. This is a combination of both column chart as well as a line chart, and there is a different purpose for this as well. So each and every chart available here has a different purpose. So this is the ribbon chart. This is one of the waterfall chart which we most commonly use, and then here we have a funnel chart, then the scatter chart. So scatter chart is really helpful when you have the comparison performance, right? So if you have let's say employees performing date to date, then you can go ahead with scatter plot. So it shows you an indication of growth as well as a performance on a dedicated spot. So the performance is spread in dots in the graph. Yeah, so you can go ahead with that. And the pie chart, donor charts that we discussed before. And we also have a tree map chart, which is similar to not stack, similar to pie chart and the donor chart. But the only difference is the representation will be in the form of blocks. And here we have the map chart, the geographical locations, and we have the filled map chart as well. So both stand same, but if you use map, the fill will be indicated in terms of a dot. But if you go to the filled map, you'll have fully filled geographical locations. And you have Azure map, you have a gauge here, and these are the cards. And next is multi-row card. Then this is the KPI indicator, the slicer, the regular table that we use, and this is the one, the matrix chart. We have R script visual, Python script visual, and we have key influencers and decomposition tree, Q&A questions as well. You can include this in the dashboard, and you can try to ask questions. Like let's say I want to find out which product sold best in provided state in a provided year. Then you can quickly get that particular visual. This acts like a chatbot for your dashboard. That's a very good feature in Power BI. And then we have narrative, which explains or which gives out the narratives on the performance of dashboard. Then we have metrics preview, and we have paginated report, then the card and new slicers and all the other things, which is AGIS maps for Power BI, Power Apps for Power BI, and this is Power Automate for Power BI. So Power Automate is a whole new segment of learning. So we have a completely dedicated tutorial on Power Automate. So you can drop us a message in the comment section below so that we can share you the Power Automate tutorial for Power BI. So, and apart from that, if you see here, we have drill through and cross report options here. Now, let's get back to the dashboard and try to add the slices that we were discussing about. So we will just click on the slicer, and we have a slicer option right here. And let me drag and drop somewhere else. Now, here we will go into the visualizations format of this particular slicer. So let me drop the state location. So here we have Now we have visuals. So we'll go into general, and I think we don't need a title for this one. So I'll keep it off. And we'll also go with background. I don't want any background for this since we've already set it. And we don't want a visual border as well. And shadow, I think we don't need a shadow. Header icons, I don't need header icons. And background is also turned off. Transparency is 100% complete. Title is done. And properties, I think I'm almost satisfied with what I have. Now, apart from that, if we come into slicer visuals, I don't want the slicer header. And if we come into slicer settings, remember the drop down setting we spoke about? I don't want the vertical list. I want a quick drop down. So now I'll try to make it fit in the section where I, created the state. So this would be it. So I'll try to rearrange it to fit into this particular space. There you go. Now what I can do is I can also include the search icon. So whenever I click on the drop down, I have a search bar over there. Let's say I want to find out maybe Madhya Pradesh. I can just type down Madhya Pradesh and I'll get it. So now that the slicer is fit and done, now what I can do is to save time, I can just copy and paste it, right? I have a new slicer altogether. I'll just drag and drop this particular slicer to here. And similarly, I will copy this again and paste. Now I'll drag and drop this to let me select it to month. So the only thing that we will be changing for this particular slicer is, so instead of state, we will be selecting year. So we have order date hierarchy here. So if you open the hierarchy, you can select year in place of state. So we'll unselect state. Now we here have all the years. So for now, we just have 2021. So remember, we just selected 1 year per this particular visualization. So we will unselect state and we will open data hierarchy. So for date hierarchy, and then we will select month. So now we have all the states, all the years, just 2021 for now, but it will increase to 22, 3, 4, 5, and 6 later on. And we have all the months for the month section. Now the first slicer section is done. The next one is the cards. So what you can do is select a card, and this particular card will have the number of traffic. So you can see Power BI was able to calculate, the summation. So it automatically aggregated the total traffic happened. So now we will go into visuals for this one. So general, and we want header icons. We don't want effects, so background will be turned off. And apart from that, we don't want shadows and everything. So if you go into visuals, so here we will be having the category label. So we don't want category label because we already have a category labeled implemented into the dashboard itself. So we will drag and drop it somewhere here. And once you're happy with the location, the same thing what we did for slicer can be replicated here. So you can just copy and paste it. And now what you'll do is drag and drop to the leads section. You can also auto align that. And you can do the copy paste once again, and you can auto align to number of orders, copy and paste for revenue. So you can auto align for revenue as well. And one last copy paste for quantity. So copy and paste, auto align, and you have the quantity. Now what changes is in leads, you need to unselect traffic and you need to select leads section. So here we have the summation of leads, and in the orders section, you need to unselect traffic and select the total automation, which is the aggregation for orders. Similarly, you can go to revenue, select the revenue summation, and unselect traffic. And last is the quantity one. So you need to unselect traffic and go to total orders or total quantity of orders. So far so good. The first two rows are resolved. Now we have the region-wise sales. Remember we discussed if we have 4 to 5 elements and not more than that, you can definitely go with a pie chart. So we'll go with a pie chart here. Okay, let me quickly undo that. Okay, now select or click anywhere on the dashboard and now click on the pie chart so that you have a fresh pie chart there. Now what you need to do is we have legends, right? So you need to add region data into legend and values of orders to values. So there you go. Now you can go to the visualization. I don't want legend. I don't want. You can have detailed labels, however. And when it comes to title, I don't want title for this. I don't want header icons and tooltips. You can include, or if you don't want, you can also remove them. But I want detailed labels and any effects, visuals, background, and yeah, everything looks good to me. You don't have any background. Now you can slightly increase the size of the dashboard and make sure to fit it into the dedicated location provided for this particular visual. There you go. Now comes the category wise sale. So click anywhere on the dashboard, use a donut chart, and for this particular one, category. So where do we have the category? We have subcategory and should be somewhere here. So we have the category here and you can drop category to legends and then you can order to values. There you have the category wise sales. Go to visuals, the same steps we did. We'll just have detailed labels and title. We don't want the title. We don't want tooltips. Now you can close this. And just like we did for the previous one, you need to fit it into the space provided for this particular visualization. Now we have segment-wise sales. So for segment-wise sales, we have a lot of segments. So when you have a lot of segments, it's better you go with column charts. So I'll go with this particular column chart and we have a column chart there. And now we will have segment in the X axis somewhere here. Look for segment. Okay, subcategory. I think subcategory, yeah, we do have a subcategory. I think we don't have a segment, but we do have a product. So I think it's better we go with product category wise, subcategory wise. So we have a lot of products, however. I think we missed out on the segment part. Or let's go to the table view quickly so that if we can find out we have any segments or not. This is the location and here is the data customer. I think we don't have a segment, but that's okay, not a big deal. So in place of segment, we can include product, but we have a lot of products here. But anyways, in case if we apply a filter, let's say we apply a filter for a dedicated category, then we might drill down the products into a little bit. So let's have products there. Anyways, so drag and drop product to x-axis and we will have orders in y-axis. It might be a little segregated or it could be a little compact for this particular space. So we don't want header icons, don't want tooltips. We can keep tooltips, but for now it's okay. And yeah, everything is plot area background. So do we have a plot area background? No. So this is good to go. And same as before, we need to size this to the location provided. Yeah, similarly, we have a subcategory as well. So you can click anywhere on the dashboard and then go to visualizations. You can include a bar graph, and then what you can do is simply drag and drop subcategory to columns, and you can add orders, total orders to x-axis, and you'll identify how many number of orders were placed by how many number of products based on products. So you can click the visual, and just like we did before, we can make some general changes to it. We don't want title, we don't want header icons, and we don't want tooltips and visuals. So we don't want any plot area background. So far so good. So let's select all. Just like we did before, we need to fill in the area allocated for the subcategory. There you go. Now, grid lines, we don't want grid lines. Slicer. Just check for each and every aspect so that your slicer or your, visual stands out. And ribbons, data labels, all the plot area. So the overall intention of creating a better visual experience for your end user is having a good representation of all the insights or visuals you build. So unless you take care of all these things, then you might end up in just another dashboard which doesn't look or feel good for the end user. So that now you have everything sorted out in one place. Now comes the next visual. So click anywhere on the dashboard, and then you need to click on the map, build map, or any map that you want, and then you need to open the data, and we will add state to the legend. And then what we will do is total orders, so that we will identify how many number of orders are being bought or are being received from entire location. So if you want roads, you can keep the roads. And general settings, we don't want title. We have already given the geographical location and tooltips. There you go. Now, or what you can do is you can quickly fill in this particular area dedicated for the map region. There you go. Now the last one is the sales month on month. Remember, whenever we are dealing with date to date, year to date, month to month, or last date today, remember the time functions that we discussed in time intelligence section. That's the one. So whenever you have time related data, repeat. So whenever you have time related data, go with line graph. So click anywhere on the dashboard, then go with a line graph, and your line graph will be created. Now on the x-axis, you need to drag and drop month. Inside the date hierarchy, you have month, right? So drag and drop that to x-axis so that you have month on month. And now drag and drop orders value to the y-axis so that you can see month on month performance. Similarly, go to the visual section, and here check all the aspects, and general section, and here we don't want title, header icons, and tooltips. So everything will be provided by just one click. So just close this one as well. Now extend this particular graph to fill in the area dedicated to that, and here you have the tooltips. So I think we need the tooltips. So go to the visualization section, and here go to So if you add tooltips, then you'll have the values which are happening in that particular location, right? So now you have a completely interactive dashboard. Now is the best part. So let's say I want to identify for a dedicated location, right? So here I will select Delhi, and I'll have the sales performance happening in Delhi right now. So we have about 17,000 traffic, and out of which we have 1800 leads, 19 orders, and so much revenue. So we need to expand this a little so that we have an actual number. So we have about 647 revenue, which can be in millions or something like that. And this is the total number of orders we receive, 207. And provided if you want to drill down a little bit, you can provide the dedicated month. So in the August month, so many leads were there, but no orders. So depends on the seasonal value also as well, right? So if you have April, then you might have, okay, when you go into some other month, maybe June. So maybe due to some seasonality, like any festive seasonality, you have some orders. So based on that, you can achieve some orders as well. So apart from that, so if you unselect Delhi, and you'll have the overall countrywide sales, revenue, orders, leads, and quantity details. Now comes the best part. Now let's go to the data location once again. So I have my data in PBI, and this is the location. Now what I'll do is select all these data sets, and what I'll do is simply drag and drop inside the location. I did not do anything yet. Now I'll close this and go to the dashboard. Nothing changed as of now. What I simply do is refresh the data. Once I click on the refresh data, new data is being loaded. Just click on close. Now you have the data for all the years. So if I click on year, so you can see automatically we have 2021, 22, 23, 24, and 25. Initially, we just had 1 year, which was 2021. So all the data cleaning that we did, like a quick review of what the data is looking like, or what columns and rows we have, right? All that part has been done automatically or implicitly inside Power Query, and we have all the data ready for publishing or sharing with our business owners or your clients, basically. So now the next point is all about publishing this particular report or sharing this particular link to the business owner, and in the next section we will be learning this. And that brings us to the end of this particular module on data visualization, charts, and adding interactivity, drill down, and all the aspects of a data analysis dashboard using Power BI. Welcome to module number 9. In this session, we will move beyond Power BI desktop and into the Power BI service, the cloud platform where you publish, manage, refresh, share, and embed reports at a scale. By the end of this module, you will be able to publish a .pbix file from Power BI desktop to the Power BI service and understand what is being published, which are reports, dataset, or model, etc. You can manage workspaces, roles, and the lifecycle of content and datasets. Configure dataset, which is refresh, including gateways, credentials, incremental refresh, and troubleshooting. You can also share reports and dashboards with users and teams effectively while maintaining security and governance. You can also embed reports into applications and web portals and understand the difference between embedded models and permissioning approaches. We will balance step by step, which is how to instructions, with architectural reasons and governance best practices. So you know both what to click and why that choice matters in real business. So let's get started with part A of module 9. So the part A will be basically about how publishing works. So you need to navigate to desktop, then choose the service option. So let's start publishing. Publishing is the act of taking Power BI file, which is .pbix file you built in Power BI desktop, and uploading it into the Power BI service, which is app.powerbi.com, where it becomes a dataset, a report, and optionally a data flow or paginated report, depending upon how you build it and what you build, what you publish, when you publish from desktop, and how effectively you upload the three things: the report definition, the collection of page visuals, bookmarks, and layout; the dataset or semantic model, which is the second one, which is about the tables, relationships, DAX measures, metadata, and the connection strategy, which is basically how to import data query or a live connection. Then comes any query logic, the Power Query steps that you made, the produced data, the service stores, and the query logic in the dataset, so future refreshers can rerun the extract or transform steps carefully. Put simply, the report is the front end, the dataset is the engine, and the query logic is the recipe that builds the engine from source systems. How to publish step by step. So from Power BI desktop, you can either select the file to publish the Power BI option, or directly you can choose to click on the publish button from the home ribbon. You'll be asked to pick a workspace destination. Select the workspace you own or have publish permissions to. The desktop app then uploads the .pbix file to the selected workspace. After a successful publish, you can open the report in the Power BI service and the dataset will appear under the Workspace Dataset section. Now, let's go through the key considerations when publishing. So firstly, the workspace choice matters. Don't publish into My Workspace, which is the default location for production reports. Use dedicated workspaces that you create for your teams, projects, or production apps. Workspaces map to content lifecycle and permission boundaries. A workspace should be the unit of collaboration and governance. We will dive into workspace roles shortly. So connection mode influences refresh and performance. If your dataset uses import mode, then Power BI stores a copy of the data and you must schedule refreshes. If it uses direct query or a live connection, the service queries at the source at runtime or caches limited resources or results, changing how refreshes handle and affecting concurrency and latency. So for this reason, it is better that you always choose the mode that matches your SLA and data size. Next is size limits and licensing. Large datasets and high refresh frequency may require premium or PPU capabilities. Check the organization's license and workspace capacity. If you run into file size limits, consider optimizing the model, where you can remove unused columns or use aggregations or move to a premium capacity. What to expect after publishing? Once published, your colleagues can view the report in the workspace if they have access, provided if they have access to it. The dataset can be refreshed on schedule and you can package the workspace content into an app to distribute to a larger audience. You can also download the report back as .pbix if permissions allow you. The service stores publication history and basic lineage. That's the publishing core. Next, we will look into workspace architecture and how to manage datasets after they are in the service. So let's go into the part B, which deals with workspace management. So roles, apps, and the best practices. Workspaces are the organized container in Power BI service. They hold reports, dashboards, datasets, data flows, and paginated reports. Workspaces are where teams collaborate, prepare apps, and manage lifecycle between development, test, and production. Now let's also take a look through types of workspaces. Microsoft has new modern workspaces which replace classic work pages. They provide better role control, governance features, and app publishing options. They create a workspace for each logical area or project rather than using a single workspace for everything. Now let's go with roles within a workspace. There are distinct roles you can assign to people and security groups. For example, we have admin. So admin has full control. He can manage workspace settings. He can add or remove members and delete workspaces as well. Then comes the member, who has the permissions to edit content, publish reports, and create apps. Followed by that, we have contributor, who has the right to publish and update the content, but has limited management rights. Then we have the viewer, who has only read-only access to the content inside the workspace. They can't edit or do anything with the report. Now, assign the least privileged role necessary. For production workspaces, use to publish apps, keep these sets of admins small, and use members or contributors for content authors. Viewer role is ideal for users who only need to consume reports without editing. Now, let's discuss the difference between apps versus the direct workspace consumption. An app is a packaged, curated distribution of selected workspace content intended for broader audience. It provides a stable URL, consistent navigation, and controlled access. Use apps when you want to distribute read-only content to a larger user base. Use workspace access when the audience needs collaborative editing or testing. Now let's discuss about the workspace lifecycle and governance best practices. So it comes from developer to QA, QA to production. Maintain separate workspaces for development, testing, and production. You need to encourage authors to publish to dev, QA, or validation, and then promote the production where you can republish or deploy the apps. Now let's go through the naming conventions. Name workspaces and datasets clearly. Include environment tag. For example, sales production, sales development, right? These are the tags you can use. And next comes the content endorsement. Use endorsement For example, certified or promoted for trusted datasets to guide users to a single resources of truth. Certified datasets indicate governance vetting. Now, let's go through metadata and documentation. Add descriptions to datasets and reports and keep a README page in Workspace with intended use. Data sources and owners contact as well. This will be helpful. Now let's go through monitor lineage and usage. Use Workspace and tenant usage metrics to track adoption and performance. Remove stale content and archive older versions. So let's go through an example. Imagine a company BI team supports sales reporting. You need to create 3 workspaces. First one, which is sales developer, which has only authors who build the reports. Next is sales QA, which has analysts to validate the report. And lastly, we have sales app, which is production app published to all sales managers in one go. Now, only a small set of admins and members exist in developer or QA teams, while the app is distributed to hundreds of viewers. Proper workspace management reduces confusion, enforces governance, and controls cost, which is capacity of usage. Now, let's dive into the part C, data refresh. The concept, setup, and troubleshooting will be dealt here. One of the most important operations after publishing is keeping your dataset current. Dataset refresh is how Power BI updates the imported data in the cloud so reports show recent information. So now let's discuss the refresh modes and triggers. There are multiple refresh mechanisms. So the first one is scheduled refresh. The most common one is this one. You can configure frequency in the dataset settings, which is based on hourly, daily, or even weekly. Power BI will run the stored Power Query steps and reload data from import mode datasets. Next is on-demand or manual refresh. You can run a refresh immediately after the dataset UI. Useful for ad hoc updates. Now let's go through push and streaming datasets. It is used in real-time scenarios where external services push the data into the Power BI. Followed by that, we have Power Automate or API. So this is actually a trigger refresh which happens through automation flows or API calls for event-based updates. This is useful when data source systems signal the data changes. Now comes the gateways and on-premise data. If your data source are on-premise like SQL Server, analysis services, files on network share, etc., you need an on-premise data gateway, which is a lightweight service that securely facilitates connections between Power BI in the cloud and your internal data. Install the gateway on a reliable server, register it to your tenant, and assign it to the workspace or the dataset. The gateway supports clustered mode for high availability. Don't run the gateway on a laptop. Use a server class machine and put it behind appropriate monitoring. Next, let's discuss about the credentials and privacy levels. In the dataset settings, you will set the data source credentials. Make sure credentials are valid and use service accounts when possible rather than personal accounts. Review privacy levels if used for proper data handling of joint data. When credentials fail, your refreshes will error out. The refresh history gives you the failure message to diagnose. Now let's move into incremental refresh to scale large datasets. For large tables, use incremental refresh to avoid reloading entire tables every time. Incremental refresh allows you to partition time-based data, refreshing only recent partitions and keeping historical partitions static. A huge performance win. To use it, you typically define range start and range end parameters in Power Query and enable incremental policies on the dataset in the service. This feature is essential on large datasets and often paired with premium or PPU capabilities for higher limits. Now let's discuss the refresh limits and quotas. Be aware of refresh limits related to license type. Free workspaces have limited refresh options. Pro and PPU have larger quotas, and Premium provides the most frequent and larger model support. If you need many hourly refreshes across many datasets, Premium capacity is usually required. Now, let's go through troubleshooting refresh failures, which is a practical flow. So, check refresh history. The dataset settings page contains the refresh history and no error messages. Note timestamps, error types, and affected tables. Next, we have verify credentials. Test data source connections in dataset settings, update passwords or service account tokens as needed. Then we have gateway status. Confirm the gateway is online and on the latest version. If the gateway is offline, refreshes will fail. Check gateway logs and network connectivity. Timeout and query issues. If refreshes timeout, look at query complexity, break down running transformations, or push transformations to the source. Consider aggregations or move heavy transformations upstream. Next ahead, we have concurrency and capacity. If many datasets refresh simultaneously, the queue can delay refreshes, stagger refresh schedules, or scale capacity. Use the Premium Capacity Metrics app to monitor the saturation. Followed by that, we have data schema changes. If the source changes column names or data types, our query steps can break. Maintain communication channels with data owners before source updates. Now let's go to some advanced options. Refresh templates and cascading refresh, which is from Fabric. So for complex pipelines with semantic models and data pipelines, you can orchestrate refresh templates or chain refreshes so upstream data flows refresh before downstream data sets. This gives more reliable end-to-end data refresh in advanced architectures. Now let's go through an example scenario. Let's imagine a retail company imports daily sales. They use the incremental refresh policy to update only the last 14 days each night and a smaller hourly refresh during business hours for the previous day's rolling window. The gateway connects to their on-premise POS database and the admin monitors refresh failures via the refresh history and capacity metrics. The design reduces load, improves freshness, and keeps costs predictable. Now let's dive into the part D, which is about sharing reports and dashboards with teams and people. So publishing is one thing, sharing is where insights drive action. Power BI provides multiple sharing patterns. Choose the pattern that matches your audience, governance, and licensing. Now let's go through the sharing options overview. Workspace access. You can grant user roles inside a workspace based on viewer, contributor, or member, or even admin. Use this for collaboration where users may edit or test the content. Next is publish an app. Best for distributing polished, read-only content to many users in one go. Apps are versioned and provide a stable entry point for consumers. Next is the share option. The share button lets you send a direct link to the specific people or groups. This respects dataset RLS and requires recipients to have appropriate license or access. Use this for ad hoc distribution. Followed by that, we have embed in Teams. Add reports as tabs inside Teams, channels, or chats so users access analytics where they work. Embedding in Teams keeps collaboration seamless and can include comment and chat integrations. Next, we have secured embed or public embed or publish to web options. Secure embed option is for internal portals with authentication. Publish to web produces an anonymous public link. Use with extreme caution. It is used rarely for internal data only. Secure embed respects permissions with row-level security. Public embed is not. Now, let's dive into embedding in Microsoft Teams. So let's go through the practical flow. To add a report to a team channel, open the channel, click the plus icon, select the Power BI tab, then pick the Power BI report or dashboard you want to embed. The Teams tab gives users direct access to the report without leaving Teams, and you can pin it for quick visibility. This is a strong pattern for operational teams that already use Teams for daily communications. Next comes the row-level security and sharing. When sharing, ensure RLS is configured if recipient should only view a subset of the data. RLS is defined on the dataset and enforced by the service. It travels with the dataset and applies to all sharing mechanisms, including apps and team tabs. Use RLS carefully and test via view as a role to confirm behavior before wide distribution. Now, let's go through external sharing and B2B. You can share with external users via Azure AD B2B. Tenant admin must enable external guest settings. For customer-facing scenarios, consider Power BI Embedded, which is app owns data, to avoid provisioning licenses for external users. Always follow your organization's tenant settings policies and consult compliance teams for external data sharing. Now, let's go through best practices when sharing. Use apps for broad audiences, package reports and dashboards into apps with control permissions, and publish app updates rather than republishing workspace content. Next is document expectations. Every app report should include data refresh schedule, owner contacts, and intended use. Protect sensitive data. Use sensitivity labels and tenant settings to restrict export printing or sharing where needed. Training and adoption is the next step. Create short walkthroughs inside Teams or pinned documents so business users know how to navigate reports and filter correctly. Next comes an example. The HR analytics team publishes a headcount and attrition app. They deploy it to the HR app workspace, run RLS so managers see only their teams, and add the app as a tab in each manager's team channel with a pinned frequently asked questions tab. Managers receive an email when the app updates, and the HR team monitors usage metrics to iterate. Now, let's dive into the part E, where we will discuss about embedding reports, approaches, authentication, and permissions. Now, let's go into part E, where we have embedding reports, approaches, authentication, and permissions. Embedding is where Power BI becomes a part of product experience and workflows. There are two main embedding models, and each has different security and licensing implications. Embedding for your organization where users own the data. This is internal embedding where the end user needs to authenticate with their Power BI credentials. The report respects their permissions and row-level security. Now, let's go through some use cases. Intranet portals and internal web apps where only authenticated employees access the analytics. Authentication typically uses OAuth with delegated permissions only. Now let's go for another one, which is embed for your customers, where the app owns the data. This is an external model where the application authenticates using a service principal or master account and renders reports to the end users who don't have Power BI accounts. This is the recommended approach for ISVs and SaaS apps. It requires Azure setup, which is Power BI embedded capacity, and careful security design. Use the REST APIs with a service principal to acquire embedded tokens for the client app. Next comes authentication options for embedding. User authentication, which is delegated. Users sign in with Azure AD. The embed respects their direct permissions. Use this when users already have Power BI licenses. Next is service principal, where we have only the app. It is recommended for app owns data scenarios. You can create an Entra app, grant Power BI API permissions, and use the client ID plus secret to authenticate server to server. Generate embed tokens with the REST API and pass them to the front end. This approach lets you control which reports a user can see without giving them the Power BI account. Now, let's go through embedding methods and security trade-offs. So the first one, secure embed code or iframe. It is good for internal portals. It respects Power BI permission, but still requires users to sign in. It's the simplest path when you have basic embedding needs and internal authentication. Now, the next one is Power BI Embedded, which is dealing with Azure. It provides an Azure-based hosting capacity for external embedding with higher scale and performance guarantees. You manage capacity, scale units, and the cost at Azure level. This is the correct choice for commercial products. Now let's go through publish to web. This one creates a public anonymous embedded URL. You need to avoid this for internal or sensitive data. It is effectively public. Use only for fully public or non-sensitive visuals. Next is about permissions and row-level security in embedding. When using user owns data, RLS continues to work as usual. Each user sees the data according to their role. When app owns data, you often need to implement row-level filters at the embed token generation step to ensure each customer or tenant sees only their data. Use the REST API's embedded token generation and specify effective identities or RLS filters to restrict data. Test extensively. Now, let's go through practical architecture for ISV where app owns the data. Provision Power BI embedded capacity in Azure. Create a service principal in Microsoft Entra and grant it to the required Power BI API permissions. Use your backend server to call the Power BI REST API to authenticate, create or refresh datasets as needed, and generate embed tokens. Securely hand the embed token to the client browser for rendering via Power BI JavaScript software development kit. Rotate secrets and monitor usage and errors. Embedding example, secure internal portal. A company builds an internal vendor portal where each vendor can log in and view their performance dashboards. They choose secure embed with user authentication. Vendors authenticate via SSO and the portal uses an iframe or direct embed to render Power BI reports. RLS ensures each vendor sees only their data. The portal does not store embed tokens for long term. Now let's go through developer and security checklist for embedding. Use TLS and secure cookies. Rotate service principal secrets for every 90 days or use certificates. Log all token requests and embed activity for audit. Use throttling, retry patterns, and circuit breakers for REST API calls. Monitor capacity usage to prevent throttling or excessive cost. Embedding turns analytics into part of workflows and products. Choosing the right embedding model is a balance between user experience, cost, and security. And with that, we dive into part F, which is about permissions, governance, and tenant settings. Security and governance are the core. Power BI tenant settings and workspace roles provide guardrails. Tenant level governance. Administrators can set tenant wide policies such as allowing or blocking external sharing, enabling or disabling publish to web, managing who can create workspaces or use premium features, controlling which users can export data or reshare data reports, controlling which users can export data or reshare the reports. Work with the Office 365, Entra AD, and Power BI admin teams to create sensible defaults that align with corporate policy. Data sensitivity and protection is our next point. You can use Microsoft Purview sensitivity labels if available to tag datasets and reports. Labels travel with content and control export, print, or copy behavior. Pair sensitivity labels with tenant export controls to limit data exfiltration. For regulated data, consult data protection officers and legal counsel. Now, let's go through permission best practices. Let's start with least privilege. Only give the permissions that users need. Group-based access is the next one. Use Azure AD groups to manage workspace membership rather than assigning permissions to individuals. Next is service accounts. Use dedicated service accounts for schedule refreshes and APIs, not personal accounts. After that, we have audit and monitoring. Enable audit logs and review sharing patterns. Watch for unusual exports or public links. Now, let's discuss governance example. Finance publishes financial dashboard but restricts export and sharing. The tenant disables publish to web globally, and the finance workspace requires two admins and enforces certified datasets only. This ensures sensitive financial data is controlled and traceable. Now, let's have a quick closing summary and practical action plan. Let's summarize the core takeaways. Publishing moves your .bbix into Power BI service as a report, dataset, and query recipe. Choose the right workspace and connection mode before publishing. Workspaces are the primary collaboration and governance container. So use roles and developer to quality analyst to production patterns to manage content lifecycle. Dataset refreshes is critical for data freshness. Use gateways for on-premise resources, incremental refresh for large tables, and monitor refresh history for failures. Sharing should be intentional. Apps for broad audiences, workspace access for collaborators and team, embedding for everyday workflows, respect RLS and security. Embedding has two main models. User owns data, which is internal, and app owns data, which is external. Choose according to the licensing and business needs and secure via service principals and embed tokens for app owns data scenarios. So now let's discuss an action plan for learners. Publish a sample.bbix to a developer workspace, inspect the dataset, refresh it manually, and configure scheduled refresh options. Create a small workspace with member and viewer roles, publish an app, and install the app as an user. Now you can add a Power BI tab to the Teams channel and embed the report. Test the filter, add comments. If you have a developer background, you can generate an embed token using a service principal for test app. Work with your tenant admin to understand your organization's tenant settings and refresh quotas. Recommended reading and resources, publishing and uploading Microsoft Docs, workspace and role guidance, Power BI docs on new workspaces, schedule and manage dataset refresh, Power BI refresh docs, embed in Teams documentation and embedding Power BI and Microsoft Teams, embedding APIs and service principal guidance, Power BI REST API docs. That wraps Module 9. In the next module, we will cover report optimization, large model strategy, and best practices for performance tuning in Power BI. Now we enter Module 9, which is about Power BI tips, tricks, and common mistakes. So, in this module, we are moving beyond the basics and intermediate skills. We are focusing on the advanced habits that make Power BI users truly efficient, reliable, and professional. If you think of everything we have covered so far, data loading, Power Query transformations, modeling, DAGs, visualizations, and publishing, these are the building blocks. Module 10 is where we refine these blocks into a professional analytics system that is fast, scalable, consistent, accurate, easy to maintain, easy to understand. This module is important because most Power BI performance problems, business confusion, or dashboard failures don't come from Power BI itself. They come from avoidable mistakes such as poor modeling, incorrect tags, unnecessary visuals, or inefficient refresh processes. So, in today's session, we will go deep into performance optimization tips, avoiding common tax pitfalls, best practices for dashboard design, using Q&A visuals, and smart narratives for storytelling. By the end, you will have a complete mental toolkit that will help you build dashboards like an enterprise level BI engineer, not just a casual report creator. So let's begin. The first section will be about performance optimization tips. Performance optimization is one of the most underrated skills in Power BI. Many users think performance issues only come from large datasets, but that's not entirely true. A poorly designed model with even moderate data can cause slow refresh, visual loading delays, memory overflows, frozen interactions, slow DAX measures, and many more. So, let's go step by step through the most important optimization techniques. So, the first one, reduce the model size. A lighter model loads faster, refreshes faster, and easier to maintain. So, here comes the tip one, remove unnecessary columns. Many datasets come with 100 plus columns, but typically only 20 to 30 are actually needed for reporting. So if you want to go through some examples of columns that you can remove, so some of the columns that you can remove are the columns which are only used for intermediate calculations. Audit fields like created by, updated by, columns with extremely high cardinality where you only need aggregates, pre-text comments, descriptions, or log columns that duplicate information like multiple versions of dates. Every unnecessary column increases refresh time. Removing even 10 such unused columns can significantly reduce model weight. Now, the next step, reduce data cardinality. Cardinality means the number of unique values in a column. High cardinality is equal to slow performance. For example, a column with 1 million unique customer IDs, a date time column with timestamps for every second, a text field where every value is unique. All this creates pressure on Vertipack engine. Now, let's go through the optimization techniques. You can convert the date time data type, date of minutes, seconds that are not needed. Reduce precision of numerical values. Group or bin data where possible. For example, if you have multiple ages, then you can segregate them into a group from minimum age, that is 18 to 30, 30 to 60, and beyond. So you have three groups here. Avoid using GUIDs in visuals. Avoid using unique IDs in slices. Reducing cardinality improves compression and speeds up calculations. Now the third tip, disable auto date time. Power BI has a feature called auto date time, which automatically generates hidden date tables. For small projects, it's fine, but professional BI models, it should always be turned off. Why, you ask? Because it silently adds extra tables, which increases model size, relationship overhead, memory usage. Instead, always create your own date table marked as date table. Now, the fourth tip, use star schema for better performance. The most powerful optimization is correct modeling. A star schema ensures cleaner relationships, faster DAX evaluation, smaller models, predictable performance, and a lot more. In star schema, fact tables store numeric transactional data, dimension tables store categories like product, region, or customer data. Many performance issues occur because users build flat tables or snowflake models with long chain. So, you need to consider one rule of thumb. One fact table connected to multiple dimensions is always faster than multiple flat tables. Now, the fifth tip, limit the number of visuals per page. Every visual is a query. Having too many visuals slows page load, increases memory usage, reduces responsiveness, increases dataset refresh time for direct query models. Recommended limits. Standard reports 6 to 12 visuals per page, executive dashboards 4 to 8 visuals, highly interactive pages 1 to 3 visuals plus slicers. If you need more, create drill down or drill through pages, bookmarks, or tooltips instead. Now, the sixth tip, avoid using too many slicers. Slicers may look simple, but they're expensive. Each slicer refreshes the entire page every time the selection changes. Replace slicers with drop downs, filter panes, drill through, filter report level, filters, buttons, or bookmark navigations. Only use slicers when user genuinely needs to make frequent selections. Now we have the tip number 7. Use measure tables. Professional Power BI reports separate measures from data tables. A measure table organizes calculations, improves model clarity, reduces accidental misuse of columns, enhances DAX performance because measures are calculated on demand. Never store measures inside fact tables. Now we have our next tip, which is about optimizing DAX. We will cover DAX mistakes in the next section, but performance optimization is deeply tied to DAX efficiency. A poorly written DAX formula can slow the entire model. For example, using SumX on large tables when sum is enough. Second example is using calculate unnecessarily. After that, we have using filter on entire tables instead of just few columns. Overusing all except, and remove filters is also one of the good examples. Great performance comes from minimal efficient formulas. Now, the ninth tip, avoid using many calculated columns. Calculated columns increase the model size, and these are computed at refresh time and are often found to be slow. These are usually replaceable by measures. You can reduce performance for composite models as well. Only choose to use the calculated columns if the logic cannot be handled by measures or a simple Power Query. 90% of calculated columns actually belong to the Power Query, not DAX. Now, the 10th tip, use aggregation tables for large models. For very large datasets, millions to billions of rows, Power BI supports aggregation tables. Aggregated tables pre-calculate high-level summaries, reduce calculations, improve direct query performance, make dashboards more responsive. This is commonly used in finance, manufacturing, and IoT analytics. Now let's have a short recap of the section 1. In summary, performance optimization is not one thing. It's a combination of disciplined habits. Following these practices ensures smooth dashboards, reliable refresh cycles, and scalable models. Now, let's go to the section 2 of module 10, which is about avoiding common DAX pitfalls. This is one of the most important parts of today's module. Knowing DAX is one thing. Knowing how to avoid DAX mistakes is what makes you a true BI professional. So, the DAX issues almost always lead to incorrect numbers, confusing visuals, wrong totals, slow performance, incorrect filters, and a lot more. So, let's walk through the biggest pitfalls and how to avoid them. Now, the first one is misunderstanding row context versus filter context. This is the number one mistakes new users always make. Row context applies to each row in a table. Filter context, on the other hand, comes from slicers, filters, or calculate options. You must always remember a calculated column has row context, a measure does not. This is why formulas behave differently. Now let's go through some examples. Sum of sales of revenue. In a calculated column, this gives the same value on every row. In a measure, it changes based on visuals and filters. Misunderstanding this creates endless confusion. Now, the second one, overusing calculated columns instead of measures. Many beginners use calculated columns for everything because they behave more like Excel formulas. This leads to bloated models, slow refresh rates, memory inefficiency, incorrect aggregations, and a lot more. Always ask, can this be done with a measure? If yes, then always prefer a measure. Now, let's go to the third one, using calculate even when not needed. Calculate is powerful, but many people use it unnecessarily. For example, calculate sum of sales of revenue. This is pointless because sum already respects filter context. Only use calculate when you want to change the filter context. Followed by that, we have using filter on the entire table. Example, let's consider a mistake where you added calculate function of sum of sales revenue and then you added a filter for sales region, which is equals to east. Instead of using this, you can simply write calculation method inside sum of sales revenue and sales region is equals to east. Now this filter adds row context, slow, and column filters are faster. Now let's go through the fifth one, misusing all method, removing filters and all except. These functions remove filters, but many users apply them blindly. Now let's consider an example mistake. So here total revenue is equals to calculate sum of sales revenue and all sales. This removes all filters, even date filters. This particular approach removes all filters, even date filters. Always think which filters should remain, which filters should reset. If you want only a specific filter to be removed, be precise. For example, all sales of region, not the whole table. Now, let's go through the sixth mistake. Improper time intelligence calculations. Tax time intelligence requires a continuous date table, no gaps, a mark date table. If your date table is incorrect, functions like same period last year, total year to year, which is total YTD for short, date add, these functions will return incorrect values. Now let's go through the seventh mistake. Using earlier instead of variables. Earlier is an outdated and confusing function. Instead, use variables. An example is VAR current value equals to sales revenue, return current value, previous value, etc. Variables improve readability, improve performance, prevent repeated calculations, reduce mistakes, and a lot more. Now, let's go through the eighth one, not using divide function. Divide handles division by 0 gracefully. Now, let's consider a bad usage. For example, sales of revenue divided by sales of quantity. So, for a better approach, you can use divide method, sales of revenue, comma, sales of quantity, comma, 0. Always use divide method to avoid errors. Now let's go through the ninth one, ignoring DAX query plans. Power BI has tools like DAX Studio, Vertipack Analyzer, Performance Analyzer, and a lot more. These reveal expensive measures, slow queries, heavy tables, and a lot more. Professional BI engineers always test performance before deploying large-scale dashboards. Now, let's have a quick recap of the section 2. DAX mistakes usually come from misunderstanding context. Once you master context, your formulas become faster, cleaner, and more reliable. Now, let's dive into the section 3, which is about best practices for dashboard design. In this section, we will shift from performance to design, the user experience portion of the Power BI. A dashboard is only as good as its design. Users should be able to look at your dashboard and instantly understand. The user should be able to understand what's the story, the trend, the insights, the action plan, and a lot more just by looking at your data dashboard. Now, let's look at some of the best practices that professional always follows. Now, the first one, apply the 5-second rule. A well-designed dashboard should make sense within 5 seconds. If the user needs to scroll, zoom, decode, guess, or mentally calculate, then the dashboard has already failed. Dashboards must deliver insights quickly and cleanly. Now, the second one is avoid chart overload. Not all charts are equal. Avoid some charts, for example, 3D charts, donut charts with more than 4 circles, pie charts comparing similar values, clustered bar charts with too many categories, maps with too many points, etc. Instead, you can prefer bar charts, line charts, matrices KPI cards, scatter plots for correlation, decomposition tree for root cause analysis, waterfall for financial analysis, and similarly, we have other options as well. Simplicity always wins. Now, let's go with the third one, maintain visual hierarchy. Visual hierarchy means guiding the viewer's eyes. Use large fonts for key KPIs, bold colors for important numbers, consistent placements, white spaces, grouping and alignment, and these things are to be considered. Use large fonts for key KPIs, bold colors for important numbers, consistent placement, white space, grouping, and alignment. A clean dashboard reduces cognitive load. Now, the fourth one, use consistent formatting. Consistency builds trust. Use the same number formats, colors, decimal points or decimal places, date formats, naming conventions, and etc. For example, if revenue is in millions, keep it in millions everywhere. Now, the fifth point, keep colors meaningful. Avoid random colors. Use consistent meanings. Let's consider green for good, red for bad, blue for neutral, and yellow for a warning. Avoid too many colors. Try to keep it within a limit of 3 to 5. Now, let's go with the sixth point. Use tooltips for depth, not overcrowding. Tooltips help keep dashboards clean. Instead of adding extra visuals, add details to tooltips. Use report page tooltips. Provide drill through options. This keeps the main dashboard. Provide drill through options. This keeps the main dashboard minimal but yet powerful. Now comes the seventh point. Use bookmarks for navigation. Bookmarks can create guided stories, step by step narratives, collapsible filter panels, interactive instructions, and a lot more. Bookmarks often elevate dashboards into apps. Now, the eighth one, hide the complexity from the user. Always design dashboards so that actions are intuitive, slices are minimal, visuals are self explanatory, navigation is almost effortless. The goal is to deliver insights, not complexity. Now we dive into the section 4, which is about Q&As, visuals, and smart narratives. This section focuses on Power BI's AI-driven storytelling. This section focuses on Power BI's AI-driven storytelling tools. These tools help users ask questions and generate insights automatically. Now the first one, Q&A visual. The Q&A visual allows users to type natural language questions like what are the total sales by region in 2024, what are the top 10 products by profit, monthly revenue trend for a specified country, etc. Now, Power BI interprets these questions and generates the chart automatically. Now let's go through the best practices. Use proper field names, create synonyms, build a glossary, train the Q&A engine, and use the suggested questions only. This makes dashboards conversational. Now, let's move into the second one, which is about smart narratives. Smart narratives automatically summarize the trends, outliners, key insights, differences, and anomalies. It generates text that explains what the charts show. For example, revenue is increased by 12% in Q4 and it is driven by strong performance in the electronics segment. This adds storytelling to dashboards. Now, let's go to the third point, narrative customization. You can customize smart narratives by adding your own text, highlighting key metrics, creating dynamic summaries, linking measures. This ensures that executives can read insights in plain language. Now, let's go to the next one, which is storytelling with Power BI. A great dashboard isn't just a collection of visuals, it tells a story. A story should answer what happened, why did it happen, why is it important, what should you do next. Smart narratives plus Q&A plus bookmarks plus drill through create powerful storytelling experiences. Now, the conclusion to this particular module. Module 10 wraps up all the advanced principles needed to build enterprise level Power BI dashboards. We covered optimization techniques for high performance, DAX mistakes and how to avoid them, best design practices, AI driven storytelling, and a lot more. These skills will significantly improve the speed, clarity, and impact of your dashboard. In the next module, we will conclude the course with advanced deployment and governance best practices. So, welcome to the final module of this Power BI full course for beginners. In this chapter, we are going to do three major things: recap everything you have learned across the 11 chapter journey, provide most reliable resources for going advanced, and third one, give you a complete roadmap to crack the PL300 Power BI Data Analyst certification. So, by the end of this module, you'll have clarity on how data flows through Power BI, how each module contributed to building your Power BI skill set, what you should practice for next, and exactly how to prepare for the industry recognized certification. So, let's begin with the detailed recap. Chapter wise summary recap starts now. Chapter 1 recap: Introduction to Power BI. In this chapter, we laid the foundation for your entire Power BI journey. We started by understanding what Power BI actually is, not just as a tool, but as a complete ecosystem for business intelligence. We discussed the importance in 2026 and beyond, especially as companies shift from manual reporting to automated data driven cultures. You learned that Power BI is composed of Power BI Desktop, where you build reports, and Power BI Service, where you publish and share the reports, Power BI Mobile, where the leaders consume the insights on the go. You also explored the real world use cases of Power BI: marketing team analyzing campaign performance, sales teams forecasting revenue pipelines, finance teams automating MIS and dashboards, HR teams monitoring employee performance and hiring metrics, operation teams optimizing supply chains and logistics. Finally, you installed and set up Power BI Desktop, preparing your environment for rest of the course. Now we dive into the chapter 2 recap. You have understood Power BI workflow here. This chapter explains Power BI's end-to-end workflow, which mirrors how organizations actually use the BI. It all starts from data, next to transform, next to model, then visualize, then publish and share, and lastly automate. We broke down each layer: data sources like Excel, CSV, SQL Server, cloud services, transformations using Power Query, where we did the cleaning operations, modeling, where we established relationships using star schema, visualizations, where we created interactive and insightful charts. Then comes the publishing, where we uploaded the dashboard to Power BI Service, sharing and governance using workspaces, permission, and apps. By understanding this workflow early on, you were better prepared for the practical steps that followed. Now we dive into the chapter 3's recap, which is about connecting to data sources. Chapter 3 was your introduction to real data ingestion. You learned how to import Excel and CSV files, pull data from the web, connect live to SQL Server, understand the difference between import mode and direct query, understand dual mode and when to use each. We discussed real life scenarios like import mode for faster dashboards, direct query for real time analytics, live connections for enterprise semantic models, etc. We also learned how businesses often deal with multiple systems, ERPs, CRMs, marketing systems, and how Power BI acts as a central reporting layer. Now, with that, we come into the chapter 4 recap, which is about data transformation with Power Query. This was the most important modules in the course because 80% of the data issues happen before the modeling stage. In chapter 4, we explored the following: Power Query interface, applied steps pane, query settings, data types, transformation, and add column ribbons. We also went through cleaning operations such as removing null spaces, null values, handling errors or replacing errors, filtering unnecessary rows, standardizing data formats, and a lot more. We also did some transformations where we merged queries, join operations, appending tables, splitting columns into multiple fields, pivot or unpivot operations for reshaping data, etc. We also covered why Power Query's M language is powerful for automation. Once you build a cleaning process, Power BI can rerun the same steps every time a new data arrives. Now, with that, we dive into Chapter 5's recap, which is about data modeling. Chapter 5 introduced to the heart of Power BI, the data model. You learned relationships, primary keys and foreign keys, one-to-many versus many-to-one cross-filter directions, schemas, and a lot more. We also dealt with schemas such as star schema for the best practice, snowflake schema and when to avoid it, lookup tables, how dimension tables helps you slice data, why fact tables contain measurable values, why hiding unnecessary columns improves the model, and finally, you learn how the model affects performance, DAX calculations, reports interactivity, and long term scalability. This chapter gave you the structural backbone of your reports. And now we dive into chapter 6 recap, which is about introduction to DAX. This chapter was your first deep dive into data analysis expressions, the formula language behind the Power BI. You learn calculated columns versus measures. Columns are row by row measures that are aggregated at query time. Measures are recommended for calculations involving filters. We also went through some common DAX functions such as sum, calculate, filter, all, distinct, count, divide, and a lot more. We also went through time intelligence functions like year to date, month to date, same period last year, date, add, etc. We discussed practical business scenarios as well. For example, calculating year on year growth, computing conversion rates, creating running totals, generating customer cohorts, and a lot more. This chapter gave you the analytical depth required to turn raw data into insights. Now, we also discussed the recap of chapter 7, which is about visualizations in Power BI. This was your storytelling chapter. You learned core visuals, bar and column charts, line and area charts, maps, pie charts and donut charts, KPIs and cards, and a lot more. We also learned formatting skills like removing clutter, customizing colors and labels using themes, adding drill throughs and tooltips, and we also implemented filters, slicers, visual level filters, page level filters, report level filters, and a lot more. You also learned how professionals make dashboards intuitive, minimalistic, insight focused. Your dashboard started to look polished and business ready. Now, with that, we dive into the recap of chapter 8, and this was about time sales dashboard project. This chapter was the hands on real world project for you. You worked with a sample data set and performed data cleaning, data modeling, measure creation, visualization building, bookmarks, and UI design. You created sales KPIs, trend charts, region wise sales performance, category level insights, and a lot more. You designed an executive view, an interactive drill down, a modern UI layout. By the end, you had built a complete industry grade sales dashboard. Now, this brings us to chapter 9 recap, which is about Power BI service, publishing, and sharing. This was your introduction to Power BI and the cloud. You learned how to publish reports, how to create and manage workspaces, how to refresh datasets manually or automatically, how to share dashboards securely, how row level security ensures data protection. You also explored embedding and permissions, which are essential for enterprise rollout. Now, this brings to the chapter 10 recap, which was majorly about tips, tricks, and common mistakes. In this chapter, you gained production level experience, performance optimization, avoiding large cardinality columns using star schemas, minimalizing visuals, disabling unnecessary interactions, and a lot more. We also learned about DAX pitfalls, misunderstanding row context versus filter context, using calculated columns when measures are better, relying too heavily on iterators, dashboard designs, best practices, consistent colors, proper visual hierarchy, fewer slicers, meaningful titles and tooltips, and a lot more. We also dealt with AI features like Q&A visuals, smart narratives, text-based summaries for executives, etc. This chapter helped you transition from a beginner to a professional level Power BI developer. And now you're ready for Power BI certification and professional growth. So now we will go through the section 2 about this particular model, which is based on the resource guide. So the first resource that you will be going through is the Microsoft Official Learning Resource. The Microsoft Learn Power BI collection from beginner to intermediate to advanced topics. This particular guide covers data modeling, DAX fundamentals, Power Query, Power BI service, row level security, deployment pipelines, and a lot more. You can search this particular resource online. You can just type Microsoft Learn Power BI and you'll have the resource. The second one is Power BI Official Documentation, the most updated resource for Power BI visuals, DAX functions, data gateway configuration, Microsoft Fabric, and Enterprise BI. You can search online and you can type Power BI documentation from Microsoft and you'll get the resource. The third resource is Microsoft Power BI blog. This is perfect for staying updated on monthly feature releases, new visuals, performance improvements, and industry announcements. Now comes the resource number 4, which is about Microsoft Fabric plus Power BI integration guides. This helps you understand lakehouses, warehouses, one lake, AI powered BI workflows, etc. Now, the last one, which is the Simplilearn learning resources. You can go through Simplilearn's Power BI tutorial, which is free. And to get this, you can search online. You can type down Simplilearn Power BI tutorial, and our videos break down complex topics in beginner-friendly formats. You can also go through Simplilearn's Power BI full course, which is available for free on YouTube. This particular resource is useful for revision, especially for tax basics, data modeling, and dashboard building. Apart from this, you have Power BI certification material by Simplilearn. To get this, you can go to a browser and search Simplilearn PL300, and you will have access to structured content mapped to exam topics. Now, let's go through the next section of this particular module. Which is about PL300 certification roadmap, a detailed step-by-step industry-recognized preparation blueprint. So firstly, what exactly is PL300? PL300 or Microsoft Power BI Data Analyst is one of the most in-demand BI certification in 2026. It validates your skills in data preparation, data modeling, data visualization, tax analysis deployment, and sharing. The exam focuses heavily on practical business-oriented BI scenarios. PL300 skills measure the first one, prepare the data 15 to 20%, get data from different sources, clean, profile, and transform data using Power Query. The second one is model the data, 30 to 35% weightage stays here. You need to design star schemas, create relationships, optimize the model, implement row-level security. The third stage is visualize and analyze the data. 25 to 30% weight stays here. So you need to build dashboards, create measures, add advanced analytics visuals, apply filters and interactions. Then comes the fourth stage where you deploy and maintain the assets. 20 to 25% weightage stays here. You need to publish report, set up workspaces, configure refreshes, manage permissions. You've already learned all these topics throughout this course. Now, let's go through the detailed study roadmap for 4 to 6 weeks. Let's start with the week 1. Power Query plus data preparation. Focus areas: import modes, merging, appending, pivot and unpivot, working with data types, removing errors. So you need to practice, and the practice is take 3 to 4 messy datasets from Kaggle. So you need to practice for this. The practice might include taking 3 to 4 messy datasets from Kaggle or public data, clean them entirely using Power Query. The goal is to build muscle memory in transformation logic. Now comes the week 2, data modeling, the most important week. The focus areas: star schema relationships, cardinality lookup tables, model optimization. The practice: build at least 3 models from scratch, identify fact versus dimension tables, create a semantic model report. The goal is you should be able to design a model on paper with confidence. Now comes the week 3, tax mastery. The focus areas: row context versus filter context, calculate all except iterators, sum x, and time intelligence. You need to practice, write at least 20 to 30 measures, calculate year to date, year on year, month on month, create KPIs, etc. The goal: you must be comfortable with calculate and context transitions. Now comes the week 4, visualizations plus Power BI service. The focus areas are building dashboards, drill through, bookmarks, tooltips, publishing reports, and workspace management. You also need to take care of dataset refresh and row-level security. For this, you need to practice. You need to practice creating a polished report, publish it, set up schedule refresh, add row-level security. The goal: you should be able to present a full report end to end. Now comes the week number 5, revision week. Plus, you can also have some mock tests as well. So, you need to use Microsoft's Learn practice questions, Simplilearn's practice questions, Microsoft practice assessments. The focus areas here are rereading DAX functions, reviewing modeling diagrams, practicing service-related flows. The goal: achieve 80% in mock tests. Now, let's go through some recommended learning approach. You can use Power BI Desktop daily, Try building dashboards from any dataset you see. Practice explaining your report. This helps for interviews. Follow Microsoft blogs monthly for new features. And now the wrap up and motivation you were looking for. You completed one of the most comprehensive beginner to advanced Power BI journeys. You now understand data ingestion, data transformation, data modeling, data analytics, dashboard storytelling, cloud publishing, performance tuning, and a lot more. And now with the module 11, you know where to go from here. The best official resources, the certification roadmap, and the job ready skills that you must practice. Whether you're stepping into BI, upgrading your analytics career, or preparing for PL 300, you now have the foundation and clarity to move forward with confidence.
So now you can see some data on my spreadsheet. So we have a row ID, order date, and a ship date, ship mode, etc. So this means that this particular data set belongs to a sales data set for a store or something. So what I have done is, if you look out the videos on our channel, we already have created one of the interactive dashboards using the same data set. So we try to extract month-on-month sales, region, category, subcategory sales, country-wise sales, shipment type sales, etc. Right? So I have kept the data as it is and all the pivot tables as it is. Now let's say we do not know how to create all these pivot tables and pivot charts and slicers, etc. We just know that we have the data and you're new to this and you want to analyze your data. How do you do that? ChatGPT is here for the rescue. So before we get on to ChatGPT, let's quickly remove all our reference pivot tables. About pivot tables, so I'm quickly deleting all these. We're left out with only the data, right? And again, you can do this dashboard using ChatGPT 3.5, or in case if you have a premium version, which is ChatGPT 4, you can directly attach your dataset onto the ChatGPT prompt and ChatGPT will do all the analysis you need, right? But for now, let's experiment using the ChatGPT 3.5 version, which is basically open source and free to use. Now let's quickly hop onto ChatGPT. So there you go. We have ChatGPT version 3.5. We are not switching to 4. So now let's quickly explain what we are up to. Hi ChatGPT. Just keep it simple, as if you're talking to your friend. The data set belongs to Superstore sales, or is about the dataset is about a Superstore sales report. And I need to create a dashboard for month-on-month sale. So this is the prompt, and basically I just explained in a brief way. I'm not giving a detailed information, but hope this works. So basically what you are supposed to do is give the requirement one by one, but I'm giving it in a single prompt so that I'll get the results in one single prompt. Let's go for that. So what you're trying to explain ChatGPT is that you have a sales data set and you're using Excel for storing it and for manipulating the data and trying to build some innovative, interactive, visually appealing charts, and you don't know how to do it. So you explain that to your ChatGPT and what are the things you are looking to build, what are the charts you're looking to build. So I'm looking to build a month-on-month sales report, which can be a quarter-on-quarter, month-on-month, year-on-year, date-wise, however the way you like it, right? So make sure that your data is properly formatted first. So here, let's check out that your date column is formatted to date data type, right? Sometimes what happens is the representation of date changes to user by user. Let's say this particular data set or this particular inventory has been allocated to 5 different people to entry the data, right? Somebody might use this type of, here you have, let's create a new sheet and try to, let me elaborate what I'm trying to explain. So let's say person 1, person 3. So let's say I use this type of formatting. 15th December 2025, something like that, and somebody else uses 15/12/2025, and another one uses 15 December 2025. And also sometimes few people also intend or may follow a date pattern which looks something like this: December the 31st, 2025, right? And it's not wrong. So many people will have different conventions of writing their dates. So you need to make some data cleaning. And okay, if you are coming back to data cleaning, we have listed a video in our descriptions for data cleaning in Excel, and that would help you in various data cleaning operations that are used in day-to-day lives of a data analyst. So that should help. So basically what you are looking for is, so instead of general, go back to the data types, and here you can check out the data type options, and you can either give a short date, long date, or in the case you want to go for some additional formatting, you can also go to more formatting, and here you can check out the custom formatting options. Here you can give a customized option. For now, I want to go with date, and the date I want to go with is this particular one, which gives me date, month, and yeah, click on that, and you should be good to go, right? So make sure that all the dates in your spreadsheet are following one single date pattern, so that when it comes to month on month, quarter on quarter, and year by sales, that will help you a lot. Okay, it will just give you a filtered option. It will give you year on year first, then quarter on quarter next, and if you expand the option of quarter on quarter, you will have month on month, and if you expand the month, then you will have date wise. So you will have a better understanding when we perform this operation in a practical way in real time. And then we have the next type of chart where we want to identify country-wise sales. Then we have region-wise sales. So let's say I have one country here. Let's say I want sales from France, and I want to know what are the sales happening in central region of France, north region of France. So you'll have region-wise sales there, and category-wise, which category is giving you the maximum profits or the maximum sales, and inside the category, which is that subcategory or which product is that which is giving you the highest number of sales. You can identify that, and based on that, you can plan the business. You can get up with a business strategy there. And shipment modes. So which type of shipment mode which should you invest in much so that you can offer better services to your customers. So everything counts. So this is what I want to extract from my data set. So this is my requirement. You have explained this to your ChatGPT through the prompt, and just enter. Now ChatGPT should help you break down the requirements, and ChatGPT should help you how to, it'll tell you how to do the process. So here it will tell you the line chart. So basically it's a rule that month-on-month sales or quarter-on-quarter sales, basically wherever the time is involved, the line chart is the best to represent your numbers. So now it basically tells you how to represent your charts in what type of chart to be selected. That's good. But now can you help me create the first chart in Excel? There you go. So it tells you how to create it. Ensure you have a column for dates and other corresponding values. So basically it is telling you to have a properly mentioned or properly defined metadata or column headers. Then select the data, go to the insert tab, choose the line chart. Okay, and let's say you wanted to create an interactive dashboard, right? So to create an interactive dashboard, or to basically create a dashboard, you need pivot tables, and you don't know how to create a pivot table. You can ask ChatGPT to help you create a pivot table. Help me create a pivot table for the first type, for all the types, okay, or for the data set. Certainly. So it will mention you the steps to follow to create a pivot table. There you go. So what's the first step? Highlight the range of cells that contain your data set, including headers. And go back to Excel, and you can just click on any cell and Control A. All your data set has been selected, or these days you can just select one of the cells and go to Insert menu and Pivot Table. And now from the table range, Excel will automatically select the entire range of the table you're looking for or you're working on. And in case if you are having any doubts on that, you can just select all the range and go to the same insert option and select the pivot table. Now click on OK in a new worksheet, and there you go. You have your new, pivot table. Let's delete this. Now remember, we wanted to create the month-on-month sale for the first pivot table and pivot chart. So, and remember about the date formatting. So we will be looking on that. Now we will drag order date onto rows here, and you can see here. So this is what I was talking about. So Excel has automatically segmented your dates. We have about 10,000 rows in this particular data set, and it has segregated all the 10,000 rows into 4 different years: 2020, 21, 22, and 23. And if you expand the selection of year, it has segregated again into quarter 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right? And if you expand quarter 1, you have month-on-month sales in quarter 1, month-on-month sales in quarter 2, and month-on-month sales in quarter 3, and so on. Right? So this is why I was requesting you to have a proper data formatting for all your dates, right? Which could be really helpful when you want to extract the quarter-on-quarter sales and date-wise sales and year-wise sales, right? So now we wanted to find out month-on-month sales, right? Or year-on-year sales. So where is the sales? Yeah, here we have the sales parameter. Just drag that onto the values, and there you go. Now format this into the currency type. So the currency is dollars, American dollars, and you can eliminate the leading zeros here if you don't want them. There you go. Now you have the whole number here. You can also do the same for this. You can select the entire table, go to pivot table. Okay, let's check the options provided by ChatGPT. So basically we have created a pivot table. Now we want to create a pivot chart. How do I create a pivot chart? So again, it's making really clear statements and really clear steps. So it's again making sure that you create a pivot table first, right? So we have a pivot table and highlight pivot table data. Click anywhere on your pivot table to highlight the entire range. Insert pivot chart. With the pivot table selected, go to the Insert tab on the ribbon and then click on Pivot Chart and open the Insert Chart dialog box. Choose the type you want and customize the chart. Select the chart. So customizing the chart, we'll look onto it. And fields, if you want to keep a few fields, you can, and if you want to eliminate a few fields, you can also do that. Refresh data. Let's say, why refresh data? See, ChatGPT is so brilliant, right? So let's say I have the sales data until 2023 and now we're in 2024. Let's say we update 2024 onto this particular spreadsheet. And now we have that particular data in the original spreadsheet, but that is missing here. In that scenario, what you can do is just go to data and here you will find the refresh all option. Once you click on this, you can find the 2024 data updated here. For now, we have not added yet, but in case if it's added, all you can do is just refresh your sheet and everything will change. So brilliant suggestion from ChatGPT, and save and share in case if you want to share. So let's follow the same steps. Select any cell in the pivot table, select all the sheets, go to Insert tab, and here recommended charts, or go to the charts option and select the chart that you are looking for. So we are dealing with time, so I would go with the line chart. Just click OK. But in case if you want to create an interactive dashboard, just go to Pivot Table Analyze, and here you have the pivot charts. And again, it will give you the same option. Just select the line chart here and press OK. So you have your line chart over here. So again, if you are editing this, so you can remove the legends if you want, remove anything else, or you can customize that. Okay, there you go. And if you want to edit the name of the chart, you can also do that. So I will do this as MOM sales report. Okay, accordingly I'll change the sheet name. There you go. Right, now quickly we will create the other charts as well. So the process is the same. You can hold control and drag this particular sheet and you have the next sheet. So the next requirement that we had, that we requested ChatGPT, was the country-wise sales. So everything will remain the same. What changes is, okay, let's close this, and here instead of order data, we will have, okay, let's remove this from rows and quarters, months, right, country. So we will drag country into rows, and there you go. Now we have countries. Now country wise, so you can select the cell, go to Pivot Table Analyze, Pivot Chart, and you can select the bar graph. So it automatically gave you the first suggestion as bar graph. Click on that and you have the bar graph over here. And you can also edit the chart. You don't want the legends, you can remove them and edit the name of the chart to country-wise sales. So, and quickly drag and drop the sheet again, new pivot table, and here you wanted category-wise sales or segment-wise sales. Close this particular thing, delete this, and instead of country, you're going to add segment to the rows and remove country, and you have segment-wise sales. Select any cell on the pivot table, go to Pivot Table Analyze, Pivot Chart, and here you can use any of the available charts here. Let me use the funnel chart or histogram. Bar chart will be better. Press OK, and there you go. You have the bar chart. Same. Edit your, customize your chart change the name to segment-wise sales. Hold Control and drag the sheet. Now you have subcategory-wise sales. Instead of segment, you will be selecting the subcategory. You can remove segment. And you can see the chart also changed here. And again, you can do the category-wise sales. So this was segment-wise sales. You can quickly change the segment to category. And you have it. We quickly go back to, so we have done the category-wise, subcategory-wise, region-wise is remaining, and shipment modes. So quickly drag and drop the region, remove subcategory from the list. There you have the region-wise sales. Edit the name. And the last one, which is about the shipment modes. Remove region, and there you go. Now you can create a new dashboard over here and name it as dashboard. You can do some customization to your dashboard, like selecting these cells. Giving it a color. There you go. Now you can quickly copy and paste all these charts to the dashboard. Starting from the month-on-month sales. Copy. And paste. So I'll quickly do all the pastings as soon as possible. There you go. You can also manage the size of these charts so that everything fits onto one sheet. So for now, let's try to unpin this so that we have a little better visual appearance. Okay, not a problem. And now we need some filter, right? So something which can make it a little more interactive. That's when you add slices. And let's say you don't know how to add slices. Back to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT, how do I add slices to my dashboard? There you go. So it is telling you to add everything in a step-by-step way, and it also is talking about the interactivity, right? It is asking you to connect all the slices. It's telling you to report the connections, right? If you just add the slices based on one single, okay, basically you need to select one of your charts here and select a pivot table or pivot chart, go to the pivot table or chart and associate with the slicer and insert, and go to the insert tab and insert a slicer. I'll tell you that. So basically it's telling you in a very beautiful way, step-by-step manner, right? And even after adding the slicer, it is telling you to connect all the basically all the charts or all the dashboards and charts you created in this particular tutorial, and connect all those charts to that particular slicer using the report connections option, and you can get the interactivity, right? So in a very beautiful manner, it has explained you. Let's try the way it has explained to us. Go to the dashboard, select any one of it, and go to the insert option. And here you have the slicer, right? So now you have all the slices over here. So basically we wanted what type of slices. So I have created a month-on-month chart. So I'll go with order date slicer, which is here. Then I have created segment-wise sales, so I want segment slicer, country-wise slicer, category and subcategory-wise slicers, region-wise, so region slicer. And do I have anything else? Let's scroll down. That's the last one. So where is the shipment here? Yeah, ship mode. Country, region, category, subcategory, segment, order dates, and ship mode. So I will have multiple slices in one go, right? Now you have to arrange your slices in such a way that they are interactive and they look like they are sorted in one place. So let me do that quickly. We have some space left here in the bottom place of the dashboard. You can also keep your slices there. So what basically ChatGPT meant was, if you try to use the slices here, it will, the changes will reflect only in one of the pivot charts, not on all the pivot charts. So to get that interactivity, to get that connectivity between all the charts, you need to do a small setting which is called as report connections. So select one of the slices over here, right click, and here you have something called report connections. So when you report connections, you have all the pivot charts and pivot tables that you just created. You can just select all those pivot tables that you created and press on OK, so that all these pivot tables are connected to that particular slicer. You can just expand this and check if all the pivot tables are selected. Press OK. Do the same for all the slicers. I'll quickly do that. So there you go. We have interconnected all the charts. Now, let's say I want to find out the sales that happened in the latest year. Just go to the filters, select any of the dates, 2023, and you have the data. And if you want to select any particular country, then you can also do that. I want to go with United Kingdom, and in United Kingdom we have all the data here. Let's say I want to check out only for the phones. There you go. Now you have an interactive dashboard which will tell you the sales that happened on the date of 16th of November 2023 in the region United Kingdom for phones, right? And segment is home or office, shipment mode was standard class, and major sales that happen are from North region, and the category is from technology, right? And that's how you create an interactive dashboard using ChatGPT in Excel. So each and every step has been mentioned very clearly by ChatGPT, and you have all the data in one place. So let's quickly remove all the filters. And there you have the entire dashboard.
If you are new to Excel or looking to improve your skills, learning these functions can really help. Excel isn't just making spreadsheets, it's a powerful tool for analyzing data and managing projects. In this guide, we will cover some basic but important Excel functions like sum, average, if, count, and SUMIF. You'll see how these functions do and learn and how to use them with practical examples. This knowledge will help you with daily tasks and make you more confident in using Excel.
Craving a career upgrade? Subscribe, like, and comment below. Dive into the link in the description to fast-track your ambitions. Whether you're making a switch or aiming higher, Simplilearn has your back.
If you're one of the aspiring data analysts looking for online training graduating from best universities, or a professional who elicits to switch careers data analytics by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's Purdue postgraduate program in data analytics in collaboration with IBM. This link in the description box should navigate to the home page where you can find a complete overview of the program offered. So let's explore these functions together and see how they can make handling data easier and more efficient. Let's get going and make the most of your data with Excel. Why learn basic Excel functions and formulas? Functions and formulas are crucial for mastering Excel. By learning even a few essential ones, you can outpace many around you. They are fundamental for daily Excel tasks. To deepen your knowledge or explore advanced functions, consider exploring a comprehensive database of all existing Excel functions. Microsoft consistently updates Excel, introducing new functions like XLOOKUP in Microsoft 365, enhancing your data management capabilities. So now let's move on to the demo part. Okay, so first we will understand the sum function in Excel. As we know, the sum function in Excel is used to add up the numbers. It provides a quick way to calculate the total of several values, whether they are typed into a function directly included within a range of cells. So these are the cells. So you just have to type the numbers in this cell and give the function over here, and it will give you the desired result. Let's check how. So first we will understand the sum function. I'll just write it over here. So the first step is like open your Excel file in your computer and select any column or row. So like here I'm selecting the column. For instance, you might just put them in cells A1 till A5. So in the A1 part I've mentioned sum for your understanding. So we'll start with A2. We'll type all the values over here. So just type any values, like I'm typing 40. Then we have 78, then 35, and then we have 67. From A2 till A5, we have typed the values. And using the formula in the formula bar, it will add all the numbers from cell A2 till A5, and it will display in this particular cell. So just select the cell where you want your answer to be shown, and just insert the formula over here. The formula for sum function is equal to sum A1 till A5. So we just go back to this bar and just select this particular cell, and here in this bar just type the formula A1 till A5, but then here we have A2, so we're just gonna change it to A2 till A5. All right, and just press enter. So here you get the value 220, which is the sum of all the values which we have mentioned over here. So it was pretty simple, right? Now let us understand the if function in Excel. Okay. So the if function in Excel is used to perform logical tests and return values based on the results of these tests. This function checks whether a condition is true or false and then returns one value for a true result and another for a false result. It is extremely useful for decision-making process within your dataset. Let us now understand what are the steps to use this if function. So just input your data and put any numeric values in the cells from B2 till B5, okay? So 56, 90, 36, 23, and here I want my result to be shown. So I'll just insert the formula here in the function bar. So, okay, just check out the formula for if function, which is equal to if A1 if greater than 800, above 300, 300 or below. So let's see how it works. We're just gonna enter the formula. Okay, so this will tell Excel to check if the value of B2 is greater than 300. If true, it will display above 300, and if false, it will display 300 or below. Let's check it out. Okay, so there's a mistake. I'm gonna paste the formula here again. So in place of A1, we will mention B2. We'll just type B2 over here. If greater than 300, above 300 or 300 below. Just press enter. So we'll just enter the formula over here, and in place of A1, we will provide B2, all right? So we just type here B2. That's it. And we just press enter. So you can see the result has come to 300 or below because the value is less than 300. And you can also drag and fill handle from B1 down to B5 and apply the same logic in other columns as well, and it will give you the same result. Let us now understand the next function, which is the average function in Excel. The average function. And okay, so what is this average function used for? Basically, the average function in Excel, it will calculate the mean or average of numbers provided to it. This function is particularly useful for quickly finding the central values in a set of data, which can be helpful in various statistical analysis. Let us now understand the steps to use the average function. So the first step is like you just click on the cell wherever you want your value to appear. All right, so just provide any values. Suppose let's provide some bigger values, like bigger numbers like 430. Here we type 278. Then we have 98. Then we have 79. And here I want my value to be shown. So I'll just insert the average formula, which is, let's check out the formula, which is equal to average. What is the column we have chosen? From C2. So we'll just type C2 over here till C2 till C5. C5. All right, and we will just press enter. So as you can see, the average function value is shown over here. So after pressing enter, the Excel will compute and display the average of all the cells in the selected cell. The next function is the minimum and maximum functions in Excel. It's very simple. Let's discuss what is the minimum and maximum function used for. The min and the max functions in Excel are used to find the minimum and maximum values within a given range of data. These functions are useful for quickly identifying the smallest and largest numbers in a data set, helping you to analyze different ranges efficiently. So let us now understand what are the steps to use this formula. It's very simple. Just type any values over here, 500. Next we have 389. Then we have 200, 190, 198. And here I want my value to be shown, the minimum value. So in the function bar, I'll just type the function, which is equal to min. And in the bracket, you just mention the column, which is starting from D2, right? So D2 till D5. So just type the formula over here. And after pressing enter, you can see the minimum value shown over here is 198. And it's similar for the maximum function as well. So for the max, let's use some different values. And I want my function to be shown here. So same, you have to use the same formula. Just type in place of max, in place of minimum, we are using the max function. So just type max and then the column name, which is from, I think, E. So just type, so in place of, we will just write E. Okay, sorry. We just type E2 till, I think it's still E5, right? E5. That's it. And just press enter. So you can see the maximum value shown over here. That is 800. So it's very simple. The Excel will display the largest and the minimum value using min and max functions. The next is to understand the trim function in Excel. Let us now understand the trim function in Excel. So basically, this trim function in Excel is used to remove all the extra spaces from text except for a single space between words. This function is specially used for cleaning up the data that comes from other sources of data that has been entered inconsistently. Let us now understand the steps to use this trim functions. It is same as we have seen for all these functions. The only difference is that this trim function will exclude the spaces. So assume your text data with some extra spaces in cells. Suppose over here I type any sentence, any text, okay, like hello, and then I provide some extra space, everyone. And suppose I want my value to be inserted over here to remove all the extra space, or if you want some bigger text, you can do that. But let us now check how this trim functions work for this text. Just click on the cell where you want your clean text to appear. That is F6. And using the function over here, just write equal to trim. And then in place of, you just have to mention over here, which is F2. Which is F2. Just press enter. Now you can see that I've provided some extra spaces over here, but here using the trim function, it will remove all the extra space and just make it in a clean manner. So you can also drag the fill handle from B1, like from this F2 down to G2 and all of that, and then you can use the trim function in other column as well to clean up the text. The second function is the concatenate function. So let's discuss the concatenate function over here. Okay. So this concatenate function in Excel is used to join two or more text strings into one string. It helps in combining data from different cells, which can be useful for creating full names from first and last names, combining addresses, or any situation where text needs to be merged. So let us now look the steps how to use this concatenate function. So just assume that you have written your name. Suppose I've written Andrew in this column H2, and here I have written Garfield. Now, what if I want to combine Andrew Garfield together? So just by using this concatenate function, I can make it happen. All right, so if I want my result to be shown in this particular cell, I'll just click on this, and then in the function bar, I'll just enter the formula, which is equal to concatenate, and then I have to mention the cell name, which is H. This is H2, right? H2 till, and this one is I2. So I'll just mention the, yeah, and here after mentioning, okay, I have to provide some space over here. So I'll just put comma and then some space, then comma, and then here I'll just I2. All right, and here I'll just press enter. So you can see in this particular row, Andrew Garfield, both name has been combined, concatenated together into a single name. So this is how we use the concatenate function. And the next function we have is the count function in Excel. Let us now understand how to use this count function. Okay, the count function in Excel is used to specifically count the number of cells that contain numbers in a range. It's a crucial function for quickly assessing the numbers density in a dataset, especially when dealing with mixed data types. We'll just assume that you have added transaction counts in column J, starting from column J2 till J5. So the transaction counts are as follows: 7, 89, 90, 100 till J5. And then click on the cell where you want your count to appear, say J6. And then you just go to the formula bar and just enter the formula over there, which is equal to count bracket. This should be J2 till J5. And just press enter. And you can see the Excel will display the number of cells that contain numbers in column J, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this was all for count, concatenate, trim, max, min, average, if, and sum functions. Next we have is the count A function. Let us now understand what is this count A function used for and how is it different from count function. So this count A function in Excel counts the number of cells in a range that are not empty. It is useful for determining the size of data sets that include various types of data, such as numbers, text, or even logical values. So it will just count the number of non-empty cells in a specific column. Just click on the cell where you want the count to appear. Okay, let me just tell you the difference between count and count function is that the count function generally used to count a range of cells containing numbers or dates, excluding blank. Whereas this count A function will count everything, including numbers, dates, text, or a range containing a mixture of these items, but does not count blank cells. So suppose if I enter 56 and I leave it blank, and then I enter 98, and then again I leave it, okay, and then just enter 56, and I want my formula to be shown over here. So I'll just go in this formula bar and just enter equal to count A, and then from K column, this is K column, right? K2 till K5. Okay, and I just press enter. So as you can see, it's showing 3. 1, 2, 3. It will not count the extra space or the empty cell we have left behind. And also one more thing, that we can also type text over here. It's not necessary to type only the numbers. You can also type the text. For example, I type apple. Here I type banana. Okay. Here is the function. Just press enter, it will count 3, which is 1, 2, and 3. So this count a function is used both for text as well as the dates as well as the numeric values, but the count function is only used for the numeric values and a date. It will not count the text over here. Now let us understand the COUNTIF function in Excel. We have now understood count and COUNTIF function and what is the difference between both of these functions. We will now understand the COUNTIF function over here. So let's understand the COUNTIF function. Okay, so this COUNTIF function is used to count the number of cells in a range that meet a specified criteria. This function is valuable for filtering and analyzing data based on specific conditions. To count the number of transactions that exceeds a certain amount of value, a threshold value, for example 5. Just click on the cell and suppose you want your values to appear in column L2. So suppose I type here 89, 7, 3, and 5. And here I will enter the formula, which is equal to COUNTIF, and then from L2 till L5. Okay, just close the bracket. And here you just also have to input the threshold value. Suppose I take the threshold value as let's say 3 or let's say 5. Okay, let's take it 5. So this is my threshold value greater than 5. So it will display only the numbers which are greater than 5. And I just press enter. So you can see it's showing 2, okay? Because 7 and 89 are the only two values which are greater than 5. So you can see that using any threshold function, even if I could have written over here, let's say 3, so it will show 3 because the numbers greater than 3 are 5, 7, and 89. So this is how COUNTIF function works. We will now understand the last function, which is the SUMIF function in Excel. So what is the SUMIF function used for? Basically, the SUMIF function in Excel allows you to add up values in a range based on specified criteria. This function is extremely useful for performing conditional sums, where you can want to show the sum numbers that meet certain condition. So to calculate the sum of transactions where the number is greater than 5, click on the cell where you want your total number to appear. Let's say over here I select, which is M6, and you just have to enter the formula. Before that, just write any number values like 7, 5, 3, and 10. And over here, just mention the formula, which is equal to sum if, and the column name is starting from M2 till M5. Value should be greater than 5, comma, this is M2, right? M2 till M5. That's it. And we'll just press enter. So it's showing 17. So based on this formula bar, the formula will check the values from M2 till M5, and if the number is greater than 5 and sum only those number. So as I've mentioned the value 5, so it will only calculate, it will only sum numbers which are greater than 5, which are 10 and 7, which is equal to 17. So this is how the SUMIF function is used. We have come to the end of our video, and this was all for the top 10 most important basic Excel functions.
So now let's get started with our first question. What is business analysis? So this might look like a basic question, but your answer should impress your interviewer. So you can answer this as, business analysis is a practice of identifying business needs, analyzing challenges, and recommending data-driven solutions that deliver measurable value. It involves understanding how an organization works, its objectives, and strategies required to improve process or systems. A business analyst acts as a liaison between stakeholders and technical teams, ensuring that proper solutions are both technically feasible and align with business goals. This discipline plays a vital role in digital transformation and decision-making process across the industries. Now, let's move ahead with the second question. What are the key responsibilities of a business analyst? Now, you can answer this question as, a business analyst's primary responsibility is to ensure that business objectives are clearly understood and properly translated into actionable insights. Typical duties include gathering and documenting requirements, analyzing data to identify trends and bottlenecks, designing process improvements, facilitating stakeholder communication, and validation of final deliverables against expected outcomes. In agile projects, BAs also write user stories, define acceptance criteria, and collaborate closely with product owners and developers to ensure continuous delivery of value. Now, let's proceed to the third question for today's session. What are main phases of SDLC where a BA is involved? The answer for this question is, a business analyst contributes throughout the software development lifecycle, or SDLC for short. So, some of the major parts are requirement gathering. You need to understand and document user needs. Next is analysis phase. Evaluate feasibility and prioritize requirements. Followed by that, we have design phase. Validate that design solutions meet the documented needs. Next, we have testing phase. Support QA teams in validating requirements through test cases. Next, implementation and maintenance. Participate in user acceptance testing, or UAT for short, and monitor post-deployment performance to ensure business objectives are met. Let's go to the next question. So the fourth question is, what is a requirement? The answer for this question is, a requirement is a precise statement describing what a system, product, or a process should accomplish. It acts as a foundation for design, development, and validation. Requirements can be categorized as follows. First one, business requirements, high-level goals or objectives of the organization. Next is functional requirements. Specific features or capabilities of the system must provide. Followed by that, we have non-functional requirements, quality attributes such as performance, security, or usability. Next is effective requirement documentation, ensures clarity, prevents misunderstandings, and serves as a baseline for testing and future enhancements. Now, let's go to the next question. What are functional and non-functional requirements? So, the answer for this question is as follows. Functional requirements define what the system should do, such as the system should allow users to log in using two-factor authentication. Now, non-functional requirements. So these, on the other hand, describe how well the system should perform these functions. For example, response time, scalability, or security level. Both are critical. Functional requirements ensure capability, while non-functional requirements ensure performance and user satisfaction. Now we have our sixth question. What is the difference between BRD, SRS, and FRD? So the answer is, each document serves a different audience and a level of detail. BRD, or also known as Business Requirement Document, captures overarching business needs, objectives, and high-level expectations. It is often written for stakeholders and business sponsors. SRS, on the other hand, System Requirement Specification for short, converts business needs into system-level requirements, covering both functional and non-functional aspects. FRD, which is short for Functional Requirement Document, provides a detailed description of how each function will operate within the system. It operates as a reference for developers and QA teams. Together, these documents ensure traceability from business goals to system implementation. Now we have our seventh question. What is a use case? The answer is, a use case illustrates how a user interacts with a system to achieve a goal. It defines steps, conditions, and outcomes in a structured format. For instance, place order use case describes how a customer browses products, adds items to the cart, and completes payment. Use cases are valuable for clarifying user expectations and help developers visualize functional behavior before developing begins. Now, our eighth question. What tools are commonly used in business analysis? The answer is, business analysts use a combination of tools for documentation, visualization, and analysis, such as Jira and Confluence for agile backlog management and documentation, MS Visio or Lucidchart for process mapping and flowcharts. Then we have Miro for online collaboration and brainstorming, and Excel, SQL, Power BI, and Tableau for data analysis and visualization. These tools collectively help BAs to gather insights, trace requirements, and improve collaboration across teams. Now let's go to the next question. Ninth one. What is stakeholder analysis? The answer is, stakeholder analysis involves identifying all individuals or groups affected by project, assessing their interest, influence, and communication needs. For example, end users may require usability updates while management might prioritize ROIs and KPIs. Effective stakeholder analysis ensures balanced decision making and reduces the risk of misalignment during project execution. Now, let's go to the last question in beginners section, the 10th one. Describe a typical day in a business analyst's life. The answer is, a BA's day usually begins with reviewing project progress and meeting stakeholders to clarify requirements or gather feedback. They document requirements, analyze data to identify patterns, update user stories or flowcharts, and coordinate with developers or QA teams to resolve queries. Throughout the day, they ensure deliverables stay on track, communicate findings through reports and dashboards, and prepare the next sprint or milestone. Now with this, let's go to the intermediate section. And that brings us to the 11th question. How do you handle conflicting requirements from stakeholders? The answer is, conflicts arise when different stakeholders have competing priorities. I address this by following. First one, understanding the root cause of each viewpoint through interviews. Second one, facilitating joint workshops to discuss trade-offs and align expectations. Third one, prioritizing based on business value, feasibility, and risk. Fourth one, documenting agreements to maintain transparency, and this structured approach ensures alignment while maintaining trust among the stakeholders. Now, let's go to the 12th question. Explain the concept of a requirement traceability matrix, or RTM for short. So an RTM is a document that maps each requirement to its corresponding design, development, and testing components. It ensures that every requirement has been addressed throughout the project lifecycle and helps in impact analysis when changes occur. For example, if a requirement changes, the RTM quickly identifies which test cases and components need updates, preventing missed dependencies. Now, let's go to the 13th question. How do you perform gap analysis? So, the answer for this question is, a gap analysis compares the current state as is of a process or system with the desired future state to be to identify areas of improvement. The steps include documenting the existing workflow or system. Second one, defining the future state goals. Third one, highlighting gaps between the two states. Now, fourth and the last one, recommending solutions to bridge those gaps. For instance, if the as-is process takes 5 days for approval and the target is 1 day, automation or workflow redesign could be proposed. Now, let's go with the 14th question. What are some common requirement elicitation techniques? The answer is, effective elicitation ensures complete understanding of stakeholder needs. Common methods include the following: interviews and surveys for individual feedbacks, workshops to gather diverse perspectives, observation, watching end users perform tasks, prototyping, which demonstrate mockups for clear feedback, document analysis for reviewing existing manuals or reports. Choosing the right method depends on stakeholder availability, project complexity, and data sensitivity. Now we have our 15th question. What is the difference between Agile and Waterfall from a BA's perspective? The answer is, in waterfall, the BA gathers all requirements upfront and changes are difficult once development begins. The BA role is documentation heavy. In Agile, requirements evolve iteratively, allowing flexibility. The BA collaborates daily with developers, writes user stories, and participates in sprint planning and retrospectives. Agile fosters adaptability while Waterfall focuses on structure. A skilled BA must adjust accordingly. Now, let's go to our next question. How do you ensure requirement quality? Now, the answer is, I apply validation and verification at every state. Requirements must be smart to expand, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. I also use peer reviews, stakeholder walkthroughs, and traceability checks to ensure completeness and consistency. Additionally, defining clear acceptance criteria ensures that QA teams test against measurable business expectations. Now, we have our 17th question. Describe a challenging project and how you manage ambiguity. So, before you answer, remember of a situation where you faced it personally. For example, in one project, requirements were unclear due to evolving client expectations. To manage this, I conducted frequent brainstorming sessions and iterative prototyping to visualize ideas quickly. I maintained a living document to track changes and sought early validation after each iteration. This approach minimized rework and ensured continuous alignment between stakeholders and the technical team. Now, let's go to the 18th question. What is a data flow diagram, or DFD for short? So the answer is, a DFD illustrates how data moves within a system. It identifies sources, processes, data stores, and outputs. For example, in an e-commerce process, data flows from customers to order processing systems and then to inventory and billing. DFDs help identify bottlenecks, redundancies, and opportunities for automation before development begins. Now we have our 19th question. How do you prioritize requirements? So the answer is, I use techniques like Moscow for short, must have, should have, could have, and would have, and Kano analysis to rank requirements by their business's impact. Now, additionally, I assess factors such as ROI, cost, risk, and regulatory compliance. This ensures that high-value features are delivered first while maintaining strategic alignment with project goals. Now, let's go to the last question in the intermediate section. What are KPIs and how does a BA use them? So, the answer is, key performance indicators, or KPIs for short, are measurable metrics that evaluate how effectively a project or process achieves its objectives. Examples include customer satisfaction rate, process efficiency, and defect density. BAs use KPIs to track progress post-implementation, ensuring that the delivered solution contributes to tangible business improvements and ROI. Now, let's go to the advanced section. And that brings us our 21st question. How do you approach data analysis for business insights? The answer, I start by defining the problem and identifying the right data sources, whether from CRM, ERP, or databases. Then I clean and transform data using tools like SQL, Excel, or Power BI to ensure accuracy. Then I perform trend variance and correlation analysis to uncover patterns. Finally, I present my findings through visual dashboards that support informed decision making. This data-driven approach helps stakeholders optimize operations and forecast outcomes effectively. Now, 22nd question. Describe how would you model and optimize a complex business process? The answer, I use business process modeling notation, or BPMN for short, to diagram the existing as-is process, highlighting inefficiencies such as delays or redundant steps. Then I collaborate with stakeholders to design a to-be process, incorporating automation, streamlined approvals, or system integration using metrics like process cycle time and cost per transaction. I validate the improvements, impact, and document process KPIs for continuous monitoring. And now we are on 23rd question. How do you use SQL as a business analyst? So the answer is, SQL is an essential analytical skill for BAs. I use it to extract, join, and aggregate data from multiple sources. For example, querying customer order histories to identify top performing products. I also use SQL to validate data integrity, perform ad hoc analysis, and feed insights into visualization tools like Power BI or Tableau. This technical capability strengthens my ability to make evidence-based recommendations. Now we have our 24th question. Explain how you work with developers and QA teams. The answer, I collaborate closely with both teams to ensure seamless communication and requirement clarity. For developers, I translate business needs into our user stories, workflows, and acceptance criteria. For QA teams, I review test cases and ensure they align with business rules and assist during UAT. Regular sprints, reviews, issue tracking, and documentation updates help maintain alignment throughout the development lifecycle. Let's go to the last question of today's session, which is give me an example on how you measure project success post-implementation. So before you answer this, take a situation where you face this. Let's say we consider a scenario. In a process automation project, I measured success through key metrics like reduction in manual effort, faster turnaround time, and user satisfaction. For instance, automation reduced approval time by 60%, saving approximately 25 hours per week. I compared post-implementation KPIs with baseline data and presented results in a performance report that demonstrated tangible ROI and improved customer experience. So that was the last question for today's session.
And with that, we have come to the end of our full course. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.